silver and making it harder to detect with heat-seeking technology. Why is it that US bombers are gray, but Russia's are white and silver? Let me explain. Most people think that US bombers are painted gray since it...
Deployment date ended, and I'm by myself. Like, I didn't fly home with a team. I didn't, like, high five.
Okay. Oh, Gamma's offline. He's offline. Let me send this to Mordwand. Sea Line. Hovera.
I rented a $17,000 lens to capture the Starship launch in detail. Here's how it looked. These 33 engines produce twice the thrust of the...
Oh, hi. Come to my StreamYard. Yeah, on the side chat with the RFT at the end.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay then. What's this? This is Elon Musk. This is a beautiful composition.
Yep. Very good.
What's Grok? What is that, like an AI?
Grok is the XAI.
Oh, nice. I've never seen it. I don't know if I didn't see it on mobile. Maybe I need to.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know anything about it. What do you think about? What do you think about this accomplishment of Elon Musk?
Cool. I think it's pretty cool. I think Thunderfoot did a video hating on it, but I think it's pretty cool.
Oh, we gotta watch it. Oh my god! Oh no. I gotta watch it. I gotta watch it. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Is that the newest one? Yeah,
3 hours
3
ago.
billion busted. Yeah. I didn't get to watch it. Yeah.
Let's watch it.
Everyone is gushing over this. Now I know what you're thinking. There is no way that you can possibly dunk on this. It's engineeringly amazing. Well, yeah, it looks impressive. I wonder how much the US taxpayer paid for this. And the answer is they paid $3 billion so far. The thing is, Musk wasn't meant to be delivering a single booster catch for $3 billion. He was meant to be delivering the human landing system for $3 billion. A vehicle to take people from lunar orbit to the surface and return them back safely to lunar orbit. And when they were getting their $3 billion off the US taxpayer, this is what they submitted for their plan. And SpaceX themselves thought that catching the booster was such a trivially easy task that it wasn't even worthy of its own point on the Gantt chart, which, as we'll see later in this video, recovering the booster is the energetically easy bit. That is, SpaceX has thus far achieved none of the significant goals towards delivering the human landing system. And they were going to be landing on the moon earlier this year, that is, early 2024, and they basically spent all of the fixed price contract money that the US taxpayer gave them. That is, rather than actually just one booster catch in 2024, they should have actually been landing this thing on the moon in 2024. How are they going to do that when they've already spent all the cash that the government has given them? Actually, I tell a lie. In 2022, the government decided that they were going to give SpaceX another $1 billion for a upgraded Starship and to fly a second lunar mission. So they maybe have another $1 billion to play with, but have to actually deliver another mission to the moon. Optimistically, they've completed maybe somewhere between 0 and 2% of the contract for all of the original contract value. But rather than landing on the moon, the furthest it's gone is the bottom of the Indian Ocean.
That's all he's got? That's it? I mean, this guy's reaching for straws. I mean, I completely agree with him. I mean, NASA should have been never created to begin with. But there was a fair bid, and if you feel that something is illegal, or I don't know, go to the police and file a complaint. I mean, why are you telling us? I mean, why should I care? I mean, there was a bid, and SpaceX submitted a bid. And what do you want from me? Why are you talking to me? Go to the police. According to you, this is something is going on. I don't know. I mean, what? I don't get it. You don't like the fact that governments take taxes and burn the money on nonsense? I don't like that either.
I don't understand. I think his point is that they haven't met the target.
Okay, go to the police. Tell the police. Why are you telling me?
No, he's just making a video.
Why? Why?
Because people ask
Why?
him to make videos on the topic, or he's an interest in it.
I don't understand. I mean, what are you saying? That government promised and didn't deliver? That a government contractor signed a contract and didn't deliver?
Yeah.
So go to the police. File a complaint with
the police, and that's between the
I
government and SpaceX.
No. What do you mean? What do you mean? It's a breach of contract between the government and a private. So go to the police, file a complaint, do something about it. Why are you making a video? I mean,
he's not from America, so he can't do anything from.
Okay.
He's in Europe.
What's the point? But what is the point? Okay, a government contractor signed, right? It happens all the time with any contract you sign. Sometimes you sign a contract, and the guy and people do not abide by the contract. Yeah, it happens. Happens all the time. So go to, they go to court if they want to. Right? This is a contract between a government agency whose name is NASA and a private company whose name is SpaceX. And there is a contract. And if NASA wants to, NASA can go to, first it would go to SpaceX and tell SpaceX, give us the money back. That's fine. Next step is if SpaceX says no, then NASA can go to the courts to enforce the contract. And then the courts will enforce the contract. I mean, yeah, and what? So what? I mean, what? What do you? NASA signed a contract with SpaceX. Yeah, and what do you want from me? Why are you telling me that? I know this. Why? What do you want from me? What do you want me to do? What do you want? What do you want anyone to do? If NASA was not happy with SpaceX, NASA would have told SpaceX, "Thank you very much. Give us the money back," or whatever the contracts. Right. So apparently, NASA is not unhappy. That's the beginning, that's the middle, and that's the end of it. The same people that signed the contract apparently are happy enough.
I haven't asked NASA their position.
Oh,
I don't know.
We didn't ask. We don't know.
Email them.
Okay. Here, NASA. Let's see what NASA says. I think the administrator of NASA, his name is Bill Nelson. What was that? What's going on? Look, it doesn't matter. If NASA is unhappy, right? The same people that signed the contract with SpaceX, if they were unhappy, they would tell SpaceX we're unhappy. Did you hear NASA saying to SpaceX they're unhappy?
I can't remember the quote. There was some quote from somebody, but I can't remember it. So I don't think I heard that now.
Look, I honestly don't care about NASA. You can shut down NASA, and I would only be happy. About SpaceX, SpaceX is, one, like, if you, right, even this idiot Thunderfoot has nothing to say about this accomplishment. He has nothing to say about the accomplishment. He doesn't have any criticism about the technology. The only criticism he could dig from under the ground is something that doesn't exist. He's pretending that NASA is unhappy. This is pretend. There's no evidence that NASA is unhappy.
Those are the facts. What? Analyzing a problem with facts? You must have...
Yeah, the facts are irrelevant. There's a contract.
I don't know if he said NASA was unhappy. Did he make that claim?
What's his point? I'm asking. You're not telling me. What's the point? What's the point of the video? You're not telling me. So I'm assuming.
The video, yeah. I'm only 2 minutes in.
No, what's the point?
What do you mean?
Tell me
2
what
minutes in the video. The point of what?
He's just okay. He presented his case. NASA, well, SpaceX is in breach. SpaceX is in breach of contract. That's the point.
He just said they're behind.
That's a breach. That's a breach.
Okay.
Either they're in breach or not. I don't know. If they're not in breach, what do you want? And then definitely I don't know what you want. What do you want? Like, he's trying to build a case against Elon Musk. What? Yeah, fine. Go ahead. Build the case. I'm listening. So far, 0.0. There's no case. And he's been doing this for years. He's trying to build a case against Elon Musk. There's nothing. There's no case.
Syndrome. Yeah, in reality, it's not so much that I'm blinded by hate as Musk fans can't see with reason. I mean, the funny thing is, if you actually take a look at the comments on any of my streams on these things, you'll find that
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I enjoy watching this communist. I love watching him. How much he hates. Look, he hates. Look, the left hates Elon Musk. That's the beginning, the middle, and the end of it. There's nothing else. There's nothing deeper than that.
Absolutely dominated by people who don't really make...
Especially now that Elon Musk is part of Trump's future government.
Any defense of Musk wasting some $3 billion of taxpayer money was all worth it because they incorrectly believed they made some guy on the internet angry. Like, the disappointment on his face was priceless. Not quite priceless. What was the number again? Oh, that's right. $3 billion of taxpayer money. Well, according to Musk fans, money.
I mean, this communist suddenly talks about wasting taxpayers' money. Suddenly, suddenly a communist cares for my money. It's like magic. Like, the only thing I am happy about that my money is going to Elon Musk. Everything else I'm upset about.
Money well spent. For reference, for this sort of cash, you would have sent a nuclear-powered rover bristling with scientific instruments to Mars.
Blow it up. I'd rather blow up another rover than send it to Mars. I'd rather give Elon Musk a gift 10 times the cost of another rover.
Why?
What?
Why?
Because a rover is a complete waste of money, and Elon Musk is the best investment I could do with if I have to give taxes. If I have to give taxes, I'd rather give every penny to Elon Musk than to the US government. If I have to give it away and never see it again, I'd rather
Wait a minute.
gift. Mhm.
He's getting some of that money from the U.S. government, isn't it? Like, I don't know.
No.
Like,
If you ask me, I have to give away X dollars away. I have to give it to either to the government or to Elon Musk. I'd rather give it to Elon Musk.
but the
Then
government's
the
giving it to Elon Musk. Like, I don't. And I don't
Yeah.
understand. Like, what like, if you, why, what is it about Elon Musk, like, as opposed to someone else? Like, I don't understand.
He's building this rocket, for example.
Okay, but other people are building rockets too.
Yeah, and I'd rather. That's fine. I don't care. I see what he's doing. Like, I see his investment as the most efficient.
How are you measuring the efficiency since he's behind?
I don't care that he's behind some contract with NASA. That contract, I don't. I would like to see that contract deleted. The U.S. should not be going to the moon. There's no purpose. The U.S. has been to the moon. It was
Why are you okay with giving him the money then if he's just going to the moon with it? Like, and you're not against the government going to the moon when he's just helping the government go to the moon. Like, he's working with the government.
What's the question? I don't understand.
Why are you pro Elon Musk if he's like, if he's helping the government go to the moon when they've already been to the moon?
But
You just said you're against that. And he's like,
I'm against the fact that the U.S. went to the moon to begin with. I'm against the fact that the U.S. has a space agency. The U.S. should not have a space agency.
Why not?
It's my money, my choice. I'd rather keep the money than have a space agency.
Okay.
If you ask me if I want to spend any of my hard-earned money on a space adventure, the answer is I'd rather kill myself before I do that. Of course not. Why would I want to waste my money on a space adventure? Why would I care for a space adventure? The moon landing was a complete waste of money. Do you understand my position?
But what's your position? You want the private companies to do the space stuff, or instead of the government? Or?
I honestly I don't care as long as you don't take my money. If you take my money,
sure.
I don't like it. I don't like it when you take my money. Mm-hmm. So if you're gonna take my money and burn it, I'd rather you give it to Elon Musk as a gift for his birthday than do anything else with it. Don't give it to the poor. Don't feed the poor. Don't help other countries. Don't build roads. Don't do anything. Gift it to Elon Musk. That's my preference.
Why?
Because the government is so incredibly inefficient, at every little thing they have to do. They need to collect the garbage. It's inefficient. They need to fix the roads. It's incredibly inefficient. They need to do education. It's like everything they do costs a billion trillion times what it should.
Well, they're giving contracts to private companies who aren't meeting the contracts, right? Like,
okay. At the end of the day, I'd rather the government not exist than exist.
Right, but the issue is the private companies also are inefficient.
Okay, yeah. I mean, nothing is. I'm not saying. I'm saying the government is incredibly inefficient. I didn't say the government is inefficient. Inefficiency is built into every system, but the level of inefficiency of government is astronomical. everything is inefficient. You always have loss of efficiency due to entropy, due to whatever. No system is 100% efficient. No, that doesn't exist. Maybe in the quantum realm, you have 100% efficiency. I don't know.
Okay, what's the next point that Thunderfoot's going to make? What's next?
Let's see.
Mars, which landed like this on another planet.
Yeah, this rover, another rover, another rover, another rover, another rover. You know how many rovers they have on Mars? Well,
Like
this is a
two?
complete. If you ask me, do I want to spend money on another rover? I never wanted to spend any money on any rover. Like I don't want to spend my money on space adventures. I don't want to spend my money on research. I don't want to spend my money. I want to keep my money. Like, if you want to spend my money, you should. I want to kill you. So, but if you're gonna take my money, I'd rather you gift it to Elon Musk for his birthday rather than burn it on another space adventure.
Give the radar a better look at the ground. Opposite indication, shoot deployed. The navigation has confirmed that the parachute has deployed and we're...
Heat shield set.
Perseverance is now slowed to subsonic speeds.
Net filter converged. Velocity solution 3.3 meters per second.
The initialization of terrain relative navigation and subsequently the timing of the
Yeah,
landing.
he's trying to impress me with this accomplishment. Yeah, it's with my money. I don't like it. You're not impressing me with that you did something in some space adventure with my money. I didn't give you permission. You took my money at gunpoint. So I don't enjoy watching my money burn like this. I'd rather have a better quality of life than watching my money burn on another space adventure.
We have confirmation that the land division system has produced a valid solution and part of terrain relative navigation. Current velocity is about 75 meters per second and an altitude of about a kilometer off the surface of Mars.
No, this is supposed to impress me. It enrages me.
Constant velocity accordion, which means we are conducting the sky crane, about to conduct the sky crane maneuver. Sky crane maneuver has started. About 20 meters off the surface.
Signals from Emerald. Tango Delta.
Touchdown confirmed. Perseverance safely on the surface of Mars, ready to begin seeking the sands of half-life.
Hell, you could have sent some 6 of these solar-powered rovers, which landed like this in 2004. So, first of all, of course, you've just got to get to Mars, which, challenges of its own. And of course, you come up to the orbital interface where you get some braking through the heat shield. Then you've got to deploy your parachutes to slow down a little more in the thin atmosphere, jettison your heat shield, at which point the rover rappels down on a string. This actually happened, bear in mind.
This is not going to change the quality of my life. The Elon new rocket will change the quality of my life. It is changing the quality of my life. It is making delivery to orbit cheaper. Starlink is improving everyone's quality of life. Elon Musk is improving everyone's quality of life. That's what I like.
Actually work. Then you deploy some airbags because
This doesn't help me. It doesn't improve my quality of life. This landing, this rover, this schmover, bover, it doesn't impact my quality of life. Therefore, it should burn. It might as well burn. I don't care.
they weren't so sure about the whole landing thing. Employ some retros to slow you mostly down, drop the rover in its airbags, which then bounces around on the surface
This does not improve my quality of life. I don't care for it.
of Mars, which takes some time, seeing as Mars has less gravity before eventually coming to rest, deflate the airbags, right the rover, because it might not have landed in the right configuration. And then you've got to start unpacking the various parts of the rover, because it's all origamied up. Like,
So Elon, Thunderfoot is trying to impress me with other engineering feats. And because he's a communist, he wants to impress me with a government agency's feat. All right, I'm impressed. But I'm not a communist. I'd rather my money burn before I want the government to spend it on nonsense, on space adventures. This is a space adventure. This is a complete waste of money. You might as well have taken the money and given it to people to dig holes and fill them back up. Dig holes and fill them back up. It's just nonsense. Complete waste of time and money and energy. It doesn't impact our lives. There's no impact on our lives. It's a very expensive movie that they produced.
Extending the solar panels, extending the stalk with the camera, and unraveling the wheels before eventually rolling off onto the surface of Mars.
He's a communist. He wants to prove that government is also incredible. He thinks he's impressing me. That government accomplishes. Government burns money. Elon Musk improves our quality of life. He forgot about that. Oh, you're not here. Where are you? Oh my God.
And that was done twice successfully in 2004 for $500 million a pop, 1/6 of the price of this single booster catch. You could have done all of this 6 times over.
A booster catch. A booster catch is an improvement of my life. It makes space delivery cheaper. It makes the next satellite cheaper. This impacts my life.
For the same amount of
How is the rover changing the quality of my life?
taxpayer money that SpaceX spent to not deliver the human landing system. At which point this rate kind of shift from, wow, that's so impressive, to, I'm actually kind of pissed that he wasted so much taxpayer money on what is essentially, at this point,
Suddenly, like, the rover is not wasting taxpayers' money, and the booster landing is.
an expensive firework. Must be the metaphorical equivalent of taking a government contract, develop a rover, bristling with scientific instruments, fly to Mars, and do the science there for some $3 billion, and delivered a robot vacuum cleaner that doesn't vacuum very well and gets stuck on cables.
Well, I think in general, the amount of waste that happens with federal government is really staggering. It's a staggering amount of waste of taxpayer money. And if we're, for any given expenditure, we have to say, well, what does this do for the citizens of America? Like, how is this good for the people of America? It's their money.
Exactly. And this is what is driving Thunderfoot insane.
Like, for some weird reason, a lot of people in the sort of state or whatever, politicians, they seem to forget that the money being spent is your money. And if it's not being spent in a way that is beneficial to the American people, it's a misuse of the funds.
I mean, the most optimistic appraisal of this is it'll take at least another $10 billion and half a decade plus to get this to an operational system. But it was a fixed price contract, right? There is no extra money coming.
All in.
Yep, Musk has gone all in on this guy. Well, Elon Musk came to the White House asking for help on his many subsidized projects.
The amount of waste that happens with federal government is really staggering. It's a staggering amount of waste of taxpayer money.
Whether it's electric cars that don't drive long enough, driverless cars that crash, or rocket ships to nowhere.
Like, how is this good for the people of America? It's their money. Like, for some weird reason, a lot of people in the sort of state or whatever, politicians, they seem to forget that the money being spent is your money.
Without which subsidies, he'd be worthless. And telling me that he's a big Trump fan and Republican, I could have said drop to your knees and beg, and he would have done it.
Well, first of all, I want to say what an honor it is to be here.
Or maybe if you had someone in charge in the government who thought you were the right guy to be put in charge of the Department of Government Efficiency because of your ability to deliver a few % of what you promised for all the cash.
Elon Musk, who has given me his complete and total endorsement. That's nice. I will create a government efficiency commission tasked with conducting a complete financial and performance audit of the entire federal government and making
Yeah, I mean, we got our own grade for cyber.
recommendations for drastic reform.
Like, they generally like every big thing's way better than themselves.
Yeah, I'm like, how long do you think my prison sentence is going to be? Do you think?
And Elon, because he's not very busy, has agreed to head that task force.
I mean, just think about it, with Musk at the head of the Department of Government Efficiency.
So if you do choose to be the head of the Department of Government Efficiency,
Yeah, those.
He could do for America what he did for the value of Twitter. Or conceivably, if he's not appointed head of the Department of Government Efficiency, people might start to ask, yeah, about that $3 billion of taxpayer money we gave you to develop the human landing system.
If we lose them. It does seem that way.
What did you spend it on, and when are we getting our human landing system?
Yeah, I'm like, how long do you think my prison sentence is going to be? Do you think?
The communist is upset that the capitalist is. Oh my God.
Yeah, laughing at burning.
When are we getting? Talk to NASA. Tell NASA to cancel the contract.
$3 billion of taxpayer money. Yeah, that's definitely qualifications for the head of the Department of...
NASA is going to just take the money and burn it on another rover or another SLS. Oh, the SLS.
government efficiency. Anyway, I promised to tell you why actually recovering the booster was the easy bit. You know, the sort of easy where it doesn't even get its own point on the Spacex Gantt chart. I mean, the whole pinpoint precision thing, well, if you've never cracked open your phone and figured out what GPS is, yes, that might impress you. Or the fact that we've been delivering munitions with pinpoint accuracy since the last millennium.
Used alongside the long-range tomahawks. This is on the front end of the weapon itself.
Nowadays, this is just consumer-grade electronics.
There's the Nano, which is like freaking tiny. There's the Mini Pro, and the difference is the Pro has a much larger antenna, and it has a built-in do have storage. You can see that even the very, very tiny one, I don't know if you can see there's a little battery there.
Such that you can get a commercial drone for significantly less than $3 billion. In fact, about $1,000 that will do this.
Tap on the terrain follow icon. You'll then be able to choose how high you want to fly, from 9 feet, 0.3 meters, to 33 feet, or 10 meters. As you fly up gentle slopes, the nav will adjust the altitude automatically.
And of course, they'll land with pinpoint precision. Autopilot, you know, because GPS. But of course, landing a rocket upright is complete.
Okay, this guy's boring.
Everyone, hi. First of all, thank you to Greg for making this meeting possible. Greg's one of my big supporters on Patreon, and so I was really happy to host this meeting. I'll tell you a little bit about my views on physics, and I'll try to make this talk only 20 minutes so that we have tons of time left at the end to just field your questions and to talk about really whatever interests you guys in physics. So I'll start by saying that in my view, physics is stuck. Now, it's not stuck in the way that a lot of people, you might hear a lot of people already talking about. You probably heard about the recent failing of string theory, or at least it has fallen out of favor among physicists. You may have heard about the contradictions between general relativity and quantum mechanics, how those two theories make certain important calculations which come out to completely different numbers. You may have heard that the theories are fundamentally incompatible on a certain level. These are not the ways that I think physics are stuck. Rather, I think what's gone on is that physics has actually been, the problems with physics are not recent. They've been around for about 100 years, and they've been developing for longer than that. And what these problems really are is twofold. First, that physicists have lost sight of the fundamentals about what the purpose of physics actually is. And number two, we've lost sight of the proper methods to pursue physics, the proper methods of science, the proper scientific methods for actually making conclusions about the physical world. So in the past, for a long time, if you study the history of physics, you find ever since the Enlightenment, you find a very linear progression. Physicists move from one level to the next, or well, I'm moving my hand in an upward way. Really what I should be doing is moving my hand in a downward way. When it comes to identifying physical fundamentals, physicists continue this linear progression deeper and deeper into the fundamental nature of things. So first, Newton and Galileo and Kepler, they observed the macroscopic world. They found laws about how, or what I should say, they found out the nature of matter in motion. They figured out that matter always moves in a certain way. If you have a certain amount of force, that will cause a certain amount of acceleration. And then according to equations that Galileo came up with, that means that it will simply move in a certain way. From there, people started, chemists, which were kind of considered physicists at the time. Chemists understood reaction ratios between different chemical elements. They understood that if you add a certain amount of hydrogen and a certain amount of oxygen, that will always come out to some particular amount of water. And they understood other reactions as well. And generalizing over all of these reactions, they came to an atomic theory of matter. And so you can see that's a level deeper. We understand that the reason the chemicals combine in this way is because they're made of atoms that combine into molecules in a certain way. And what's very interesting about this is they were able to conclude that atoms and molecules existed far before they ever could see them. Real quick question for the audience. Guess what year people finally saw atoms and molecules? Just guess the year. Take a guess.
I'm going to guess about 15 years ago.
15 years ago? So 2010, 2009. That's a very good guess. It was in fact 2001. So obviously I kind of set it up. You can tell by the context of how I set it up, it was quite late. The atomic theory of matter was in fact proven somewhere around 1850, maybe even a little earlier. Somehow they were able to know this, friggin' 160 plus years before it was ever directly observed. Okay, continuing this linear progression. It wasn't long until they figured out that atoms were made of protons, neutrons, and electrons. And these parts of the atoms were held together with electromagnetic forces. And they could use knowledge of these electromagnetic forces to identify how the atom was actually put together. I'd have to go over the history, but basically by studying the light that was emitted from atoms, they were actually able to figure out the way that electrons related to the nucleus of an atom. And that allowed us to make inferences, that allowed scientists to make inferences about the structure of the atom. And of course, understanding this inner structure of the atom is what gave us nuclear power. Okay. Now, each of these levels, each of these progressions gave us more power over nature. The fundamental power of science is the identification of cause and effect relationships. Once you understand a cause, you can then initiate an effect. So, for example, once you understand the inner nature of heat, you know that heat is just motion. You now know that anything that causes motion at a microscopic level will cause heat. Further, you know that any kind of heat can also cause motion, and that's the kind of thing that led to exact calculations for the steam engine. So each of these levels, once we identify deeper and deeper cause and effect relationships, each of these levels gives us more power over nature, and that is the true purpose of science. They give us more power and ability to harness nature's forces. And think about that point as we progress, because it's going to be important. Thinking about where the true power of science actually comes from. Now, my case today is that we're no longer making that kind of progress, and that we've been making progress of a sort. It's not that physics is utterly stagnant, but it is stagnant in this particular way that we have not made fundamental progress towards deeper understanding of deeper physical causes, and progress in that regard has not happened for at least 70 years. Now, why not? Why haven't we been making this kind of progress? Well, I think there's basically 4 causes that I want to go over, and all of these are fundamental. They're on the philosophical level, really. It's a matter of not just science, but it's a matter of what proper science looks like, what the proper goal and method of science is, as I said at the beginning. Now, first, the first problem is that physicists are no longer trying to find underlying natures. Think of it as they're no longer trying to figure out if they were testing with chemicals and mixing chemicals together and finding out how much oxygen and how much hydrogen it takes to make water. They're no longer interested in, well, why is it that these ratios keep coming up for all of these different reactions? They're no longer interested in finding the underlying nature of things. They think that the current attitude is that the purpose of science is to simply account for appearances. It's to model the phenomena. You'll hear a common phrase amongst modern scientists. They'll say, all models are wrong, some are useful. Who's heard that phrase before? All models are wrong, some are useful. Okay, well, so if you're we have kind of a lay audience, but if you're around academics in physics, you will hear that bandied around about once a month. And this is indicative of the kind of attitude. So let's think about what that means. A model, in their mind, is a understanding of what is physically going on in a certain situation. So an example would be the heliocentric model versus the geocentric model. That would be an example of models, 2 different models. So what are these? These are accounts of what's really going on. When we look up at the night sky, we see planets moving through the sky over the course of many months, changing positions with respect to the other stars. At the time, they thought of planets as stars. We can see them changing. That's what we see. We just see a bunch of dots moving, really. But what's the underlying cause for that? Well, there's 2 underlying models. There was a geocentric model, which basically, you might be wondering, like, wait, there was a geocentric model? Yeah, there actually was, where the Earth is at the center and Mars goes around the Earth, like the planets go around the Earth. The only trouble is they had to make Mars and the other planets do like a loop-de-loop pattern around the Earth, like almost a spiral. Spiraling pattern, because that's the only way they could get a geocentric theory to fit the observations. So they actually had a model. Now, of course, there's another model. The sun is at the center and the planets are moving around it, the Earth being an object that actually moves. And now imagine what would happen if Copernicus and Kepler, these brave individuals who questioned the status quo, at peril to their own lives, incidentally, who questioned the status quo at peril to their own lives, what if they had had the attitude, oh, well, every model...
Hello?
Oh,
Can
it
you
was
hear me?
muted. Oh, forgot.
What are you doing?
Okay,
Yep.
let me tell Doctor the other guy, Doctor.
Alright.
What's the other guy's name?
Whatever the guy.
Dr. Alpha.
Oh, Dr. Alpha, yeah, I forgot about that guy.
Oh, there he is.
What's he doing?
He was here. I said hi, and he left. I didn't understand why he left. So now I understand. My mic was muted. He didn't hear me answer.
Okay, that makes sense.
Want to come back to my StreamYard?
Well, what are you doing on StreamYard?
Okay, here's Dr. Alpha. We can. Oh, you were here with him last night. You were debating.
Yes, I was.
Oh, so we can continue debating.
I mean, I forgot what we were talking about when we finally went off topic, but we were talking for a long time, like 3 or 4 hours.
You know,
you like every single proposition imaginable.
You know, humans are basically chimps. You know that, right? So when
technically,
when people talk, we're basically just making chimp noises at each other. Like,
yeah, it's very strange.
I mean, language is just an evolution of all the chimp grunts and hollowing and huluing, whatever. All, but when chimps talk, you know, they actually have they communicate, but just with no words, just basically with more purer emotions. Like they tell each other, "I'm happy. I'm this excited. I'm that excited." You know, they actually have some sort of communication. Like the night before they raid another troop, they are completely silent, they know to not make any noise. Whereas every night when they go to sleep, they start screaming, telling each other where they're sleeping. They're letting each other know where everybody is. So
Yeah,
that,
it's pretty interesting.
yeah, it's a complete. They have a complex social life, a complex hierarchy, and and wars. They actually have wars, and they kill each other. They exterminate other tribes, other troops. Yeah, yeah, they're very violent. But the point is, we're basically chimps. Right now, when we're talking, we're basically just chimps. I'm
That's one way to
basically
put it.
I'm basically making grunts, and you're making grunts, and like we're grunting at each
Hmm.
other. No, I mean it's interesting grunts, but we're just grunting. I mean, there's nothing. Yeah. Anyway, so what do you want to talk about?
Trying to think
Well,
of
I
some
found
topics.
your website, and you have all the propositions there. It's only 99. Why don't you have 100?
I can have
Yeah, you should
another.
make an 100 fun.
I can have many more, but lately it's all been very advanced mathematical and physical propositions that like most people would just roll their eyes at, would have no idea what I'm saying. Like I've become purely science oriented. And you can see that my propositions were becoming more and more scientific.
1 + 1 = 2.
What's that?
It's not a true statement. The sky is blue. It's not a true statement. Oh, okay. It cannot be true. Social construct. It cannot be true. Petersburg. Oh, okay. So 1 + 1 = 2 is not a true statement. I mean, is it claiming to be true?
I don't know, but either way, it's not. Whether it's claiming, I don't
Okay.
know, but it's not.
Mm-hmm.
There are no true statements because truth doesn't exist.
Like objective truth or subjective truth or any kind of truth?
Well, truth is just a word.
Well, yeah, words are words. Yeah.
So
all the words are words.
Okay. So look, when people say truth, when people think of a truth value, like a true statement, a statement that is true, you're thinking, oh, there must be a statement that is true. I mean, I must be able to make a statement that is true. But the answer is no, you're not.
Well, it depends how you define in truth, right? Like,
let's try. So why don't you try to make a statement that is true?
but does it not matter how you define truth? Does that not matter?
No, it doesn't matter. Try. Go ahead. Maybe I'm wrong. Try to make a true statement.
I mean, I'm just saying, does it not? Like, if I say it 1 + 1 = 2, and if I say that that's true, and I just mean that 1 + 1 = 2 means 1 + 1 = 2. I mean, if that's what I mean by truth, I mean, wouldn't that be true?
So the question is, what do you mean by one? Like, let's say okay, what do you mean by one? What's the definition of one?
Well, it's just a representative of a. It's like a phonetic and orthographic way of representing.
Hold on.
It's a symbol to one.
I'll make it easier. So
Okay.
if you think 1 + 1 = 2 is true, then prove it. You should be able to prove it, right?
It depends what you mean. I mean, not everything. Some things are like ostensibly true, or they're just like apparently true. They're just like you're just saying that like it's just something I've observed, right? that I see in front of me. Like,
if it's empirical, then it's not true. Then it's experience. Then of course it's not true. It's just
I mean, if you define truth as experience, then that's what truth is.
no, but that's your opinion. So you're testifying that in
But
your
what else would it be apart from my opinion? I mean, am I going to give someone else's opinion?
okay. So that's one way to disprove that there are true statements, because you're agreeing that everyone has just his opinion. So
Well, I mean, if everyone has their opinion, I mean, is that a true statement?
no. So I would say there are no true statements.
I mean, without defining true, like, what would that mean?
So,
like, is this a pragmatic theory of truth, or a
yeah,
consensus theory
exactly.
of truth, or
Yeah.
respondents?
It's just there's pragmatic truth, and there's like logic. Right? The math and logic. Like, people think that math and logic exist. That there's
Well, I mean, it depends on but they exist. I mean, if we're referencing them, then there's something that we're referencing.
right, but people think that math and logic are somehow, they have this truth that there's something, like when you talk to people, like they worship math. Math is like this thing that people seem to worship. If you can state something using the symbolic language of math, you're God. You're a god to them. There's something godly about logic and truth. And maybe philosophy too, and maybe science.
Well, those things do, do seem to have some kind of effect in the world, right? Like, I mean, if you look at like a military, right? If they have proper logistics, then they're very powerful. Military that has better equipment and logistics, which is going to be related to their understanding of maths, and their maths is going to be related to their understanding of physics, and their understanding of physics is going to be related to your kind of creativity on the battlefield, right? And the artillery they're able to develop and use.
I agree that obviously math and logic and science are powerful tools. But you're not going to tell me that a powerful tool is godly. A powerful tool.
Oh, sure.
So there's nothing special about math and logic.
Mr. Slave.
Yes, sir.
Were you doing were you watching Thunderfoot's video?
Yeah. How do you know?
I don't know, because somebody sent the. Did you already watch it?
I watched it. Yeah, you want to watch it again? I stopped in the middle. Let me see. You're discussing Gödel's incompleteness theorem. Linguistically, there are lots of truths, but in mathematics, it's incomplete because it relies on axioms that can be proved. No, axioms by definition cannot be proved.
And since they are truths.
Axioms by definition are not true. Axioms by definition are not true. They're assumed. They're assumed to be true.
It reminds me of a conversation actually about ontological nihilism. I don't know if you're familiar with that.
No.
No, okay. It was just a belief that nothing exists.
Yeah, let's resume watching the Thunderfoot video.
You want to watch Thunderfoot?
Yes.
The problem is that I can't. You can watch it and we can watch it with you, but I can't share it because if I share, I can't stream it. Discord.
That's true. Well, here's what you can do.
Mm-hmm.
I guess you could pause it on your end and then play it every couple minutes, and it'd be under fair use.
No, that's not the problem. It doesn't stream. If I share it, if I use, here, I'll show you. So the stagnation, I'm going to share I'm sharing a video. Let me see. Sometimes it works. I mean, I don't know when it works, when it doesn't work. Let me play it.
Yeah, it's working. Was that Dr. House? Oh god, there's feedback. Mr. Slave? Mr. Slavy?
Sorry. I keep muting my mic because I'm chewing gum. I threw the gum away. I don't even know what I'm. Wait, StreamYard, stop sharing, and this guy stop sharing. I don't even know what's going on. What are we seeing? Anyway, you need whatever you want us to watch. You need to stream. I can't stream it because when I stream it,
Okay, we just do watch together on Discord then.
but you have to stream. I cannot stream. Whatever you want to stream, you stream. I can't because if I stream,
Whoa.
it gets.
This is
So what's
why
your
we should only
what's your
talk
opinion
on.
on the video, Mr. Slave?
What?
What's your opinion on Super Heavy and them catching it?
I'm very much pro Musk. I love what he's doing. So I'm very happy that he's making progress, and I'm very happy that he was able to catch it because he is lowering costs of sending stuff to orbit.
Yeah, and you understand Thunderfoot disagrees with that?
No, I don't think Thunderfoot disagrees with that. I think.
No, he absolutely does. He says that Super Heavy or Starship is more expensive than NASA.
Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous.
Yeah. So I don't know what he really believes. My feeling is that he is a communist. He is an extreme leftist. He is, British. So he hates America. He hates capitalism. He hates the free spirit.
I think you mean free market.
That too.
These are all ad-homs, these are.
So Da Vinci is also Irish, so obviously he's also part communist. So he's also part.
There's this great clip, of the
What do you mean,
president of Ireland calling a guy a wanker in a debate about this.
The Irish are incredibly based. They have their own rebellion against the Brits, the IRA. They're true libertarian. They're freedom fighters.
Yeah, very like America,
Yeah, the Irish are very American, and
America.
I guess, but so Da Vinci hates Elon Musk. I've had many debates with Da Vinci about Musk.
That's why.
What?
But there's a few issues with him on Twitter where he's saying some things.
Sure.
That I don't think are true, but I don't hate him. He does have an electric car company, and it seems I think they have the highest safety rating in Europe. So that's good.
That's all you have to say. to say
just one thing. I was trying to think of the thing. Like off the top. I
no.
don't think
So
all day about Elon Musk. Like
I don't.
like you know.
No, that no
This is
no no.
Starlink.
Elon Musk.
Starlink.
No.
Starlink sounds good.
What?
Starlink is good. His internet company.
Yeah, Tesla is nice. Starlink is amazing, and SpaceX is amazing. And it's not like I agree with everything he does. I think that his global warming agenda, I don't think he believes it. I think he does not believe it. There is an interview with him, and somebody asked him about global warming. So Musk said, global warming is not the issue. The issue is
the global warming hoax. Yeah.
No. He didn't say global warming hoax. They asked Elon Musk, what do you think about global warming? And Elon Musk said, global warming is not the issue. The issue is that we're running out of fossil fuels. And since we're running out of them, we might as well prepare to be without them.
I don't think we're running out of fossil fuels.
Well, I'm just quoting the last interview I heard with Elon Musk when he was confronted with global warming. That's what he said. Global warming is not an issue.
The globo homo.
He didn't talk about that either. He's probably against the global homo agenda.
Yeah, I think he
like
seems
Klaus
kinda...
Schwab. You will eat the bugs. You will live in the pod. You will be happy. You will
Yeah. I don't agree with Elon Musk on everything, but I agree with him on enough that I'm very excited to see him doing an audit of the government to improve efficiency. And
with the Doge agency, the Department of Government Efficiency. He said that he's going to be the head of Doge.
Fantastic.
Trump is going to appoint. Yeah,
sounds great.
My dad would like to say something to you, Mr. Slay.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm listening.
Come on.
What? Something about Doge?
No, just say how much you love Mr. Slay.
Why would he say that?
Mr. Slade.
Yeah, he doesn't
I don't know
me.
Mr. Slade.
Yeah, we don't know each other.
Okay, wait. Are you married, Mr. Slade?
I do not disclose any personal information about my life.
What?
Don't you love him already?
Like
love before first sight. Now that's real love.
What do you love?
Okay. Do you have any pets?
I don't discuss any private information about me life. I love cats and dogs and all pets and cows. I love all.
You won't disclose if you have any pets because you think people are going to figure out who you are?
Exactly.
Based on whether or not you have pets.
So when you try to dock someone, you at the end of you narrow down. At the end, right? At any point, you narrow it down using parameters that you've collected, and then you're going to see, there's two people, one with a pet and one without a pet. You're going to know it's me. So right at every.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to create a search function.
Okay,
and it's going to be if owns cat or dog, and that's going to eliminate down to like 4 billion people or so.
But
all I've got.
But every time you narrow it down, it's the it's the line in the prairie. It's
like Divine was here and claimed like you need like a last name and a picture to track someone down, which like you don't need.
You can have look. It's called divide and conquer. So if you're able, right, has cat. So already instead of 10 billion people, you're down to let's say 5 billion.
Also, like you have like an accent.
Yes,
which
have access.
That's
another, another. Every time you every parameter you add to the equation, you basically, basically on average you have the population. So from 10 billion to 1, having somebody's hot miking like crazy. So having from the word
I
have.
have a question for you, actually, Mr. Slade.
Yes, I'm listening.
Do species in Deutsch?
Don't answer that question. Why would you ask me that question?
What does it mean?
I don't know what it means. I know what it means, but I don't want to talk. I don't want to talk in any fun.
Oh, okay.
So,
You're
let me ask
Deutsch.
you this: have you always been this paranoid?
No, but
I don't know if that's paranoia. That's just a normal.
It's normal.
Understanding of basic personal security and OPSEC.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, not talking about if you have pet, because hey, somebody might figure out who I am.
I explained it to you.
I mean, people have done that shit.
Because if you tell me if you have a dog, I can go consult a database that has every dog owner on the planet. That's going to help narrow it down.
Everything.
Or
everything.
If you told me you have a goldfish named Fido,
right?
That's going to narrow it down.
If you watch all his videos, you're gonna get up little details here and there.
Yeah. Everything helps you narrow it down. Every little thing. Every little thing.
In the future, like technology is going to advance, and they're going to be able to do this more and more and more accurately all the time.
Yeah,
you're going to need to use a voice changer and a shit
An AI, sooner or later, an AI will listen to all my videos and figure out exactly who I am in an instant.
Yeah, that's like Akhenair, right?
So then why try to hide yourself now if it's inevitable?
Well, it's inevitable that I die, so I might as well kill myself now.
What Mr. Slave doesn't want to tell you is he's not. This isn't actually his voice because he's already worried about AI figuring it out. Not only is it not his voice, he's not male. Mr. Slave's actually female.
No, everyone.
But the voice changer makes him sound male.
No.
Yeah, I thought he was an actor that played the role. He was actually hired by someone else.
Mr. Slave is a hot babe, confirmed.
I'm a hive mind.
You're a hot babe.
He's an AI.
Mr. Slave, have you ever been a centerfold model?
I don't disclose any personal information.
You didn't deny that.
It's Melania Trump.
I am Melania Trump. That's true. I am Melania.
He's married to Donald Trump. That's why.
I gotta tell you, I have to admit that I do use Melania's pictures when I want to. I do use it. I do love her pictures. I think she is one of the most attractive.
When you want to what? When you want to what?
When he wants to
when I want to go hiking,
pleasure himself.
When I want
he uses Melania's pictures.
When I want to teleport, when I want to go to other planets, I use her pictures. They have magic powers.
When you want to blast off.
And when now, are we talking? Is this a super heavy blast off, or is that only a super heavy blast off? If Melania, because otherwise it's like a regular
blast. Oh my god! Poor Melania. She's so hot. It's unbelievable.
She's a new book out, actually.
Anyway, I love her.
You're extremely biased, to Melania's look. So you're, like what, Slovak? What is she?
I don't know.
You just outed yourself.
because I like her.
You just outed yourself because you love Melania so much.
Oh my god.
Isn't she like a genius? Didn't she get some kind of special visa to America for geniuses?
I don't know. I mean, she's married to Donald Trump, so I'm not sure if that makes her brilliant or a moron. I haven't figured it out.
Brilliant. She got married to a billionaire.
So, but it's Donald Trump. I mean, Jesus, he wears more makeup than she does.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, fine. Let him do whatever he wants. To each his own. I'm not gonna judge him.
Well, I mean, you can't. His wives have all been really beautiful. So
what?
You can't really judge him. His wives have been beautiful. You can't fault him there.
No,
money does buy, happiness if you're talking about beautiful wives.
No,
Mr. Slade loves old women.
Yeah, I love Melania, and I love what's his daughter's name? Ivanka. I love Ivanka and Melania are my two favorite beautiful women ever.
Oh, yeah. Well, you have that in common with Trump. I'm pretty sure he thinks Ivanka's beautiful and wants to bang her too.
I don't blame him.
So, I mean,
can you blame him?
There's that.
You know that incest is a very popular genre on the internet.
Incest?
Yeah, incest is incest is the best. I mean, like
you know what they say: if you can't keep it in your pants, keep it in the family.
I once had I many times had girlfriends that loved pretending that I'm their dad. Like we would go around and they loved it. Like when people asked, they said, "Tell them I'm your daughter," and they enjoy it so much.
Yes, Daddy.
It's incredible. They love it. It's unbelievable.
Wait, is this before or after she watched you get dicked down by a black dude?
Whoa.
No, but it's really, you know what is incredible? I think there is a correlation between what is taboo and what people actually enjoy. So I think that in countries that are very chauvinistic, you would see a lot of feminine domination, BDSM on like watching, like like my intuition. My intuition, right? My intuition is that that's why in Japan you have the most feminine domination videos, the most, and in Russian too. Like the more a country is in reality male dominated, so the porn will be female dominated, and vice versa. So I think it's just people
didn't Pornhub publish a bunch of statistics about this? They published
I don't know,
all of the most looked up things by women and by men.
I don't know,
by country.
That would be interesting.
They post like a map chart, yeah.
That somebody should do the research. So I think the whole thing with the family, it's just that it's so taboo and it's so dirty that it turns people on. Like people are just we as humans we're such critters, we're such creatures that we just get turned on by what's not allowed. Which evolutionarily, of course, makes sense. I mean, if it's not allowed, then evolutionarily, immediately it creates an advantage, a competitive advantage. If it's not allowed, then it becomes economically very expensive. If it's very expensive, it must be the best. It must be sought after. So you end up actually having people.
Incest is not evolutionarily viable, though.
Yes, it is. All the Egyptian lineage, the pharaohs, were all brothers and sisters, and they never had an issue. So it's not true.
Wait, are you saying
I don't know if that's true, by the way.
But no, they definitely had issues. I mean, look at King Tut, like all the genetic deformities he had.
I don't know. Maybe you're right. I took a course in anthropology, and the professor discussed it, and he said apparently there's no issue. So I don't know. I didn't look into it.
They were completely wrong, dude. It's a serious issue.
Oh, okay, fine. I don't care. I mean,
is this you coping because you got your sister pregnant and you're like,
oh, did you hear?
No, he's not gonna. He's not going to admit to that because that might help narrow it down.
No, listen. There's a story that somebody sent out the wrong text to everyone in Hawaii that they're about to get blown up in like 10 minutes due to like an incoming atomic bomb. So a brother and a sister decided they only have 10 minutes to live, so they decided to bang in the last 10 minutes. And then he was about to come, and he asked her, "Should I come?" And she said, "Sure. We're about to die anyway, enjoy." But then they discovered that it was a false alarm.
False alarm.
Well, I mean, hey, if you have 10 minutes left and you're at home, I mean, you don't have time to go out and find someone else. I mean, unless everybody on your street running out their front door and saying, "Hey, I want to bang," and you have a choice.
Oh my god.
Right after
you in the government.
you got the second test. Oops, sorry, my bad. You're not going to die.
Oh my god.
So what do you think their post-nut clarity was after they figured out they weren't going to die?
Oh my god. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, it was an interesting experience. But you never know, because when people tell you a story, you don't know if the story is true. So we know the story is true. We know they received these text messages. They received these.
I remember that.
Yeah, I remember that day.
Yeah, I remember that.
And it's possible that at least two brothers and sisters did it, or one pair of brother and sister. It's very likely that somebody did it. I mean, that's very.
Maybe they were going at it for a while, and that's just the story
if you
to cover it up.
If you look at porn, brothers and sisters are doing it all the time anyway. So.
No, adopted brothers and sisters. No, it's not. There's a lot of fathers and daughters that had to leave the U.S. because in the U.S. it's still illegal, or they live without anyone knowing, or they run away.
Right,
because in the U.S. it's still illegal for a dad and a daughter to have sex, which is interesting.
Is that wrong, Candace?
Is it wrong?
Is that wrong?
No.
Yeah.
Why would it be wrong? In terms of what?
You think incest is good?
If if two consenting adults, like, you could have a daughter that is in love with her father, and father loves his daughter.
A documentary about that actually in Australia, like that happened.
I was about to say a father loves his daughter either way, so. So loving your daughter and banging your daughter are very similar. So you could,
Where was the guy? What was it, in the Netherlands, where he kept like his daughter in like some hidden underground bunker and ended up having like 6 kids
Joseph
with her?
Fritzl. Yeah, Joseph Fritzl.
Yeah, that's.
I mean, I don't. So I don't know. Like, did he murder his wife or something? Did he embezzle like billions or something?
No.
No.
Oh, it's a different. Oh, he just banged her. He just kept her in the basement, banged her.
Yeah.
Oh, that's.
I don't know how many kids.
Personal sex toy.
Yeah, that's not nice. Yeah, that's not nice. I wouldn't like. I'm against that. I have nothing.
That's North Korea. That's what that is.
Well, if a hot chick did that to me, that would be very, very kind of her. But if somebody does that to a chick, that's not nice. That's that's instant death penalty.
Oh, so Mr. Slave likes to be dominated.
Yeah, if you couldn't tell.
Help narrow it down.
Yeah, that basically narrows it down.
You're looking for the guy with a mask on.
How many people have a mask?
You look for a guy while he walked around on a leash. Oh, there he is.
Furry persona.
Oh my god. Yeah.
Mr. Slave, what's your persona?
What do you mean? What's my persona?
Your furry persona. Like, what do you like?
No.
What furry do you dress up as?
I don't get turned on by furries. I don't get turned on or off. Like, to me, it's I don't understand the furry thing. I don't understand. Like, when I see,
I don't understand an effing thing either. So
I don't understand it. Like, to me, it's weird. I don't know. So I don't know.
Oh, it's definitely weird. Furries are weird, man.
Everybody's weird. Everybody's weird in their own way. No, like
You get
normies.
turned on by anthropomorphized ether.
Yeah, all the time.
I could answer that for you. I don't know Mr. Slave well, but that definitely would turn him on.
Anyway, so listen, Gamma. So I've been working on the what's their name? Stern Gerlach, their experiment. And we came to an amazing conclusion today. I'm going to tell you about it later when everybody's gone.
Why are you waiting until everybody's gone?
We want to hear this conclusion about Stern Gerlach.
Stern Gerlach. So Stern Gerlach. So they missed.
Explain it to my dad. Explain it to my dad.
I can't.
No, I've been listening when you've been talking to him. So we want to hear.
I gotta go. Good night, guys.
Okay,
We'll
good
talk in the
night.
morning.
Okay, good night. Good night. So
Good night.
Good night. So Stern Gerlach. They. I don't know what went through their minds, through their heads, but let me try and show you the Stern Gerlach experiment. Stern Gerlach experiment. Experiment. Oh my god, it's not gonna work. You know what? I'll just let me get. There it is. No, this. No, this. Let me get a picture of it. Hold on. A picture of the Stern Gerlach. Okay, here it is coming up. This is the Stern Gerlach. It's in the side chat. Or if you're watching my stream, you can see it on my stream. Are you watching my stream too?
Hold on.
Wow, that's an accomplishment.
Is this in the?
It's in the side chat. Or maybe I can share. Oh, you know what I can do? Maybe I can open image a new tab and then share. And then share. All right, maybe you can see this. And then do this. It doesn't let me share anything. This is so ridiculous.
It's working.
No, it's not. It's it's saying your stream is still running. We've paused this preview to save your resources. That's what it's saying.
I see the image.
Okay. Nevertheless, anyway, so this image, or as we say in my homeland, we say image. So according to this image, so on the left there is an oven. In the oven, there is silver. So there's silver in the oven. Now this whole contraption is in a vacuum. So you heat up the silver in the oven, and it creates vapor or silver gas. And this silver gas spreads all over the place. But as it spreads, it goes through this magnetic field, and some of the silver atoms in the vapor go up, and some of them go down. So far, so good?
So none of them go straight.
None of them go straight. None of them, there's no spread. Either they go up or they go down. Can you explain this to me, why this happens?
I cannot explain that.
Mm-hmm.
So he did this experiment, and this was the result.
Well, they, Stern and Gerlach. So Stern and Gerlach did this experiment, yeah.
Okay. Now, you said you came to a conclusion, though.
But first, you need to explain to me this experiment.
Well, I mean, if they didn't run this, I mean, when they say it's an atomic beam, though, coming from the oven, but you're saying they just heated silver up in the oven.
Well, think about it this way. Maybe it has. I'll help you out. Maybe it has something to do with that. Some silver atoms are more attracted to or repelled by one pole than the other, and that's why they're diverging.
Wait, but your father probably knows less than you do.
I know. That's why I said I was helping.
Okay, so either watch my whiteboard or watch my stream, and then we can have a more educational discussion. So you can go to the last one, the Stern and Gerlach. Let's call it Stern and Gerlach EXP2. So go to Stern and Gerlach. Oh, there you are. Okay. So what we have is we have a silver atom, and it goes through some magnet. Here's the north, and here is the south. And then there is some screen where we're collecting every impact. So some of the atoms go up because of the magnetic field, apparently, and some of them go down because of the magnetic field, apparently. Yeah, because when we turn off the magnetic field, they all go to the center. So there you go. So go ahead.
So I would expect, though, that all the silver atoms would behave the same, and they would all either go up or go down. But
yes,
they're doing both.
Yes. So that's actually expected, because when you look at the magnet from the front, so let's say this is the screen, and this is the magnet. So the magnet is actually triangular shaped and square. So this is the north, and this is the south. So if you remember, you always have magnetic lines, but but you have this non-uniformity in the magnetic lines because it's because of the tip. So over here you have a lot a high. Oh my God, what just happened? So what they say is over here there is a high flux. There's a lot of lines here, and you can see this in the image. There's more lines. Forget about the image. There's more lines close to the triangular head than there are at the. I mean, it's an area with a high magnetic field. So the magnetic field is non-uniform. So because the magnetic field, they show tests. I can show you a video that in a non-uniform magnetic field. So if you take a magnet, here's a magnet, north and south, and if you put it in a uniform magnetic field, let's say this magnet is suspended on a string, but B is a magnetic field. So there's a magnetic field and there's a magnet. So if the magnetic field if it's over here south and here it's north, then this magnet is aligned, not a problem. But if I reverse the polarity and north is here and south is here, then the north repels north. You could visualize the magnetic lines, the fields. If you remember in grade school, you put the metal powder, the iron powder, and you see the lines, and you would see the lines of the magnet repelling each other. So this would cause the magnet to rotate about and to be aligned. I mean, if the magnet is basically going from, right, the lines go from north to south. That's the way we usually say. So it goes from north to south, and this is going to cause the magnet, this north, right, it's going to want to rotate so that north, then this will become south, and this will become north. So this is with a uniform magnetic field. So in a uniform magnetic field, the magnet always aligns with the field. So far, so good?
Yep.
So like a compass, when you use a compass on Earth, it always points north, because the planet, I think, it always points north because this is actually south and this is north, and it, right? Is it something like this? It goes like this.
Well,
So
if we want to be technical, it would actually be tilted, but
right, but any magnet you use, this is the north and this is the south, because the Earth polarity, this is south and this is north, if we look at Earth as a magnet. Right? Because we say the lines are from north to south. All right, but this is a uniform, right? This is a uniform a uniform field. So in a uniform field, this is the effect. However, in a non-uniform field, this does not happen. So if you have a non-uniform field, what is going on? A non-uniform field. This is a non-uniform field. Something like this. And I don't know if I'll be able to explain it, but in a non-uniform field, I could show you a video. Again, I mean, the best thing, I could show you a video in a non-uniform field. So it depends. So if you put a magnet at 90 degrees, it's going to be 50-50 if it's gonna go this way or that way.
I would assume it's dependent on the flux through the surface of the magnet, and it's going to align itself with the greatest amount of flux that produces enough torque to move it in one way. Correct?
No, if it's like this, then it's going to turn this way.
Yeah.
No, but if it's like this, then it's going to turn this way. Whatever it is, it's always going to align to what it's closer to.
Yeah. So the whatever has the the greatest flux of magnetism through its surface, it'll align itself with that. Correct? So the strongest magnetic field that it's under through its surface.
No. I don't understand it enough. I've seen videos, and this is what everybody says, and I haven't looked into it. I tried thinking about it, and all they're saying is, if it's at 90 degrees, then it's 50-50 that it will go this way or that way. It's 50-50.
So it's chaotic.
No, at 90 degrees, it's 50-50. The north could go up or could go down at 90 degrees. If it's 91 degrees, then it will go up.
Are you saying it's a 50-50 chance?
If you started at 90 degrees, then it's 50-50, yes.
A 50-50 chance?
Yes.
So it's indeterminate. So it's chaotic.
At 90 degrees. At 90 degrees.
Yes, but I'm saying, is there any way to actually determine it before it happens? In
At
what way?
90 degrees. At 90 degrees. If it's, but if it's 91 degrees or 89, then we know what it's going to do.
Yes, but at 90 degrees is an indeterminate of what it'll do until it happens.
It's a classical magnet. It's like a flip. It's like you might as well ask me about a flip of. You might as well ask me, is a coin indeterminate? Because when we flip
yes, it is.
Fine. I mean, yeah. I
There's
mean,
no mathematical model that you can tell me in what way the coin will be flipped until you flip it. I'm asking if there's any way, knowing the flux of the magnetic field, if there's a way to determine which way it'll point.
This is, as far as I know, no. This is a classical magnet. This is a magnet on your fridge. Everything, this is classical. We're talking about classical magnets right now. Magnets the size that we put on fridge. This is not yet quantum. We didn't go quantum yet. I took a detour to talk about normal magnets. These are, I talked about the, where did I talk? Yeah, here was a silver atom, but here, okay, this is, here I talked about the setup, but this is already a normal magnet. This is normal size. Everything here, this is normal size magnet. So we're doing a detour. So this is a detour to classical physics. We're still on the detour, right? There's quantum physics and there is classical physics. We're going to come back. This is quantum physics. This is an experiment in quantum physics because it's a single silver atom that we're firing. And apparently it's behaving in a way that is not classical. This is not classical. They claim that classically this should spread. And the fact that it's not spreading is a violation of classical physics.
Okay, so what happens when we turn the magnet 89 or 91? Does it force it to always go either up or down?
Again, this is classical. As far as, so I can show you a video that in a uniform field, it's always going to align with the magnetic field. So it's going to be south to north. It's going to be north, south, north, south. So if you place it with, you know, so it's do you understand? This is in a uniform magnetic field that all the lines, like you have a flat magnet here, this is north, flat magnet, and this is flat. So this is uniform. This is not uniform. This is non-uniform because the amount of lines is not uniform. Because here you have a high flux, many lines relative to a small cross section. And here you have a few lines relative to the cross section. So there's a difference, and especially a difference in the up direction. As it goes up, as it gets closer to the tip of the triangle, the flux becomes incredibly high. The flux just means, flux is number of lines per cross section. So the flux near the tip is infinite. It's very high. But the flux at the bottom is constant. The number of lines relative to a cross section, to any cross section, is constant. So as you move up, let me do a different color. As you move up, this is up. The way the Stern-Gerlach is set up, this is up. So as you move up in the magnetic field becomes stronger. So we say that delta B, delta Z, where Z is up, we have X, Y, Z. So let's say this is X and forward is Y. I don't know how to do forward. is y, and up is z. So we say that delta B delta z is non-uniform. So it changes, it's greater than 0. As we go up, as we change z positively, delta B changes positively. Whereas in a uniform field, let's say this is z, so there is no delta B. B never changes. The flux, the number of lines per cross, let's say this is a cross section, the number of lines is a constant. It's relative to, certainly relative to z. In the z direction, the number of field lines of the actual magnetic field, the big one, this one, the number of lines is a constant. So dB dz in a uniform field is 0. This is the definition of a uniform field. So the Stern-Gerlach experiment is in a non-uniform magnetic field where the definition, by definition, dB dz is greater than 0 or less than 0, whatever. It doesn't matter. But it's not 0. It changes.
Okay.
It changes, and because it.
All right. Get to the experiment, bro.
All right. So look, assuming, let's just assume, because I can show you. I've seen the evidence. I've seen videos where they play with magnets, and they show it explicitly. So that's not the problem. Let's assume that's not the problem. A magnet in a non-uniform field will align either up or down depending on its initial condition. If it's a little bit towards the north is a little bit higher than the south, it will flip towards the north. It will go this way. If it's a little bit this way, it will go this way. If it's a little bit this way, it will go this way. And if it's exactly 90 degrees, it's the flip of a coin. We don't care. It's whatever. It's sometimes we'll go this way. What?
Your solution to the experiment is it's statistically indeterminate.
No, I didn't discuss the experiment yet. This is still classical. We're at the classical detour.
Okay. Continue.
Okay, the next step, the next step is let's go quantum. So first of all, let's understand the claim. The supposition of the entire experiment is that this result is not classical. So classically, the claim is we should have a spread. The question is, why should there be a spread? Why should it spread? So when they ran the experiment with single atoms, they got half of them here and half of them here. No spread. But my question, first of all, why, based on what we know, what I explained to you, why would you expect a spread in a classical experiment? Let's say this was an actual magnet. Let's say I'm able to send through an actual magnet. Let's just use an arrow. I send an actual magnet pointing up. So the claim is, okay, that would go up. But if I send a magnet that is not perfectly up, let's just use an arrow, it's this angle. So they claim it's going to not be perfectly aligned up. It's going to, be over here. And if the magnet points this way, it's going to hit this. And if the magnet is this way, it's going to hit here. And if the magnet is pointing this, meaning this is north, of course, then it's going to hit here. It's like, that's the claim. The claim is wherever it was initially pointing, that's where it would hit. That's the claim. Do you agree?
Okay, but it didn't. It went. There was no spread.
No. In the quantum scale experiment, we had a split. The claim is that if we sent a human-sized magnet or a fridge-sized magnet. This is a fridge size. If we would have sent a fridge size, we would have received a spread. We never conducted this experiment, so I cannot testify. And I asked a PhD, has this experiment ever been done? He said no, but that's a good, we should run it. Oh my God. They never bothered to run this experiment. But apparently it's so obvious to them that a normal magnet would just spread. But a quantum magnet, and we can discuss why a silver atom behaves like a quantum magnet, but the claim is that a quantum magnet should have also given them a spread. The fact that it did not give a spread, rather it gave them this and this, that's a violation of classical physics. You can, I mean, this is a very deep rabbit hole. I mean, I'm still not out of this rabbit hole. I mean, this is just endless. This is what all of quantum computing and all of quantum mechanics and all the quantum weirdness and all the stories you heard about the quantum world, this is where it comes from. This nonsense. Are you beginning to feel that this is nonsense?
Because it defies classical physics.
I would say because there's so many unknowns in this experiment. There's just this is such a non-experiment. I mean, I have so many questions about this experiment. I've been researching this experiment for, at this point, at least a couple of days. And the more I research it, the more questions I have about it. This is ridiculous. But
isn't the claim that the magnetic moment of the silver atoms determines the collection?
Okay, let's talk about the magnetic moment.
I was just going to ask what the magnetic moment is.
Wait, why?
Magnetic moment is just the fact that a magnet points somewhere. I'll explain in a second. So if we took a magnet from the fridge, north and south, and for some ridiculous reason we would throw it in the air and spin it about this axis, then we would say that it has, or let's even start with just a bar. Let's take a non-magnetic bar and spin it. When we spin something, we say that it has angular momentum. That's what it has. Like if we take a bar, and we just throw it, we say that it has momentum. Momentum is P, mass is M, and this is V, and momentum for some reason is P, and P is M times V, who knows why. But when we throw something, when we throw something, then it has momentum, because if it hits you in the head, it hurts. That's momentum. That's it. That's called linear momentum. Now you can take a bar and spin it about its center of mass, and then we say, go ahead.
A coin on its edge.
You can spin anything. You can flip a coin. As the coin is flipping in the air, it's spinning about its center of gravity. You can spin it like a flip of a coin. You can spin it like a plate, like a frisbee. There's two ways of spinning, at least two ways of spinning a coin. Right? You can take a coin and spin it about this axis, or you can spin it about this, like a coin, about this axis. Like, there's at least two ways you can spin a coin.
Yep.
So, but you can take a bar. Let's say this is like a rod, and you can spin it about its center of mass, and then we say that it has an angular moment of inertia. That's like the equivalent of the mass. Like, how difficult is it to spin it? To spin, we say it's when we spin something, we apply a torque. When we accelerate something, we apply a force. Like, all these things have their parallels. This is in linear motion, and this is in angular motion. So you can split physics, classical physics, or classical mechanics in two: the linear classical mechanics and the angular classical mechanics. So just like you can apply a force and accelerate an object, so you can give it a velocity and it ends up having a momentum that is m times v, so too in the angular momentum world, it has an I, moment of inertia. That's how much it resists the torque. The torque is the equivalent of the force. The moment of inertia, a moment of inertia is the equivalent of the mass. And then it accelerates, which is omega dot. That's the angular acceleration. And then it achieves an angular velocity, which is omega. Omega dot is just, it's whatever. Anyway, the omega is the equivalent of the linear velocity. And when it spins with an angular velocity, and it has a mass, it has a moment of inertia, we say that it has angular momentum. Just like it has linear momentum, this one has angular momentum, which we denote with I. No, we don't. We denote with L. Angular momentum we denote with L for some peculiar reason. And L is equal to I times omega. Just like P is equal to mv. So I is the equivalent of the inertia, the inertial mass. This is the inertial angular resistance, and omega is the angular velocity. Anyway, and L is the angular momentum, or the moment of, the angular momentum. Did I lose everybody completely?
I'm following, I think.
Yeah, there's just it's a crazy world. It's a crazy world.
I mean, it's just moments of inertia are just resistance to accelerations.
Exactly.
And moments.
Exactly.
So like I beams distribute their moments of inertia far away from their centroid to resist accelerations.
I mean, everything. Right. Anyway.
Structure.
Yeah. Anyway, it's an interesting world, but it's not so relevant to us. I just wanted to give you an intuition. What is a angular moment? Anyway, when something has an angular moment, so the next, I'm giving you a quick tour of physics. Anyway, the next step. Why do we say moment, magnetic moment? Where's magnetic moment coming from? So the next step is Faraday's laws and Maxwell. So when we have let's just start with a ring, just a ring that is able to conduct electricity, and somehow we have electricity running through it. So let's say we connect a battery to the ring. So here is the negative and the positive. So this is a ring. And now, let's say this is I don't know, is this the positive or the negative? I don't know. It doesn't matter. The electrons. Let's say the electrons are now flowing in this direction. This is the current. And current we denote with I. Sorry, nothing to do with this I. For some reason, they decided it's the same I. This is the current. This is the number of electrons per second that are flowing through the wire. So this is just current. This is nothing new. But they discovered that when current flows through a ring, get this, then it behaves it becomes an electromagnet. It becomes a magnet such that this is the north and this is the south. It just behaves like a magnet. The reason, incredibly enough, is because of Einstein. So this is because of special relativity.
I think it's because of Faraday's law of induction, but
no, that's not the explanation at the quantum level. Is based on Einstein's special relativity. Einstein's special relativity gives rise. It explains very, very well why current in a ring is an electromagnet. It's a magnet. For all intents and purposes, it's a magnet. And then we say it has a moment, it has a magnetic moment. This arrow, that's the magnetic moment, which is identical to looking at a magnet and just claiming that this is its magnetic moment. There's no difference. It's just a term, magnetic moment. So when electricity goes in a circle this way, it ended up being exactly the wrong direction. I think, yeah, it ends up, this is the south. I think this is the south. There's a right-hand rule. So I don't remember the exact rules. I might be right because the right-hand rule is for protons. And I don't remember it doesn't matter. So when electrons go in a circle, you get a magnet. It's identical to as if this is a tiny magnet. These two are identical. So a single, yeah. Now, the next step, let's go to the next page. I wish I could just go on in one page. Stern, page 3. Oh. You people are good students.
yeah, my dad is learning so much.
Yeah. Anyway, the next step.
Mr. Slave is a professor.
Professor Slave.
Yeah. Okay. So the next step is to take the silver atom. So before we go to the silver atom, let's simplify it with the hydrogen atom. So the hydrogen atom is everybody's favorite because there's one proton in the nucleus and one electron around it and nothing else. So it's everybody's favorite atom. So according to Bohr, so there was a guy whose name was Bohr, and Bohr came up with a new model to explain how the atom is constructed. So people didn't like this model. They said there is a problem that if the electron is moving and the electron is accelerating towards the proton as it's going round and round the proton, it's always accelerating, and there's a law. One of Maxwell's laws is that an accelerating electron is an antenna. That is what an antenna is. So if you ever wondered what is an antenna is if you just send electrons up and down on a wire really quickly. It doesn't matter. I mean, it depends on what speed. Like if you do it slowly, then it's a radar. You're sending out a radar signal. And if you do it really fast, you're sending out X-rays. And if it's a different, it could be visible. It could be giving off visible light at a certain rate. And at a certain rate, it's anyway. At a certain rate, it doesn't matter. Whatever you do, if an electron is going up and down, it's shaking the electric field around it, and it's sending out energy. It's losing energy. So an electron, this is basically an electron accelerating. You can view it as if it's going sideways, or you can view it any which way. it's changing its direction all the time. So the claim is that an electron that changes the direction, it goes up, it slows down, and then accelerates downwards, slows down, accelerates upward. The acceleration of the electron is what's shaking the electromagnetic field, and that's how the energy is lost. So when you send out a signal, you have to invest energy. Just like if you warmed it up, if this was a light bulb and you had electricity going up and down, you would need electricity. You have to pay the electric bill because you're wasting energy. So too, right? So an accelerating electron causes a vibration in the electromagnetic field, which is energy. So the claim was that an electron, the claim was an electron that is spinning around an orbit must very quickly spiral, lose all its energy, and spiral and crash into the proton. So this was a terrible model that is not viable. So it can't be that the electron spins around the proton. Did anybody understand anything?
Yep.
Questions from the audience? Gamma?
But the electron doesn't crash into the proton.
Well,
because
yeah, go ahead. Why not?
Because then would it still be a hydrogen atom?
Right. So since the universe exists, this cannot be the explanation. So went the lore. What do you think, Gamma?
What?
What's your opinion?
My opinion is that they don't orbit and that they're actually around these magical clouds of probability.
Okay. But that's not. That's not.
That's true, though.
Well, we're talking about the Stern Gerlach came to test Bohr, and Bohr is nothing to do with what you're saying. That's what you're talking about is even way after. That's Born. That's Born. The Born interpretation. Born came after Schrödinger. So even Schrödinger disagrees with what you said. So everything I'm explaining is up to including Schrödinger. This is Planck, Einstein, de Broglie, Bohr, and Schrödinger, and Heisenberg. The only one that started disagreeing, his name was Born. So, and that's where everything took a major dip. And then I divert away from everybody else and I stay with these guys that I just mentioned.
So you don't agree with the Born interpretation?
Of course not.
Really?
Of course
so
not. I agree.
What's your solution to Bohr's like catastrophe?
No. So there's Bohr and there's Born. So
I know.
So I'm against Born's interpretation. I'm against. I love Bohr. Bohr to me is God. At this stage in my evolution of quantum mechanics, Bohr is the greatest gift to humanity. I don't think anyone, the step that he took, that is the biggest step, bigger than Schrödinger, bigger than Einstein. Maybe Einstein is. I mean, they all took gigantic steps. I mean, Planck took a huge step, and de Broglie took a huge step. I mean, they each took an incredible step that I would never have thought to take. But once
so you believe that electrons actually orbit the nucleus?
No, we're saying. So this could not have been. The lore is this is impossible. So
true. I agree.
I don't. Well, I don't have a position because I don't. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I mean, the question
you
is,
you don't know. You have no idea of the conception of an atom in your mind.
No. I am completely mechanical, but I believe Bohr and Schrödinger were completely mechanical as well, and Heisenberg.
So you agree with the Bohr model?
Yes, completely.
So the electron does orbit the nucleus.
That's not the Bohr. This is not. Bohr came to fix this problem.
Yep. And how did he do that?
Oh, very good. So,
let's go.
But just to synchronize, so I agree. I never tested it, so obviously I believe in testing everything. I believe that if we built a human size or a room size test of this experiment, if we had some positive charge at the center and some negative charge, so that the negative charge would be perfectly attracted to the positive charge, and we would spin it. So you're saying that it would slow down. What you're saying is, right, this X says that this electron that we would build, let's say we took a basketball and gave it some positive energy somehow, like a metal ball, and we gave it positive charge, and we took another metal ball and gave it negative charge, and we placed them, I don't know where to place them to make them stable, right? They wouldn't be, I mean, it would not be a stable system. Let's say we would put them on the floor, right? As soon as we put them on the floor, of course, the electron is going to want to run towards the proton, right? If we took these two actual balls and we put them on the table next to each other, we would expect them to run towards each other right away, right?
Yeah, they want to equalize entropy.
No, this is Coulomb's law. So
yeah, I'm saying that they want to equalize. They want to get to, they want to have the same net.
No, Coulomb's law says.
I understand the Coulomb's law. Like there's a force between them, which is Coulomb's constant, the sum of the electric charges, and then r squared. But the reason, the mechanical reason behind it would be that it would be entropy.
That's not a mechanical reason.
Why isn't it a mechanical reason? It wants to equalize.
A mechanical reason is a quantum mechanical reason. There is no mechanical other than quantum mechanical, as far as I'm concerned. So any explanation at the end, I mean, especially if you have, right, this is spooky action at a distance.
So
every spooky...
You don't have to say it.
No. There is no, I don't believe in spooky action at a distance. So these two somehow attract each other. There must be, right, according to quantum mechanics, they're exchanging photons. So they're somehow sending photons to each other that are pulling them, like somehow. Like it's probably like this guy's sending a photon to here. No, he's actually throwing the photon. It's like a ninja, and the photon ends up, right. It's like a boomerang. He's throwing the photon. He's throwing the photon that way, but the photon somehow goes around and hits this guy in the back. So this guy, when the electron throws the photon to the left, he gets pushed to the right. And when the proton gets hit in the back of the head with the photon, he gets pushed to the left. So
Are you aware of the single electron universe theory?
Yes, but
are you a supporter of that?
No, I don't know. No. I'm. You know what I am? I'm the old school. I'm old school. For me, everything is completely mechanical. Anyway, this is a quantum mechanic, but we don't care right now about the quantum mechanics. So ignore. Let's forget about that. Entropy is not a quantum mechanical. It's not a mechanical explanation. For now, this is a mechanical explanation. That even this is not, of course, not mechanical, but this is the Coulomb's force. It's fine. So these two guys are attracting each other. The question is. Look, it doesn't matter. I don't want to go too far. The point is, let's believe all women when they say that this is not a viable model. Is your dad still alive, or did he die?
Yep. Nope, I'm here.
Wow, you have like endurance. You're like a long distance runner. Anyway, so let's just believe all women when they say that this is not a viable model. So this cannot be, because the electron would spiral into the proton, and that would be the end of that. It would actually probably become like a neutron. I think that a proton plus an electron is basically a neutron or something. But we know that this doesn't happen. We know that electrons, right? And during this spiraling in, it would lose energy. It would radiate energy. So not only would all molecules and atoms in the universe, not only would they spiral into themselves and whatever, they would also like heat up. The universe would basically blow up in an instant. Okay, that's the claim. So it cannot be. So what did Bohr say? What did Mr. Bohr say? Does anybody want to guess? So Bohr,
They're at set energy levels, or is there in bands?
It's like a mini planet and a satellite, like a moon orbiting the Earth, but constantly falling, but falling around in a circle.
well, that was the planetary model. That was the problem. This is not Bohr.
What is that? They're in bands. They're in electron bands.
No, but I'm asking. Your father is suggesting a planetary solution.
Oh, okay.
The planetary
solution. The band solution.
Yes, but fine. So you yes, that is you are correct, Gamma. But your father, I'm just saying, your father is suggesting maybe this is the model. So I'm saying that they say that this is not a viable model because this is an accelerating electron. Like an electron in a constant circle is always accelerating. It's always accelerating to the left. It's like you when you're driving. When you are, if you're always turning, you're always accelerating. You can view the turning when you're driving as an acceleration. And an accelerating charge radiates electromagnetic waves. That is what an antenna is. And an antenna radiates away energy. And if you radiate away energy, then the system loses energy, and therefore it must spiral into the proton, into the nucleus, as it radiates away its energy. That is what everybody says. And I'm just saying, let's believe all women. I'm not saying that they're right or wrong. Let's just believe them. So, Gamma's dad, do you understand what I'm saying?
Yep.
So, again, the question is, so what is a viable model? Okay, so nobody likes this model because it's no good. So what is a good model then? And here comes Bohr. So what did Bohr say? So what do you guys? Please come up with Bohr's model.
Bands of electrons in set levels.
What does Gamma's father think of this?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Right. So nobody liked Bohr's. So everybody hates Bohr, and everybody hated Bohr.
Public enemy number one.
Yeah, as soon as he came up with what Gamma just said, everybody hated it because Bohr just proclaimed that there is a proton, the nucleus, that's very nice, but an electron has orbits. It has orbits, and it accelerates, but it doesn't lose any energy. There's no energy loss, which is, it looks crazy. Or does it? What do you think? Does this look crazy or does it not look crazy?
Well, it kind of looks like orbits, but I don't see how it could be constantly accelerating and never stopping. Sort of like the same way you can't expect, a electron to eventually crash into the proton, because then you wouldn't have a hydrogen atom anymore, you know?
Right. But so Bohr said that there are these orbits and they are stable, and he actually gave a mechanical reason. This is not magical thinking. This is mechanical. He actually gave us he came up with this model from first principles. So we can build this in a lab and prove that it works. Bohr's model
magnetic field.
Well, magnetism doesn't exist. Magnetism is actually electricity viewed from Einstein's relativistic effects point of view.
So that's not giving them a stable orbit.
I mean, you basically you can never say magnetism. When you say magnetism, especially in the quantum world, you really can't say magnetism, because a magnet is just. We didn't finish this, did we? We said. But okay, let me ask you: how would a magnet help me? What do you mean magnetism? What do you mean magnetism?
Well, I mean some type of force. I don't want to, or must keep the orbits, stable and from degenerating till it crashes into the proton.
Right. Exactly.
But what is that mystery force?
All right. Okay. So Bohr said that there is no electron. There is no electron particle. Stop thinking about an electron particle. That's what he said. There is no particle called electron. Stop thinking about electrons as particle. The whole issue you're having is because you're thinking about an electron as a particle. And Bohr said that de Broglie said that every particle can be viewed as a wave. So it was, the whole thing sounds crazy, but now I'm going to I believe in it. To me, this is the most intuitive thing you can ever say. So I'll just give you the answer. So the answer is the electron was never a particle and never is a particle. The electron is a wave. So when you have an electron orbiting, so here is the proton, the nucleus, and you have an electron. This is just the orbit of the electron. But the electron, you can think of it, right? We never thought about where is this thing? Where are we? Where does a proton live in? Where does an electron live in? So we're always thinking it's like a vacuum. We're thinking that we were told that the distance between the electron and the proton, there's like a stadium of a vacuum between them, right? So we thought that this thing lives in a vacuum.
Okay.
Right. Right, because how else can an electron move unless it's a vacuum? If it's not a vacuum, how could it be moving? Right? If I told you this is not a vacuum, that this is a solid, would that make any sense?
No.
Exactly. And if I told you this is a fluid, a liquid, can an electron move around in a liquid?
Well, you would think it could, but it certainly would lose its momentum very quickly.
Very good. And if I told you this is a gas, would you say this makes sense, that the whole quantum world lives in a gas?
Again, no. I mean, because in theory, the electron could hit gas particles and it would slow it down or deflect it.
Perfect. Very good. You're very smart. Very smart. Okay. So Bohr said, so in those days, I don't know what was going on in those days. I'll tell you what I think. So I think the whole thing is immersed. Oh, before I give you the anyway, this is basically where I depart from all the rest of the physics community. So I claim the whole thing is immersed in a fluid. But the electron is not a particle. The electron is a wave in the fluid. The fluid is called the ether. I spell ether with an A. Ether.
Yeah, I spell it just like that for you, Mr. Slave.
Yeah. So
AE is that a nod to Elon Musk?
Why Elon Musk?
Archangel, whatever his name is.
I don't know. No, you usually I write ether. That's how I usually spell it. I don't know why. Aether. Some people spell it aether, and some people spell it with an E. It doesn't matter. Anyway, so I believe in the ether. So to me, everything makes perfect sense with the ether, including Bohr's model. Bohr's model and Schrödinger, which continued Bohr's model, and Heisenberg that continued the whole this notion. So how does it work? So there is no electron particle. There's also no electron proton, but let's forget about the proton for now. There are no elementary particles. What people call elementary particles, that's a misnomer. Those are actually elementary waves. So let's draw again the hydrogen atom with this new model. So we have a proton. We're going to ignore the fact that internally it's a wave, but here is the orbit of the electron, and the electron is this is the orbit, but the electron waves in this orbit. So wait, what just happened? Oh, they left. Ugh, what just happened? They left. Wait, did they leave? They got disconnected? Hello? Let me see what's going on. Yeah. They got disconnected. Let's see. How's the quality of this video? We're 2 hours in. Oh, you're back? Oh, that's me. That's me. I mean, no, they're not. Okay. The audio quality is good. The recording is good. But they suddenly disappeared. Their server is empty. No, it's not. There's people on the server, but they're not on that server. Why is there 2 sharings? Oh, because of the image. Stop streaming. Yeah, the image is a waste of time. Okay, I don't know where they went. But this reminds me that I need to go through this step by step and write a paper and explain exactly how it works using the ether. This is my ether atomic model. This is the ether atomic theory. The ether atomic theory. That is very interesting. They must have been disconnected. They're not on that server, so they didn't just leave. They probably got disconnected. What's this? Giga Chat Preet. Very nice. Okay. I still don't understand why a magnet in a non-uniform field, exactly how it behaves. The fact that as soon as the field becomes non-uniform, it always flips to the nearest side. I don't get it. But that's what they showed us. Okay, you know what? I want to listen to this. This experiment confirmed quantum
by
physics.
Stern and Gerlach clarify. Stern-Gerlach is one of the landmark experiments in quantum mechanics.
You see, this is the classical this is the classical expectation, and this is what they didn't expect. So as it's moving up, it's as if it can't go into some precession. It just can't go into any precession. Any precession it tries to do gets destroyed because the strength of the field keeps changing. So it creates so the angular velocity of the precession keeps changing. It's always changing. It's always changing. So that's like giving up energy. That's basically friction. It basically behaves like friction. It's like stop and go, stop and go, stop and go. You're just losing energy, doing nothing. Turd flinging monkey. Do I want to listen to that idiot? Turd flinging monkey. What an idiot.
Think the ICC can't do anything.
Yeah, you're an idiot. Gamma. No problem. I'm here. It's getting late for me though anyway. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you listening to me. I need to teach this more so I can understand it better. we can write this up. There is so much math. Okay. Regards to your awesome dad. See you later. Oh, I didn't share with you. I didn't share it with you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay, let's listen to Idiot Flinging Monkey.
Nobody can. So they'll redirect of elements, and I got to figure out this. So widget monkey.
So he always has technical issues. Notice that he thinks he's smarter than Elon Musk. So he's smarter than Elon Musk, and he always has technical issues, and he's poor as dirt. But he's smarter than Elon Musk. Look, maybe he has higher IQ than Elon Musk. I mean, what do I care? He's an idiot. What do I care about IQ? That doesn't help me. You're an idiot.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Turd Flinging Monkey Show. I'm your host, Turd Flinging Monkey. Hold on. Okay, I need to reset our widgets once again. It looks like, much like Wednesday, the way these scenes work, it's just like you need to reset this. Basically, AMR and Kingsland, we already fixed the background widget. Anyway, well, I know I say this every time, like when I open the show, and it's like, nothing's happening. This legitimately might be a really short show because let me hit the sponsors, and then I'll give you the skinny. So we have the Dollhouse for verified waifu accessories. They have new dolls available, like the Gamer Go line. You can get Tifa, Lara Croft, etc. Check them out at the Dollhouse. We have Love Nestle. They make very high quality silicone torso dolphin, like a lot of dolphins. And we have Netweb Top of things, and I'm very impressed with both his business set, give your business to AMR. He's in the community. So one hand, Hardly Heroes, Victor, if you want the physical release of copies, and because I envisioned it to publish as a little golden, a small batch of comic book. So let me tell you why nothing's really going on. I mean, some stuff is happening, but nothing's really going on because we're too close to the election. That is the long and short of it. We're too close to the election, and there have been studies which show that people will change who they vote for based on the price of gas on election day. If the price of gas goes down on election day, they tend to vote for the incumbent. They tend to re-elect the guy. So it doesn't matter what the guy did or didn't do for the last 4 years. If the price of gasoline is going down and is considered cheap on election day, people are more likely to vote for the incumbent. And if the price of gas is high, people are likely to vote out the incumbent. Now, if a Republican was the incumbent, we would already be in a recession. We would have race riots. There'd be fucking dogs and cats sleeping together. It would be chaos. Remember 2020? I remember. You were there. I was there. It was chaos because Republican was an incumbent. So the establishment likes to basically fuck everything up, create as much chaos as possible to basically get people sour on the current administration because their people are just they don't understand cause and effect. All they see is I don't like what's happening in the country right now, so I'm going to vote for the other guy. They don't even ask the question who's causing this to happen. They just assume that
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I agree that what went on. The riots were unbelievable. We had 4 years of riots that possibly led to everyone voting against Trump because they associated Trump with the incredible endless riots. But we had, Schmovid, which is, Trump did it. It was completely his doing. And so, I mean, he crashed the economy single-handedly. So Trump is an idiot. He was an idiot. Maybe even evil for what he did. The chaos and destruction that he brought on us. But at the end of the day, I think Trump is better than Kamala.
They're just that stupid. Basically, there's a lot of people who shouldn't be voting, but they vote in very large numbers, and people track how these people vote. And so the point
but you don't even vote, and you tell everyone not to vote, and you have basically 100,000 people, I would say, listening to you, if not more. Probably, I don't know how many votes listen to you not to vote, even though they would vote for Trump, and you tell them not to vote. So you're just as bad as the left.
The bottom line is gas prices are a factor on election night, especially if you're the incumbent. So because a Democrat is the incumbent, i.e. Biden/Harris, if their administration is up for re-election, even though they're changing horses from Biden to Harris, it's still the same administration. If the price of gasoline spikes right before the election, that's going to be bad for Harris's chances. And Harris needs all the help she can get. So if you want to know why Israel hasn't attacked Iran yet, that's why. I guarantee you that's why. I saw a thing today how some top secret Israeli plans were leaked and given to Iran, like actual classified plans they were coordinated with the United States were leaked to Iran. Whatever bullshit. Like that may or may not be legit. I don't know. Here's my monkey hunch. The problem is when you don't respond to a provocation, you look weak. Iran looked weak for months because they didn't respond to Israel. Then they finally responded. Then Israel's like, oh, we're gonna hit you back 20 times as hard. And then they didn't do anything. And they didn't do anything because it's too close to the election. They can't do anything. But now they look weak. So Israel put out this report saying they're going to attack before the election. But then the next day, or a couple days later, now their plans are getting leaked to the Iranian press through Telegram. And now they got to cancel the plan because, oh my God, our top secret plans were leaked. This is theater. This is professional wrestling, fake drama bullshit. Israel they don't want to appear weak, but they have to wait until after the election to do anything to Iran, because if they attack Iran before the election, gas prices are going to go parabolic, and that's going to hurt Harris's chances of getting elected, period. Hold on 1 second.
And Israel wants Harris or Trump? I mean, you didn't tell us who Israel wants.
I'm still fighting this cough, but it is what it is. So that's why nothing's really happening geopolitically. Now, this is bad if you're a fan of BRICS, because Russia was supposed to end the war by now. The war was supposed to be won and over by now, before October, by the end of September.
Everything with this guy is supposed to, like, there's somebody like, this guy's the ultimate conspiracy theorist. Somebody's running the planet, and that somebody had a plan, and according to his plan, Russia was, I don't know, according to his plan, against his plans, like, his conspiracies are, I can't follow them, but anyway.
Ukraine was supposed to be finished. But then the Kursk offensive happened, and now the Russians are basically, they're destroying the Ukrainians, but the war hasn't ended. And so because of this, what was supposed to be this triumphant BRICS meeting, which is supposed to be this month or next month, I think it's this month, but it's supposed to be this big BRICS meeting, this big annual BRICS meeting, and Russia was supposed to be the chair of BRICS. And it's supposed to be a big deal, and dozens of countries are going to join, it's going to be this huge deal, and now it's all on hold because the war has not been decided. And it's not because they're anti-BRICS or they're anti the multipolar world. It's because nobody wants to be on the losing side. Until the war is definitively decided, people don't want to take a chance and go all in on one side or the other. So you have groups like OPEC, groups like India that are kind of hedging their bets. They're keeping one foot in each camp, keeping their options open. So that if, for however this shakes out, let's say through some combination of factors, Russia backs down and the West regains momentum and is perceived, whether or not America wins the war, I don't think there's a way the West can win the war in Ukraine. But let's say there's some type of negotiation worked out, or I don't know, like I can't even imagine, but for whatever reason, the West is seen as not the loser in Ukraine. The empire's strength is maintained. The perception of the empire's strength is maintained. In that case, you're going to see BRICS basically stagnate. It's going to go from explosive exponential growth to nothing, because all these countries are going to get cold feet. They don't want to join BRICS because they know war is coming for China. China is the next target. So no one wants to be on the losing side. Because Russia didn't finish the job, the war hasn't been concluded, the BRICS kind of expansion has been basically stymied. It doesn't mean things aren't happening. Like, they are still working on their currency markets and their commodities exchanges. All these are still moving forward, but things are slowing down. Things should have been finalized and begun to be implemented, they're now stagnating in committee. And the reason why is because of countries like the OPEC countries and like India trying to keep their foot in both camps until a definitive winner is determined in Ukraine and to a lesser degree Israel. Now, Israel's less important to BRICS on the surface because even though Iran is kind of sort of Russia's buddy and they're an observing nation in BRICS, they're not a major player. Like, they're a very small country with a very small economy. They're not really much of a player in BRICS. What they are, though, this is the important part. Iran is a kind of microcosm of the multipolar world under the leadership of Russia and China. Because as it stands now, what you have in the unipolar world, the Western-dominated unipolar world, you have the United States acting as the world police, the world bank, the world everything. And they go into other countries all the time. They build military bases all over the world. They send their fleets everywhere. They do color revolutions. They send the CIA. The United States has their fingers in everyone's shit. Everybody's fucking pots. Yes, America's fingers dipped in it. And people don't like that. And so Russia and China are here presenting.
This guy hates America. Unbelievable. Just the hatred for America. It's like America is the worst thing ever. Putin is the best. Xi Jinping is the best. North Korea is the best. Iran. All the dictatorships are the best. He doesn't move to these dictatorships, but they are the best. But he doesn't move there. But they're the best.
A vision of the multipolar world, where in this new world order, you're going to be left alone. We're not going to bother your domestic politics. We don't give a shit. We just want to trade and do business and leave you the fuck alone. And people like the sound of that. However, you're going to have international disputes. You're going to have war. And now Russia and China, according to them, they want to use the UN as it was intended to be used. As it stands now, the UN is basically just an extension of the United States. The UN really can't do anything because America has its veto power. Like, look at Israel. They have a free blank check to do whatever the fuck they want. The UN can't do anything. The ICC can't do anything. Nobody can do anything because they're best friends with America. And so America can basically prevent anybody from interceding on behalf of the Palestinians or the Lebanese or anyone. That's just how it is. You don't like it. That's the world as it is, not as the world as we'd like it to be. China and Russia, according to the multipolar world, they don't want to like create a parallel UN. They want to basically reconstitute the UN to serve its actual function. So when there is a dispute, things get hammered out at the UN. Instead of having like one country that shall remain nameless, do whatever the fuck it wants, in complete violation of international law, it takes no consequences. No one would be above the law, in theory. Whether or not
he hates Israel. Israel is the devil.
This actually comes out in practice, who fucking knows? But the theory is, you have these international bodies like the UN actually serving its function, and they would be the ones to respond to war crimes, atrocities, genocides, and stuff like that. So that's kind of that's the vision of the multipolar world. Iran and Israel, that conflict right now is essentially the microcosm of this vision. Again, you have what happens. Let's say the American empire declines, and the multipolar world is now the new normal.
And he doesn't debate. So everything he says is in his echo chamber. So he's unreachable. You can't fix him.
And things are getting hammered out in the UN.
If he would debate, maybe there would be a chance. But he doesn't debate.
Well, what happens when a country like, I don't know, Israel, which has a lot of influence over countries like the United States, does a lot of shit that it's not supposed to do, but because it's friends with the United States, it gets away with? Where does the international community respond? And the thing is, if the UN did issue some kind of an edict, who's going to enforce it? If the United States says it...
Of course, it's exactly the opposite. I mean, the reason why Israel is restrained is because America is restraining it. If America didn't threaten an embargo, then Israel would be much more violent.
Israel can do whatever it wants, and the UN and the ICC say...
Israel cannot do. America is restraining Israel because Kamala wants to be voted. She doesn't want to. She doesn't want to lose the election.
No, that's against the rules. Well, who's going to say no? Who's going to stop them? And if you're going to stop them with force, you're going to have to fight the United States. And there are only two countries that have the ability to fight the United States, and that's Russia and China. But how are Russia and China going to instigate World War III and nuke each other and end the world? That's not what anybody wants. So the idea of the multipolar world is when you have a belligerent country like the United States and Israel flouting international law and doing whatever the hell they want, you have countries like Russia and China, all these other countries interceding indirectly on behalf of the countries in question. Oh, it looks like Jitsy's doing the whole reset refresh thing like it was the other day, but it's fine. I notice HD's here. Hi, HD.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm better than I deserve. I'm explaining what's going on with Israel and
I'm better than I deserve. What kind of an idiotic statement is that? You're better than... What does it mean to deserve? According to whom?
Wrong. So anyway, my point is to kind of put it on a neat little bow. The Israel-Iran conflict is the test case for the multipolar world that BRICS envisions, so that Russia and China envision. If Israel destroys Iran and Russia is powerless to stop it, then how's Russia?
He used to make fun of people that hate Jews, but now he has become that himself.
They're going to help its allies in Africa if Europe decides to take back these countries and overthrow their governments and kick them out and steal their resources. At the end of the day, you can have all the laws and all the pieces of paper and all the little bureaucracies you want, but at the end of the day, you need weapons and boots on the ground to enforce. I mean, even in courtrooms, you have a bailiff. You have people with guns who, when the judge smacks their gavel and issues an order, like a guy with a gun comes to enforce that order. Without that guy with a gun, no one would give a shit what the judges had to say. Unless you just really thought judges were super swell and you just did whatever they said. But most people would be like, yeah, I don't like that outcome. I'm not going to listen. That's why they have to have a guy with a gun to enforce the order. So that guy with a gun is very important. So the multipolar world without guys with guns to enforce it is meaningless. And that's what the Israel-Iran conflict is all about. Because ultimately, this isn't a contest between Israel and Iran. This is a contest between BRICS and the United States empire, the declining empire versus the ascendant empire. So that's why Iran is important. Even though if you think of BRICS as just an economic trading bloc, Iran doesn't matter. But from the larger multipolar world vision of BRICS, Iran does matter. Because I'm telling you, this is where the American empire dies. Because right now, it's kind of crazy. Before October 7th happened in Israel, before Hamas broke out of their prison and started kidnapping people, before that happened, we were telling Ukraine, yeah, we're out of weapons now. We can't help you. We've done all we can. We were ready to pack it in. But then when Israel happened, all of a sudden we had all the missiles we could ever want. Like, oh, you need missiles? Here, have more missiles, have more missiles. And we started just firing up because the thing is if we lose Ukraine, it's an embarrassment to the empire. It shows that our best days are indeed behind us. But
okay, I can't listen to this idiot. It's too much idiocy. And there's no way to stop him. It's like it's whatever he wants to say. Like, he doesn't need to reason. And when he debated Destiny mopped the floor with his face. I was blown away because until then, I thought he was like the smartest thing ever. I thought that he's gonna teach Destiny, and I was my jaw hit the floor at that debate. I was like, what is going on? And I thought, maybe he didn't do his best. But after the way he spoke, I'm never going to debate again. And I didn't want to debate. It's like, what? And then I started realizing, yeah, this guy is an idiot. He has no evidence to back up his position. He's a complete loser. And I'm an idiot that I'm even listening. I'm entertaining him. Until then, he was my favorite dude. But thank God Destiny mopped the floor with his face for me. And then I think that's the first time I met Destiny. And then Destiny saved me. Destiny saved my life. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. No, I think before then I started realizing that that he doesn't understand, economics, and he's impossible, but I didn't know how bad it is. And then Destiny really thoroughly eviscerated him. It was so delicious. Anyway, back to the Stern-Gerlach experiment. So the claim is that we expect this. I don't know why they never explained why we expect this. This is like a given. Given that we expect this, and we got this, therefore quantum computing give us $1 trillion a year. Oh my god.
And always presented to introduce the concept of spin. Something.
Right, so he thinks that. Let's hear it again.
Stern-Gerlach is one of the landmark experiments in quantum mechanics, and always presented to introduce the concept of spin.
Yeah, I don't know what this 1/2 h, -1/2 h. I don't know what this is about. Z-axis, spin. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what that's about.
Something always bothered me about.
Has anyone measured this? Okay. So when you ask them for this measurement, you know what they give you? This is what they give you. This is how they measure spin. So this nonsense is because of this? But you don't understand this. You're still confused about this. So that's where you derive this entire theory of +1/2, -1/2? What's going on here?
About this. Stern and Gerlach did their famous experiment in 1822.
So this is the experiment where it's in German. I'm not going to be able to read it, but what's the claim? I would really like to, but these people, I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. So weird.
But a spin was introduced more than 3 years later. The truth is that this experiment had nothing to do with spin. This is the real story of the Stern-Gerlach experiment. Before I get any further, I just want to clarify that the modern interpretation of the results obtained by Stern and Gerlach is indeed the spin of the electron. I'm not claiming the opposite.
The word spin will not appear in the remaining of this video. Okay.
But nobody knew about this concept in 1922. So I always wondered, what exactly were Stern and Gerlach even trying to measure? Otto Stern got his doctorate in physical chemistry in 1912.
Physical chemistry, so he wasn't even a physicist. What is physical chemistry? I don't know. I mean, how much physics did he know? I mean, how much did he really understand? I don't know. I honestly don't know. I mean, there's not that much to understand, but did he understand?
And moved to Prague to work as an assistant to Albert Einstein. In July of the same year, Einstein received an offer from his alma mater, the ETH in Zurich, and he asked Stern to join him. In Zurich, Stern became friends with Max von Laue, the former assistant to Max Planck, who 7 years earlier, in 1905, had traveled to Bern to meet the unknown author of the theory of special relativity. Von Laue was now a respected professor after proposing an experimental method that finally ended the debate about the nature of X-rays in 1912. The publication of Bohr's model in 1813 made Stern and von Laue close. Of Bohr's model in 1813 made Stern. The publication of Bohr's model in 1813.
He said 1813. It's 1913, of course.
Made Stern and von Laue close friends as they share a dislike for what they called this nonsense of Bohr.
Okay, Laue was a physicist. He was Planck's assistant. And he was a great physicist, so Laue... Why would you call Bohr's model nonsense? I don't understand it. What don't you like about it? What's the alternative? Do you have an alternative? But it's a mechanical model.
They wish for an experiment that could falsify the nonsense of quantum jumps and quantized orbits.
Why? Why? He gave you a very good explanation. It's perfectly mechanical. And it makes predictions, it gives explanations. What don't you like about it?
Stern was not a theoretical physicist, so he attended all of Einstein's lectures, and he would later recall that one of the most important skills learned from Einstein was coming up with realistic thought experiments to test ideas. In 1914, Einstein was named director of the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute in Berlin and left Zurich. At the same time, von Laue accepted a position at the University of Frankfurt and invited Stern to come as his assistant. Just a few weeks after they moved from Zurich, von Laue was awarded the Nobel Prize in Physics for his discovery of the diffraction of X-rays by crystals, work that he did only 2 years earlier during a stay with Sommerfeld in Munich. With the start of the First World War, Stern volunteered to serve in the German army. After training as a meteorologist in Berlin, he was sent to Belgium, supporting the setup of a physics lab for the military. Given the lack of materials and equipment, the idea of confiscating the physics equipment of the Solvay Institute in Brussels was proposed. Stern knew very well the value of the Solvay Institute for the physics community and secretly alerted Walter Nernst in Berlin about the plans. Nernst was the mastermind behind the creation of the Solvay Institute in 1911, and after Stern's secret warning, successfully used his influence to keep the Solvay Institute untouched during the war. After surviving the crash of the weather airplane carrying him during a mission, Stern moved to Berlin and joined Nernst's lab, where he got trained as an experimental physicist by one of the most recognized physicists of the time, James Franck. Ironically, Stern still could not accept Bohr's model, and now he was being mentored by one of the first to provide experimental support for Bohr's
I need to look at this Frank Hertz experiment.
model with his famous experiment with Gustav Hertz right before the war. After the war was over, Stern returned to Frankfurt in 1919, but Max von Laue was no longer there. He exchanged roles with Max Born from Berlin. Born became the head of the physics department and was really impressed by Stern's plans for the small Frankfurt lab. Stern had become great at designing clever experiments, but not yet the best at building them. Fortunately, the physics department had a great technician named Adolf Schmidt. Stern wanted to build a molecular beam to study the magnetic properties of single atoms and molecules in gases. Bohr gave Stern full support and provided the necessary and scarce funding. After a year of work, the molecular beam was finally working. Stern used it to experimentally confirm for the first time the Maxwell distribution of velocity.
Very interesting. So this is the first confirmation of the Maxwell distribution of velocities, which is incredible.
In a gas. After this success, Stern noted that no experiment had been designed to challenge what he and von Laue called Bohr's nonsense. Bohr's model could explain the spectral lines of hydrogenic atoms.
Do you have an alternative model to explain this? How do you explain this?
And the Frank Hertz experiment, but the wartime prevented the design of an experiment specifically planned to test the model. The 4 years of war not only prevented the kind of signed mentally confirmed for the first time the Maxwell distribution of velocities in a gas. After this success, Stern noted that no experiment had been designed to challenge what he and von Laue called Bohr's nonsense. Bohr's model could explain the spectral lines of hydrogenic atoms and the Frank Hertz experiment, but the wartime prevented the design of an experiment in a gas. After this success, Stern noted that no experiment had been designed to challenge what he and von Laue called Bohr's nonsense. Bohr's model could explain the spectral lines of hydrogenic atoms and the Frank Hertz experiment, but the
So Bohr's model could explain the spectral lines and the Frank Hertz experiment. Okay, so I need to listen to that. Any evidence for Bohr's model I'd like to review?
Time prevented the design of an experiment specifically planned to test the model. The 4 years of war not only prevented the kind of experiment that Stern wanted, but also during this time, Bohr's model had been refined and extended by Sommerfeld, as I showed you in the last video. Crucially for Stern, a few months after the publication.
So I need to see this alpha because I need to learn anything about Bohr's model.
Of the Bohr-Sommerfeld model in 1916, Sommerfeld himself and his former student Peter Debye had independently discovered a unique property of the new atomic model that could be tested in the lab. In the last video, I showed you how Sommerfeld proposed a general method for constructing the quantum version of a classical theory using what we now call the Wilson-Sommerfeld quantization rule. Using this rule, Sommerfeld introduced elliptical orbits and solved the mystery of the fine structure spectral lines. In that video,
No, I need to see this. Fine structure, spectral lines. No, I need to see this.
I show you that Sommerfeld imposed a quantization over the azimuthal angle, just like Bohr, and the radial coordinate to describe elliptical orbits. But you might have noticed that no quantization over the polar coordinate was imposed. After all, electrons should be able to move in 3 spatial dimensions. Sommerfeld, just like Bohr, assumed that electron orbits lie on a plane, like the orbits of the planets around the sun. This assumption makes sense for planets that form from a common disk of material, but electron orbits are not required to satisfy this assumption.
I mean, each electron must have its own orbit, and each orbit has a plane. The word orbit is a little bit confusing. I mean, it needs to maintain a distance. It's being attracted and repelled because of the so it has an angular velocity which creates so it what's holding it in place? So it's the Coulomb's force. Coulomb's force is holding it in place. But if not for Coulomb's force, it would leave. It would orbit. It would jump to higher and higher orbits and escape. That is what happens when a photon endows it with more and more energy until it escapes. At the last orbit, it's a very loose string. It's a loose wire made out of electric. It's just a pure electric wave that is still spinning. It still has, it's spinning very slowly. It's a very big orbit. But that is what an electron looks like. There's no reason for it to shrivel back. Why would it shrivel? No. It could shrivel. It could now lose its energy. But there's no stress on it. Nothing is, there's no stress on it, right? When it's inside, when it's orbiting, when it's next to a proton, it's being forced to lose energy. Something is causing it to lose energy. Well, but once it detaches from, when it's unbound, it's a loose, it's very big, and it's loose, and it could grow bigger. There's no limit to the size it could attain. I mean, the bigger it grows, that would be interesting, to try and grow an electron. Has anyone ever tried to grow? No, I don't think anyone realizes that an electron is this vibrating string. No one cares. No one cares. Anyway, so the question is, what happens when it leaves the nucleus? Why does it not collapse? Why does it not collapse back into its lowest state? I would say it's like it's a ball that was held at a low energy state, like at the bottom floor, at the ground floor, and then somebody kicked it up to the second step. Let's say there's a staircase. Somebody kicked it up one step, and then another kick, another step, another kick, another step, and then it reached the second floor. and it's free to go. Let's say it was in a basement. It was trapped in a basement. That's the atom. And then it went all the way up, and it's free to go, and it's in the street. That's it. It's free to go. But that can't be it, because as it's at its lowest orbital, it's tiny, and then an electron hits it, it grows. An electron hits it, it grows and grows and grows, and then it's very far, and it takes very little energy to kick it out of the atom, and then it's free, and then it's a free electron. And that's if it's inside a metal, iron or copper, then it's a free electron. It jumps to the next atom, attaches itself to the outer shell of the next atom, and then if it gets hit, something hits it. It could just, there's pressure. I don't know how it works, but another electrons just hit it. I don't know how, but it leaves. It's at the outer shell, so it's very weak. These electrons are weakly bound. Something hits it and it just leaves and goes to the next atom. Something hits it, it just goes to the next available. There's always available atoms. So it travels between these. How? How does it travel? As a wave, how does it travel? Well, it can wave sideways? Because as a string, now it's a string, so it can wave sideways, maybe? It doesn't care which way it waves? That doesn't make any sense. Can it cut? That doesn't make any sense that it should be able to cut itself. Does it continue spinning? Possibly. If it's spinning, but it's electrically spinning, it's a current. But if it's spinning, okay, it has a magnetic moment. I don't know. Too many unknowns.
Sommerfeld quickly fixed this. In October 1916, he published a new article allowing electron orbits in 3 dimensions instead of being confined to a plane, for which he had to introduce.
I don't know what. I mean, of course they could have any direction. Why would they be confined to any specific direction?
A third quantum number. Using energetic and geometric conditions, he found that these quantum numbers could not take any integer values. They must satisfy some conditions. Sommerfeld initially called these quantum numbers n1, n2, and n prime, which later became simply n, k, and m. They satisfy the following relations. N is a positive integer. K is a positive integer less than or equal to n. And m is an integer in the range minus k to plus k. These numbers are respectively called the principal, azimuthal, and magnetic quantum numbers. In modern notation, k was replaced by L equals k minus 1. Sommerfeld considered the atom in the presence of an external magnetic field, which defines a preferred direction in the space of the experiment. Without loss of generality, we can choose our coordinate system so that the z-axis points along the magnetic field. Although the angular momentum of the electron points in some direction in space, Sommerfeld argued that any measurement of the angular momentum corresponds to a projection of the angular momentum along the axis defined by the magnetic field. Therefore, according to Sommerfeld, the angular momentum quantization implies Lz equals mh bar. If we call alpha the angle between the angular momentum vector and the z-axis, we can write...
So the claim, what do you mean m? So what is m? Just an integer? Some multiple of h? Is this a free electron or a bound electron? I don't know. Did he say? And there's alpha. We need to go back to the previous videos. This is where I wanted to go back to a previous video. This is useless. Even though I've listened to this.
Right, the projection of the angular momentum as Lz equals the magnitude of the angular momentum times cosine of alpha. Then the cosine of the angle becomes this expression. From simple geometry, the magnitude of the angular momentum vector can be written as the maximum value that Lz can take.
Yeah, I don't know what that means. Maximum value.
From where we get the ratio between magnetic and azimuthal quantum numbers. Here we discovered that the angle alpha is restricted by the values that the magnetic and azimuthal quantum numbers can take. The directionality is now quantized, meaning that the electron can orbit the nucleus only in very specifically oriented orbital planes. This feature became known as space quantization, and later simply renamed angular momentum quantization. Let's see an
You're saying that alpha, cosine alpha is the ratio of two integers? And there's only certain values it can attain? Why is that? Why can it only attain certain values? L is equal to MHZ? Why? I mean, it makes sense. Everything is quantized. Why? I mean, any change in direction, and anything that happens in the quantum realm is quantized, because energy is quantized. Once Planck discovered that energy is quantized, then anything must be quantized. Yeah, so the angle must be quantized. So they're saying that for the silver atom, it's only up or down? That doesn't sound like it's quantized. I mean, it sounds like you can aim it up or down. I don't understand.
orbital planes. This feature became known as space quantization, and later simply renamed angular momentum quantization.
So this is Sommerfeld. Okay, space quantization. Okay.
Let's see an example. The ground state, or lowest possible energy, is defined as the level with the lowest principal number, n equals 1. This level contains 3 states. Since n equals 1, the azimuthal number can only take the value k equals 1, from where the magnetic quantum number can take the values 1, 0, and minus 1. Using the formula that we found for the angle between the z-axis and the angular momentum, we find that the first state represents an electron with angular momentum parallel to the z-axis. Similarly, the other 2 states correspond to orbits with the angular momentum vector pointing perpendicular and anti-parallel to the axis defined.
Cosine alpha equals 0 is alpha 90. Cosine alpha is 180. Relative to what? Relative to the magnetic field? Oh. Okay. Yeah, but this is because yeah, but he gave you a reason. He predicted it. So what's I mean, he didn't come up with magic. So this is just the Sommerfeld model. This is not even Bohr. Bohr didn't come up with this. But according to Sommerfeld, you can have this guy. Why don't you have this guy? Why wasn't this guy found? You should have 3 bumps.
By the external magnetic field. For the next energy level, we have 8 different states. The first 3 are similar to the previous level, whereas the other 5 configurations have an angular momentum vector twice as long with 2 tilted orbits, in addition to the states parallel, perpendicular, and anti-parallel to the magnetic field. Coincidentally, Peter Debye, one of the brilliant former students of Sommerfeld, also discovered this using advanced mathematical methods. Their articles were published together in October of 1916. In the following months, Bohr suggested that the quantum state with m equals 0 would be unstable, so for the ground state, only the other 2 states would be observable. In 1920,
Okay, so Bohr said that this would be, he called it the ground state?
Advanced mathematical methods. Their articles were published together in October of 1916. In the following months, Bohr suggested that the quantum state with m equals 0 would be unstable, so for the ground state, only the other 2.
So that's the I don't understand. Like, so you're not explaining why Bohr suggested that this would be unstable, but fine. So as long as everyone, right, there's good explanations. So when you have a magnetic field, so when you have a magnetic field, so you can, I don't understand. What would it mean to only be able to point up, to the right, and down? I mean, it would go through state, what do you call these state changes? There would be a state change from this to this and from this to this. There's a state change, right? I mean, this is not magic.
Two states would be observable. In 1920, Wolfgang Pauli, another of Sommerfeld's great students, introduced the concept of magneton. This is a magnetic moment produced by an electron orbiting the nucleus. To study the forces acting on the atom in an external magnetic field, a very important concept is the so-called magnetic moment, denoted by the Greek letter mu and given by the current times the area around which the current circulates, pointing perpendicular to the area. The electric current generated by an orbiting electron can be...
This is the problem, that he put an electron here. No one said that there's an electron.
calculated as the ratio of its electric charge and the period of the orbit t. Using high school circular motion, we obtain this relation. Plugging this back into the definition of magnetic moment, I will multiply and divide by the electron's mass, from where we find that the magnetic moment is a constant factor times the angular momentum L. Useful for our discussion here is the z component of the magnetic moment, which becomes a constant times the magnetic quantum number m. Pauli called the overall constant Bohr's magneton. After learning about Sommerfeld-Debye space quantization in 1921, Stern knew exactly what to do next with his molecular beam, prove that space quantization was wrong. Following what he learned from Einstein, Stern came up with his own thought experiment. He envisioned sending a beam of magnetic atoms through a magnetic field in a vacuum chamber and measuring the deflection of their paths using a detector on the other side. Since the atom is neutral, no Lorentz force would affect its motion. The only force acting on the atom would be due to the magnetic moment, which is what Stern wanted to measure. From electromagnetic theory, the potential energy associated to a magnetic moment mu in the presence of a magnetic field B is minus the dot product of these two vectors. Choosing the z-axis to point along the magnetic field, the potential becomes minus mu z times p, where mu z is the component of the magnetic moment along the z-axis. The force is given by minus the gradient of the potential, which in Cartesian coordinates becomes this. Making the field uniform along the x and y directions, but non-uniform along the z direction, reduces this expression to mu z times the gradient along the z direction. This shows that if the magnetic field is uniform, then there will be no force. Therefore, a non-uniform magnetic field is necessary. Stern proposed to use a magnet with a pointy south pole, so that the magnetic field lines are not uniform. This inhomogeneous magnetic field has a non-zero gradient, and this produces a force that will deflect the atoms in the beam, which Stern set out to measure. According to Sommerfeld and Debye, the original beam should split into three, corresponding to the three predicted states. One part deflected up, one deflected down, and one non-deflected part. Bohr insisted that the undeflected component would not appear because of the instability of the state with m equals 0. Stern wrote his idea and published it in August of 1921. In this article, he described all the details of his thought experiment, the force that each atom in the beam will experience, and more importantly, the two possible outcomes of the measurement. If atoms behave according to classical physics, their magnetic moments will be randomly oriented in all possible directions in space.
I don't understand this. So, Bohr said the middle state is unstable, to which Stern says that classically it should be completely spread. I don't get it.
To the Bohr-Sommerfeld-Debye prediction. As a consequence, when passing through the non-uniform magnetic field, some atoms will be deflected up, others deflected down, and everything in between for atoms with magnetic moments oriented in random directions. The final result.
Why don't you show it in slow motion? Like, what do you expect? What do you expect and why? And like, go step by step with an animation. Like, you know, we're in the 21st century, not like we're in the negative 21st century. What's going on? Could you do an animation slowly? Let's follow a single electron. All of quantum mechanics depends on this nonsense. Could we do it slower? Why do I have to be like a detective and figure out this nonsense? Just figure out. Why do I have to dig so much? Everything is built on this nonsense. So the force is mu z dB dz z. So dB dz is some number. Mu z is some number. Z is the direction. So that's the force. That's the force. So it depends on how is it oriented. How is it oriented? The way it's oriented, that's how it's going to get deflected. So it's probably not even going to align. It's just going to get deflected. Einstein said there's no time for it to be aligned. All right. So since they're all randomly positioned, they're going to get randomly deflected. Okay. I don't get it. I mean, what are we assuming? Like, what are we assuming? Can somebody do a normal analysis before we conclude quantum computing give me $1 trillion? Can we do a normal analysis? Why is it so difficult?
Would be a spread of the original beam of atoms up and down along the direction of the magnetic gradient. On the contrary, if the predictions of the Bohr-Sommerfeld Debye atom are correct, since the magnetic moment is proportional to the angular momentum, this would only take discrete directions in space. For this reason,
relative to what? What do you mean in space? When you say in space, there is no absolute space. This is I don't know, this is not 1905. This is pre-GR, but this is post-SR. We already know there's no absolute space. I don't know what you're talking about. Magnetic quantum number M. So it's quantized. I don't get it.
Atoms would be deflected up or down, but nothing in between, splitting the atomic beam into two, according to Bohr. Stern stressed the importance of this experiment in his paper. The experiment, if successful, results in a clear decision between the quantum theoretical and the classical view.
I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't know what's going on.
This is a crucial statement of the experiment designed by Stern. Its result will unquestionably confirm or disprove quantum physics. Ironically, Stern's proposal was not celebrated. Some theorists believe that space quantization was nothing more than a useful mathematical description. In fact, this time, Max Born was reluctant to provide any of the SCAR's funding. In his autobiography, Born wrote, "It took me a time before I took this idea seriously. I always thought that space quantization was a kind of symbolic expression for something which you don't understand. But Stern took the idea literally. I tried to persuade him that there was no sense in it. But Stern insisted that this measurement was worth a try." During this time, a new professor arrived at the Institute for Experimental Physics in the building next door, Walter Gerlach. Gerlach was a respected experimental physicist trained by the great Wilhelm Paschen, who in 1916 confirmed the fine structure lines in helium predicted by Sommerfeld. Gerlach arrived with plans of studying magnetic properties of atoms by deflecting a beam using a magnetic field. He had never heard of space quantization. After they met, Stern told him, "With a magnetic deflection, you can also do something else. Do you know about space quantization?" After explaining the idea, Stern asked him, "Shall we do it?" Gerlach was immediately on board. Stern had designed a beautiful experiment. Gerlach had the experience to make it a reality. Stern finally convinced Born, who gave him all his support, and instructor Mr. Schmidt, the lab mechanic, to assemble the necessary pieces for the apparatus. Soon after Stern and Gerlach teamed up and began building the experiment, the post-war reality put the whole project at risk. The German economy was in ruins, which prevented access to key components. Stern and Gerlach desperately needed money for equipment. This was also a period in which Einstein became a celebrity after the confirmation of the deflection of light predicted by general relativity. Max Born took advantage of this public interest and gave a series of lectures about relativity for the general public, for which he charged an entrance fee. All the money went to buy components for the Stern-Gerlach experiment. The country was also experiencing a period of hyperinflation that made money lose its value quickly. Soon the Stern-Gerlach experiment was at risk once again. In Berlin, Einstein was also an advocate of this experiment. Now, as director of the most prestigious scientific institute in Germany, he got access to some funding, which he channeled to Max Born to support the experiment. After almost half a year of work, Stern and Gerlach had their experiment built and running. An oven produced a low-intensity beam of silver atoms that was collimated by two consecutive and very narrow rectangular slits. Then the beam encountered the non-uniform magnetic field to deflect the atoms, followed by a detection plate. The low intensity of the beam allowed the atoms to go through the apparatus one at a time. This was done to avoid any interaction between atoms in the beam that could generate a false signal. The downside was that a low intensity beam produces a weak signal to be detected. Therefore, the experiment needed to run smoothly for several hours while a glass plate slowly collected the silver atoms. The rectangular slits made the beam to have the shape of a very thin horizontal line, less than a millimeter in length. They had to take a microscopic photograph to properly analyze the result. When the German currency collapsed, the Stern-Gerlach experiment was at risk again. Stern notified Born that they could barely keep the lab running. In one of those coincidences of history, Bohr was meeting a friend who was traveling to New York, and as a joke, he told his friend, "If you find a German American who is still interested in the old country, tell him I need dollars for an important experiment." A few weeks later, Born received a postcard from New York. His friend told him about a banker who had family in Frankfurt and wanted to make a donation to support the experiment. The postcard read, "Write to Henry Goldman." Henry Goldman was one of the founders of Goldman Sachs, a financial services company that exists today as one of the largest investment banks. Born described it as follows: "At first, I took it for another joke, but a nice letter was composed and dispatched. Soon, a most charming reply arrived with a check for some hundreds of dollars. After Goldman saved our experiments, the work on the Stern-Gerlach experiment went on successfully." Stern and Gerlach also received donations from local companies like Messer and Company that gave them a full supply of liquid air for the cryogenic components of the experiment. Messer exists today as a large provider of gases for medical and industrial applications. applications. By the way, this video is not sponsored by Messer or Goldman Sachs, but any donation from them is welcome. After months of work, when Stern and Gerlach finally managed to run the experiment without a pump or any other component failing, they had to shut everything off, open the vacuum chamber, and remove the plate. They found no signals of the expected silver film on the plate. Stern described it like this. After venting to release the vacuum, Gerlach removed the detector plate, but he could see no trace of the silver atom beam and handed the plate to me. With Gerlach looking over my shoulder as I peered closely at the plate, we were surprised to see gradually emerge the trace of the beam. The expected signal literally fade in on the plate in front of their eyes when Stern took it in his hands. They soon realized the reason for their lucky strike. They smoked in the lab. My salary was too low to afford good cigars, so I smoked bad cigars. These had a lot of sulfur in them, so my breath on the plate turned the silver into silver sulfide, which is jet black, so easily visible. It was like developing a photographic film. They had to repeat this process with and without weapons. Unfortunately,
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Unfortunately, they did not observe the widening of the beam nor its splitting. In late 1921, they reported the details of the experiment and their inconclusive results. Just like Born at the beginning, Peter Debye was surprised to learn that Stern and Gerlach had taken the concept of space quantization so literally. Gerlach remembered Debye commenting, "Surely you don't believe that the spatial orientation of atoms is something physically real. That is only..."
What do you mean? Real with respect to what? What does that mean? I don't know what it means. You're saying that you don't need to worry about there's no precession. He's saying there's no precession. That's what he's saying. There's no precession. There's no such thing as precession. So what happens to the energy? So when you give it energy, this is very interesting. So when you give it energy, you have an atom, and you give it energy, right? You give it a photon, right? An atom is pointing in some way, some random way, and now it has a magnetic moment, and then there's the field. The magnetic moment now, it wants to align. And you're saying, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. But it is interesting. But maybe there's no precession. So there's no precession at the atomic scale, at the quantum scale. Why not? What is precession? So it's rotating, it's spinning. So there's no precession? It just flips. Why? Because there's minimum, because of the quantization of energy, right? You can't give it. This is just like the orbits. It has to go up an orbit and down an orbit, complete orbitals. No, it's not the reason. The reason is that energy is quantized. This is because energy is any exchange is energy, and energy is quantized. It can't, whatever trade it does, giving or taking or giving, there's right. You have to you have to impact the electron. You're impacting the electron. It's the same story. When you impact the electron, whatever you're doing to it, you're doing to it. It's a wave. It's waving. You want to impact. You want to bring it up a level, down a level, or change its angle. It's only with it's with quantum energy. You have to impact the electron. You have no choice. So what's the problem? Like, it doesn't matter when I think I understand, then again I ask, okay, so what's the problem? That's always my question. Okay, so what's the problem? Okay, I understand what you're trying to say, yeah. So what's the problem? What like, okay, yeah, and whatever the mechanism you have in mind, fine. And I wouldn't be surprised if you even get a major. No, I don't know if you can get a major event, because they keep trying to act. What do you call it? To kill Trump. What do you call it when assassinate? They keep trying to assassinate. I think the Iranians are going to try to assassinate him. I heard North Korea is trying to get Trump elected. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Only a prescription for the calculation, a timetable for the elections. This was very demoralizing, but they kept trying. In 1921, the University of Göttingen was looking for a new leading theorist to replace Peter Debye, who moved to Zurich. Max Born left Frankfurt to create one of the leading centers of theoretical physics, where a few
Max Born. This is a Lagrangian. The Jacobian.
years later, quantum mechanics would be formulated. Stern also left Frankfurt after accepting a position at the University of Rostock in northern Germany. Gerlach continued the experiment alone and continuously reported to Stern, who would visit him regularly. On February 7, 1922, Gerlach spent the night with the apparatus running smoothly, while the glass plate collected the silver atoms one by one. The next morning, Gerlach opened the vacuum chamber and removed the detector. After examining the microscopic photograph, he became the first person in the world to know the answer to the question proposed by Stern almost a year earlier. This is the microscopic photograph that Gerlach obtained in the absence of the magnetic field, the expected horizontal line showing that the beam was perfectly aligned. The second image, obtained with the magnetic field, shows how the original beam split into two, just like Bohr had predicted, according to the Bohr-Sommerfeld-Debye model of the atom. The two lines merge at the edges of the beam because the magnetic gradient is stronger at the center and weaker at the two edges. Gerlach immediately sent a telegram to Stern in Rostock, sharing the news. Stern had been convinced that the experiment that he designed would finally put an end to the nonsense of Bohr, but it ended up doing the exact opposite. This reminds me of Robert Millikan, when he attempted to prove Einstein wrong with an experiment that confirmed all of Einstein's predictions for the photoelectric effect. In an act of scientific integrity, Otto Stern accepted the experimental evidence, updated his preconceptions, and changed his mind. Stern and Gerlach showed the world with certainty that there was no room for classical mechanics in atomic physics. Stern-Gerlach is one of the landmark experiments in quantum mechanics and always presented to introduce the concept of spin. Stern-Gerlach is one of the landmark experiments in
I just click space. Oh, he replied. Oh, I read what he replied. You need to ask, why did the beam split into two? In other words, where did the atoms with angular momentum different from parallel and antiparallel to the B field go? Classically, the beam should spread up and down, but not split. The experiment shows that the beam splits, it doesn't spread. Why did it split? Why did it split? I think they're asking why did it split, and the only explanation is quantized space. Well, you can call it quantized space. It's just quantized angular momentum. But that's because it's all built on photon exchange. Right? The magnetic, right? The electric, any change you want to make to the electron spinning, you want to change its angle, you have to apply energy. That's a photon. You impact it with a photon, let's say on one side, and you cause it to change its angle. And that's h. Nothing to do with the frequency, it's just h. H is the minimum change in angular momentum. That's basically what they're saying.
Quantum mechanics and always presented to introduce the concept of spin. Something always bothered me about this. Stern and Gerlach did their famous experiment in 1822, but the spin was introduced more than 3 years later. The truth is that this experiment had nothing to do with spin. This is the real story of the Stern-Gerlach experiment. Before I get any further, I just want to clarify that the modern interpretation of the results obtained by Stern and Gerlach is indeed the spin of the electron. I'm not claiming the opposite, but nobody knew about this concept in 1922. So I always wondered, what exactly were Stern and Gerlach even trying to measure? Otto Stern got his doctorate in physical chemistry in 1912 and moved to Prague to work as an assistant to Albert Einstein. In July of the same year, Einstein received an offer from his alma mater, who was a respected publication of Bohr's. They were ethical physicists with realistic left Zurich. Weeks after they moved, only 2 years in as a matter of confiscating and secretly Stern's secret during a mission, James Frank, for Bohr's model, but Max von by Stern. Fortunately, all atoms and more working. Stern's experiment had been experiment, but Stern wanted a version of the Bohr's of the new atomic model, a classical theory for spectral lines in elliptical orbits. But you might have noticed or assumed that electron orbits are not required to satisfy of being confined to a plane. For integer values, they must satisfy some conditions. Sommerfeld initially called these quantum numbers n1, n2, and n prime, positive integer less than or equal to n, and m is an integer in the range minus k to plus k. These numbers are respectively called the principal, azimuthal, and magnetic quantum numbers. In modern notation, k was replaced by L equals k minus 1. Sommerfeld considered the atom in the presence of an external magnetic field, which defines a preferred direction in the space of the experiment. Without loss of generality, we can choose our coordinate system so that the z-axis points along the
What do you
magnetic.
mean without loss? What does that mean, without loss of generality? People keep saying that without loss of generality. Without loss of generality, often abbreviated WLOG, WLOG, less commonly stated as without any loss of generality or with no loss of generality, is a frequently used expression. In mathematics, the term is used to indicate the assumption that what follows is chosen arbitrarily, narrowing the premise to a particular case, but does not affect the validity of the proof in general. The other cases are sufficiently similar to the one presented that proving them follows by essentially the same logic. As a result, once a proof is given for a particular case, it is trivial to adapt it to prove the conclusion in all other cases. Okay.
Magnetic field. Although the angular momentum of the electron points in some direction in space, Sommerfeld argued that any measurement of the angular momentum corresponds to a projection of the angular momentum along the axis defined by the magnetic field. Therefore, according to Sommerfeld, the angular momentum quantization implies Lz equals mh bar. If we call alpha the angle between the angular momentum
He's not explaining anything. He's just saying, he's just asserting YH, YH bar, YM. What is going on here? M is just a number. What is that number? I don't know.
Vector and the z-axis, we can write the projection of the angular momentum as Lz equals the magnitude of the angular momentum times cosine of alpha. Then the cosine of the angle becomes this expression. From simple geometry, the magnitude of the angular momentum vector can be written as the maximum value that Lz can take, from where we get the ratio between magnetic and azimuthal quantum numbers. Here we discover that the angle alpha is restricted by the values that the magnetic and azimuthal quantum.
I don't know. I don't know where this is coming from. I wish I understood what they don't understand so that I can at least understand what they don't understand. At least. And then I can start thinking how to resolve the problem. But I this is like archaeology. I don't know. I don't know what they didn't understand. I don't know what they thought. I don't know. This whole discussion makes no sense. From this point,
property of the new atomic model that could be tested in the lab. In the last video, I showed you how Sommerfeld proposed a general method for constructing.
I need to watch the previous video. Which is the previous video? This experiment confirmed quantum energy levels. Maybe this one.
In 1914, two German physicists carried out a fascinating experiment, a miniature particle collider, in which they accelerated electrons to bombard mercury atoms. Their goal was to probe the atomic structure. What they found was quantum energy levels. During his successful experiments testing Maxwell's equations, the German physicist Heinrich Hertz discovered electromagnetic waves and the photoelectric effect. His work led to Philip Leonard's experiments and Einstein's hypothesis of light quanta. In 1914, Hertz's nephew, Gustav Hertz, together with James Franck, both physicists working in Berlin, set up an experiment to investigate the internal structure of atoms by smashing electrons onto them. The idea was that by measuring the electrons after they collided with the atoms in the gas, they could infer properties of the target atoms. This follows the spirit of the Geiger-Marson experiment, whose results led Rutherford to infer the nuclear structure of the atom by studying the trajectories of alpha particles used to bombard materials. Almost a decade later, Arthur Holly-Compton used a similar approach, radiating materials with X-rays. Carefully studying the scattered radiation, he finally confirmed the particle nature of light proposed by Einstein almost 20 years earlier. Interestingly, the same concept, at a much larger scale, was used half a century later, where electrons were accelerated at the over 3-kilometer Stanford Linear Accelerator in the US to bombard targets, revealing the quark structure of the proton. Back in Berlin, instead of kilometers, the Franck-Hertz experiment used an acceleration of only a few millimeters. Inside a glass tube like this, electrons are emitted by a hot filament close to a controlled metal grid that lets the electrons go through. On the other side, a second positive metal grid attracts and accelerates the electrons. The holes in the grid let the fast-moving electrons pass through. Given the potential difference V used to accelerate the electrons, we can calculate how fast they will be moving when reaching the accelerating grid using conservation of energy. The potential energy, given by the charge of the electron times the voltage, will become kinetic energy 1/2 mv squared.
How can you do all these calculations when you believe that, particle wave and cats and dogs living together? How do you do that? How do you switch? Okay, so 1/2 mv squared.
From where we can solve for the speed and find this relation.
Okay, so the kinetic energy equals I guess this is it. the electric over the potential or something. Okay, this is the kinetic energy, and this is the kinetic energy, potential energy. So this is the velocity. Okay.
Frankenhertz use a variable voltage to analyze the behavior of these electrons over a range roughly between 1 and 15 volts. Plug in the minimum value, we get that the electrons will move very fast. The next step was to introduce a target for these electrons to collide.
6 times 10 to the 5th meters per second. So 10 to the 6, no, 10 to the 8 is the speed of light. 3 times 10 to the 8. So it's still very fast. This is 6. This is 100,000. 600,000. Let's say 300,000 compared to 300 million. So it's 1,000 times slower than light.
Liquid. The tube contains a drop of liquid mercury. Placing this tube in an oven at 150 degrees Celsius, mercury will evaporate from the liquid drop, filling the tube and the path of the electrons with a vapor of mercury atoms. These atoms are of course moving due to their thermal energy. We can use conservation of energy to estimate how fast they move. The thermal energy can be written as 3/2 kT, where K is Boltzmann's constant and T is the temperature in Kelvin.
Yeah, nothing to do with Boltzmann. We know that by now.
Setting this equal to their kinetic energy, we found that the average thermal speed of the mercury atoms is given by this expression, where uppercase.
So the energy is 3/2 kT, and the energy, what is VTH? What is TH? More precisely, this is the root mean square of the total velocity. What is TH?
Temperature in Kelvin. Setting this equal to their kinetic energy, we found that the average thermal.
Is this TH? What is TH?
These atoms are of course moving due to their thermal energy. We can use conservation of energy to estimate how fast they move. The thermal energy can be written as 3/2 kT, where K is Boltzmann's constant and T is the temperature in Kelvin. Setting this equal to their kinetic energy, we found that the average thermal.
This is the energy of a single atom. 1 of mv squared. V is, right, the half goes away. So KT stays. I'm going to screw. I don't know what's TH. Anyway, so if you plug in the M of the electron, you'll get the velocity, I guess.
The speed of the mercury atoms is given by this expression, where uppercase M is the mass of a single mercury atom. To find the mass of a mercury atom, we use that its molar mass is 200.59 grams per mole. Dividing by Avogadro's number, we get the mass in grams. Converting this mass to kilograms and using the temperature in Kelvin, we find that the average thermal speed of the mercury atoms is slightly over 200 meters per second. Here we notice that the electrons in the Frank-Hertz tube move thousands of times faster. Therefore, from the point of view of these electrons, the mercury atoms are practically at rest. Let's now consider the collision between one of these fast electrons and a mercury atom. Conservation of energy and momentum can be used to determine the speed of each particle after the collision. Solving for the atom's momentum, uppercase.
Conservation of energy. Okay. So EHG collision, the mercury and the electron colliding. Interesting. So the electron, let's say, is 1 of mv squared, and the mercury is 1 of mv squared plus 1 of mv prime squared. Oh, the little mv is the electron before and after with the prime. And basically you're saying that the mercury was at rest and now it's moving. Okay. So 1 of mv squared is before, and 1/2 mv prime squared, and 1/2 mv capital V prime squared. Okay. Now conservation of momentum, P equals P prime plus capital P prime. Fine. Okay. So the magnitude of P prime squared why are you squaring it? I don't know. Anyway, the momentum of the mercury, the momentum after the collision squared is equal to P minus P prime times P minus P prime, meaning P minus P prime squared. The magnitude of the difference. So conservation of, well, yeah, because he's He brings over and squares both sides. I wish people didn't skip steps. I really wish you didn't skip steps, because why? And he's switching sides. I mean, he's all over the place. It's fine. So p minus p prime times p minus p prime. That's just squaring both sides. That's fine. So the difference in the momentum of the thing of the Mercury is the difference in the momentum of the electron. That's basically it.
Is p prime in terms of the electron's momentum.
And here we have the diagram. We have theta. So the electron before, the electron after, and the Mercury after. And there's an angle theta that we can probably measure. That's where we're heading. Okay.
On p and taking its square, we find this relation where theta.
So p before squared and p after squared. Well, we need to figure that out. Minus 2. Okay, this is just the expansion. Minus 2 p before p after times cosine of theta. That's just p dot p. Okay. So 2 times p dot p prime. Basically, p dot p prime is p times p prime times cosine theta. That's fine. Which means you're taking the left and the right and you're dotting it with the left and the right. So p dot p is this, and p minus p dot p minus p is this. It's completely legitimate. Everything you did is algebraically, and according to linear algebra, it's fine. There's no problem. What does it mean? It means that the momentum of this guy before is equal to this plus this. So we're probably going to just measure, I'm assuming we're just going to measure maybe the speed after, without I can see we're not going to measure the angle. But this we are going to measure the angle and maybe the speed, we'll see.
Is the angle between the electron's momentum before and after the collision. We can find the term on the left-hand side from the energy conservation relation. Plugging it here.
Okay, so mv p is mv prime. Okay, and it's equal to mv squared. That's mv squared plus mv prime squared. That's mv prime squared. And this is 2m squared v times v prime times cosine theta. And we can simplify this to, well, at least, why don't you write the steps? I mean, just write it. Well, what do you care? You probably, how much work
we
is
get a
it?
quadratic equation after some.
So m plus m. Okay, he's not telling us how he did it. Okay, so it's whatever, and he's deriving.
Algebra. We find that the speed of the electron after the collision is this. We can simplify this expression.
So v prime is v over that times, okay, whatever. It's something. Okay, what do you want to say?
By noticing that the mercury atom is almost 500,000 times more massive than the electron.
Oh, the mercury is 500,000 times more massive. So this is basically 0. This is basically 0. So this is just v. This is basically 0. So it's just plus or minus 1. So, okay.
So the ratio of their masses can be neglected, and this expression reduces to simply v prime equals v, where I have ignored the amphysical negative solution.
Oh, bro. You could have just said that. I would have believed you. If you're telling me that it's 500,000 times heavier, then it's just going to change the angle, but the velocity is not going to change. It's not going to be able to impart any energy. It's basically like hitting a brick wall. And since energy is 1/mv squared, and the velocity after is going to still be basically zero, you're imparting basically zero. That's very interesting. So in terms of momentum, you're not really able to impart momentum onto something that is 1,000,000 times, on the order of 1,000,000 times heavier than you. You simply cannot. You're simply unable to share momentum with something that is much heavier than you. That makes sense. Okay. That's just the definition of momentum. Which is conserved. Interesting.
This result means that the electron bounces in some direction, but without changing its speed. This type of collision is called elastic scattering. From the energy condition, we can directly see that the mercury atom remains at rest, which makes sense because the atom is too massive. This collision can be visualized as a ping-pong ball striking a bowling ball. The ping-pong ball will bounce with the same speed, and the heavy bowling ball will not move at all. These are the calculations that Frank and Hertz did in late 1913. Bohr's atomic model was less than half a year old and not widely known. Spectral lines were still a mystery for many. Frank and Hertz imagined that if they could excite an atom by hitting it with high-speed electrons,
Bohr explained them. Why would you say it's a mystery?
maybe the atom could borrow energy from the electrons and then give off the excess energy in the form of spectral lines. The boring expectation, according to the calculation that we just did, was that electrons will simply elastically scatter off the mercury atoms. But Frank and Hertz hoped to excite the atom so that at some point the electron could undergo an inelastic collision instead, transferring some of its energy to the atom. These inelastic collisions would make the electrons reach the accelerating grid with less energy than expected. Here Frank and Hertz included a way to distinguish these low-energy electrons from the normally expected high-energy electrons. Just like those popular signs in amusement parks that say, you must be this tall to ride, Frank and Hertz added an electrostatic way to reject low-energy electrons. In 1902, Philip Leonard introduced the so-called stopping potential to slow electrons down in the photoelectric effect. The same idea was later used by Robert Millikan to determine the kinetic energy of photoelectrons, which led him to confirm Einstein's predictions and win the Nobel Prize. Frank and Hertz included a stopping potential behind the accelerating grid. In this way, the experiment rejects low-energy electrons. Notice that if the collisions between electrons and mercury atoms are elastic, there will be no energy loss. The electrons will bounce around, but they will arrive at the accelerating grid as if the mercury atoms were not there. Frank and Hertz intended to check if any deviation from these perfect elastic collisions of electrons occur, and from these infer features of mercury's atomic structure. This is how the experiment works. The accelerating potential can be varied between 1 and 15 volts. On their way to the positive accelerating grid, the electrons will collide with the mercury atoms and elastically scatter. Then they will go through the accelerating grid, after which they encounter a repulsive electric field. As long as the electrons have more energy than the stopping potential, they will continue to the collector electrode. The collector's current is a direct measure of how many electrons will reach the collector. Therefore, as the accelerating potential is increased, the current through the collector will also increase. There is a fantastic film by the Physical Science Study Committee published in 1961 showing all these details.
We will measure the tube current as we change the accelerating voltage. And I will read the accelerating voltage on this meter from 0 to 30 volts and the anode current on the electrometer. If I increase the voltage continuously and smoothly.
So I guess on the right is the accelerating voltage, electrons' energy. On the left is a collector's current, electrons reaching the collector. So he's thinking maybe once in a while you're going to get an inelastic collision. Okay.
The current also rises smoothly. Now we can introduce mercury atoms into the path of the electrons by placing the tube in this oven and heating it to about 160 degrees centigrade. Now then, as we increase the accelerating voltage, electrons are being accelerated between the grids more and more. There, something's happening. A drop in current. Something suddenly happened to the electrons so that they couldn't get across to the anode and be counted. But now you also notice that the
So you're saying that some collisions are inelastic.
current was beginning to increase as I stopped increasing accelerating voltage. Let's continue with this and see what happens as I continue to increase accelerating voltage. 12 volts, another drop. Once more, an increase, another drop, a big one. Further increase, smoothly increasing accelerating voltage. Another drop, fourth one.
So at a certain accelerating voltage, you get a sudden drop. So the collisions become inelastic. Fascinating.
A drop in current implies that less electrons are reaching the collector, meaning that those missing electrons lost their energy after colliding with the mercury atoms and could not overcome the repulsion.
This is fascinating. So some collisions are inelastic.
accelerated by the negative collector because they had less energy than the stopping potential. This is precisely the signature of inelastic collisions that Frank and Hertz were looking for. But something quite unexpected also happened. The drops appear at regular intervals of accelerating potential. In the film, the experiment is repeated, but this time plotting the collector's current as a function of the accelerating potential.
Well, now this really looks interesting. I think we better go back and do it again. This time, I would like to use an automatic recording device which will plot the anode current as a function of accelerating voltage. As I further increase accelerating voltage, the current begins to rise.
So it's going to be linear. Right, the bottom is the accelerating voltage, and left the top, and the y is the collector's current. So this obviously, the independent is increasing linearly, but the y increases. It reaches a certain point and drops, then rises again, reaches a certain point and drops. It rises and reaches a certain point and drops. Interesting.
There now starts the first dip. Once more, the current begins to rise. Another decrease, a big one this time, and then another increase. The peaks seem to be just about 5 volts apart. Let's see if this continues.
Wow.
And now we're up to the 30 volts, which is maximum that I want to put between the grids.
The experiment shows that the drops occur at regular intervals of 4.9 volts. To compare, this is a plot reported by Frank and Hertz in 1914. When increasing the accelerating voltage from 0 to, say, 4.7 volts, the collisions are elastic, as expected. But something happens around 4.9 volts, when the atoms suddenly accept energy from the electrons. Then when the accelerating voltage keeps increasing, the inelastic collisions disappear. The atom simply refuses to accept more energy until 9.8 volts are reached, and again at 14.7 volts. What's going on here? It is as if the mercury atoms only accept energy from the electrons at multiples of a specific energy. Frank and Hertz interpreted the 4.9 electron volts as the energy needed to ionize the mercury atoms and published their results in April of 1914. However, older measurements had shown the ionization energy of mercury to be over 10 electron volts. Therefore, something was wrong with their interpretation. But they did notice something very important. The energy of an electron accelerated by 4.9 volts is 7.8 times 10 to the minus 19 joules. This is the energy that the mercury atom receives. If this energy is then given off by the atom in the form of radiation, we can estimate its wavelength using Einstein's formula, E equals h nu, or hc divided by lambda. Solving for the wavelength, we get lambda equals hc divided by the energy. Plug in the values, we get a wavelength of 2536 angstroms, which is
so E equals h nu, which is hf, and the frequency is c over lambda. And lambda is equal to hc over E, okay. All right, so lambda this is E of what? This is the energy captured by the mercury. What do you mean? So the inelastic collision what is C? Coulombs? It's E and V. The voltage is fine, and this is the electrons. Okay, so this is an electrons, a single electron's voltage times. No, it's its charge. Single electron's charge times the voltage. That's the energy that it went through. So 4.9 is the energy, it's the potential energy between the two plates. So that's the energy. That's the energy. And that's 7.8 for 10 19 joules. Certain number. Okay, so that's the energy captured by the mercury. Oh, so you leave it, the calculation is still available. You take that energy, you convert it into lambda. What is the wavelength? What is the equivalent wavelength of that energy. I don't know what that means.
Which is exactly the wavelength of a well-known intense ultraviolet line in the Mercury spectrum. Although they still didn't know the reason, this observation convinced Frank and Hertz that the accelerated electrons transferred their kinetic energy to the Mercury atoms, which then radiated the energy away in the form of this spectral line. Remember that they still didn't know about Bohr's atomic model. Since their experiment...
Oh, they didn't know about Bohr's atomic model. Oh.
Clearly show that, contrary to what we calculated earlier, energy is being transferred from the electrons to the Mercury atoms via inelastic collisions. Frank and Hertz carried out a follow-up experiment. The setup was identical, but they added a spectrograph so they could observe the spectral lines of the mercury gas. In the words of James Frank, if the conjecture conversion of kinetic energy into light on impact should take place, then on bombardment with 4.9 electron-volt electrons, the line 2537 angstrom, and only this line out of the complete spectrum of Mercury should appear. This image shows many spectral lines of Mercury from the Frank-Hertz tube under a high-voltage discharge. On the left, we see the 2537 spectral line. The image below shows the light observed by Frank and Hertz in their new experiment, and as they conjecture, only the 2537 line appears. The bright light on the right is just a continuous radiation of the glowing filament. So what is really happening in the Frank-Hertz experiment? Bohr's atomic model solves the mystery. When the electrons in the tube are accelerated by less than 4.9 volts...
This is so interesting. The electrons... So an electron can impart energy to another electron of the same it gives off light and it loses velocity, loses energy. It turns into a photon. Exactly, because only a photon of that wavelength can be given off. Otherwise, it's inelastic. So there's like a communication, which is the photon exchange. So only a specific photon, basically, it's that energy level. So it's as if the electron can drop one energy level, shoot off a photon, and rise again. But how does it drop? No, it has to go up one level and then drop. So it goes up one level and then drops. What just happened? What just happened? I'm in your side chat. All right, let me see. You're not in my... You're in my side chat? What? I can't join you. I'm sorry, but I'm in YouTube. Oh, okay. Hi. Got it. The electron can only deposit energy onto mercury atoms in chunks of the same. Yeah. I'm trying to figure it out without watching. I'm trying to theorize before he gives the answer. Yeah, I see you. Yeah. Yeah. This is you're watching with me all this time. Oh my god, you're so awesome. I've not heard of this. You didn't hear of this experiment before? Yes, new. Yeah. FC over lambda. Sure. Yeah. Lambda is the wavelength. Sure. In a vacuum, of course. E of the photon. Yeah. That's what I'm thinking. Energy. This is so funny. I'm trying to figure it out before he gives their answer. This is so amazing. Like everything fits into place. Energy of the photon. It's difficult to read. Your slashes are backwards. I guess it's H nu. I don't know what's going on. H bar over omega? Why is there an omega? Anyway, C is the speed of light, of course. Lambda is white wavelength? Is the wavelength, okay. It is, are you kidding me? The electron can only deposit energy onto mercury atoms in chunks of the same amount. Yeah, I'm trying to visualize it. No, I joined like 3 minutes. Okay. Slash new. Oh, okay, new. Okay, got it. All right. Oh, sorry, that's latex code. I don't know latex code. I need to learn latex code. One more thing I need to learn. So backslash omega is 2 pi f. Okay. All right. All right. I'll Google latex. Okay. Yeah, so I'm trying to think up the answer. I'm trying to visualize the answer. So an electron bounces against a mercury atom, and only at a certain velocity, right? At the end of the day, the little e times big V is just the energy that it's going to try and impart onto the mercury atom, so which is the valence electron. So it's trying to impart energy onto the valence electron. And I just don't want to. Yes, it's connect. Yeah. So only at a certain velocity can it impart that energy. When those electrons at those velocities hit that electron, they're able to impart the energy, lose the velocity, and go about their way at a much slower speed. And then you see the drop in the voltage, obviously, because they lose their speed. This is very simple. Okay, so now what happens? How does light, why do two electrons bouncing against each other, create a photon? So probably the incoming electron at that speed, it's basically like an incoming photon of a certain energy or a certain frequency, same thing. So it doesn't matter if an electron bounces against it or a photon hits it, it's the energy. If you give it just the right energy, it will go up one orbit and then come down, and on the way down give off the photon, maybe something like that. But that valence electron can only exist in certain states, and the gap between those is 4.9 electron volts. Yes, very simple. Yes, but for me there is no states. For me everything is mechanical, so I go up one orbital. I don't have a state. I understand that, like, you interpret states. I don't like that word. It's fine as long as the word state is mechanical. To me, everything must have a mechanical interpretation. So I can imagine an electron hitting another electron, the valence one. Maybe it's not even, it's got to hit it, because otherwise, let's see. So for me, everything is also mechanical. Really? Oh, if you want to say orbit. Oh, okay. Yeah, fine. As long as we visualize the same thing, it's fine. So, quantum, exactly, with stress on the word mechanical. Yes, I discovered that lately. So, this is fascinating. So, as I look at this graph, it's at this velocity. Let's look at the first bump. At this velocity, if we increase a little bit, the more we increase velocity, the more they lose velocity, because it becomes until you go all the way down to the first valley, because you're able to perfectly give away almost all your energy. So these electrons, let's see, it is fascinating. I hadn't seen this particular. Oh my God. Yeah, I love going through ancient experiments. I love it. I love seeing the original experiments, the original papers and the original thinking. There are a lot of yeah. So, but if you go through the originals, there is an advantage that you're following the evolution, and this is like archaeology, and you get a feel for where everything went wrong, because something went wrong for me. Something went wrong. Either way, I want to follow the evolution. I want to see if I can. I'm like an archaeologist. That's what I always do. Any field I approach it like an archaeologist. I dig through the original material and I follow the original logic. For now, that's what I'm doing. So, anyway, so we're following the right. So at this velocity, when it reaches the first valley, so at this speed, so the incoming electron is bumping against the valence electron, and my intuition is it's causing it's blasting it to its next orbital. That's my intuition. But if it's doing that, maybe just the fact that they slam against each other, that's enough to create a photon. Maybe we don't even need, but no, that doesn't make any sense, because we're talking about the photon is a photon that, let's see what you say. Okay. Psi, this is where we start to talk past each other. Why? The original is cool, but later versions of the same experiment have better tech, better analysis, and a head start on the concepts. Okay, I mean, but I don't know. Fine. I mean, okay. I mean, I don't have a problem. You can show me it, like you showed me. Fine. Everything is good. Everything is good. As long as I can follow, as long as I can, as long as there is an angle of mechanics that I can analyze it mechanically, and it's simple. The beauty of the ancient experiments is that they're so simple, and the mechanics are so simple, and the tools are simple. It's a simple vacuum tube. You can basically do it at home, and they show you the ancient. You see, they do it on paper. They graph it on paper mechanically. How much more beautiful can it be? Anyway, but sure, every experiment is good. I like all the experiments. I like LIGO. I love every experiment. I'm not discounting any experiment. Anyway, but my intuition is the first valley, and each valley. So the first valley. Okay, so my intuition is somehow the incoming electron is able to rattle the valence electron and bump it up to the next orbital for a split second until it comes down crashing, and that crash gives us a photon. So we're getting photons at this energy level, and we saw, and the energy level is a frequency. That's a given. That's simple, and that's good. So that's the first valley. Very mechanical, excellent. Then we raise the velocity, and as we raise the velocity, so my intuition is at this time we're still creating these photons because some energy is lost. There's a loss of energy. That's my intuition. So we're still seeing light. It's still emanating light. When the electron comes down, photon released. Oh, that's for sure. But what I'm saying is, I'm following the path. So I'm saying when we start climbing from here, if we look at the tube, it would still shine. Would the light would we see less of the streak of what do you call the spectral line? Is the spectral line at this time at this voltage, is it going away? When we go to here, has the spectral line disappeared? My intuition, it's still going on. it's still going on. And even here, we can still see it because, right? Because that's my intuition. What do you think? No, you didn't say. But what I'm saying is, so even here, we're still seeing the first spectral line, or maybe not. And then we get to this point. So this is becoming elastic again, but there's still energy loss. I mean, you have this energy loss. I don't know, like, is this would you consider this point to be elastic? Are you saying, like, is there an elastic line? Is this an elastic line? Is this elastic? I don't know. I'm not following. What line? What do you mean by C? Let's back up. What are the axes of the graph? So the input is the x. The x, it doesn't say. Let me get back before I'll show you. One second. Wait, did I miss it? Yeah, this is the best thing to see. So the bottom is we can look at this. So this is the accelerating voltage. This is the independent variable. This is the input. This is the voltage between the two plates. This is what's accelerating the electron. And this is the collector's current. This is how many electrons are making it all the way through. Basically, how many electrons are getting through, because we're blocking them with we're trying to block them. We're not letting only under a certain velocity can they enter, can they be detected, because we don't want all of them. We want only the fast ones. So okay, you couldn't see it here. So the bottom one is accelerating, and the left is collector. Okay, so okay. All right, so this is fascinating. Like, I'm trying to think. Okay, so what's going on here? So, like, you could say this is elastic. Like, is this elastic? Like, I would say no. This is not elastic. So what I'm saying is, if you, right, this is creating a spectral line. Wait, there's no there's a spectral line on top of everything. No, they measure whatever electrons get there. No, only, no, they block them. They only want the fast ones. I think so. What do you mean elastic? They conserve kinetic energy. That's the whole point. So these valleys, I mean, you need to see the whole video. You want me to play? I can play the whole video again. I mean, they explain this experiment, but they're bombarding mercury gas with fast electrons. They're speeding up electrons. This is the velocity. Basically, this is the velocity of the incoming electron, and the mercury is basically stationary. So most of the collisions are elastic, and the incoming, it's linear. It's linear. The energy in is the energy out. So you're expecting to see, okay, this is good. You're expecting to see a linear relationship. You're expecting to see an x equals y. So we're expecting to see an x equals y. That's the expectation. If right? These valleys are unexpected unless Bohr, unless, So, but theoretically, you're just bombarding electrons at a stationary object. The Mercury is stationary. It's 500, it's 500,000 times heavier than the electron. So this is ping pong balls hitting a bowling ball. So the energy of the incoming ping pong is equal to the energy or the momentum and the energy of the outgoing ping pong ball, because no energy nor momentum is imparted onto the bowling ball. So that's the theory. Therefore, the incoming energy, the incoming volt, the incoming current. Oh, this is current, but it should be some linear relationship. Unless quantum mechanics, I don't know why you think Bohr isn't quantum mechanics, but it is. No. As long as it's completely mechanical, as long as look, if it works within, it has to work. It has to. Like, I believe in the ether, so for me, everything waves in the ether. Otherwise, I don't understand. I don't know what it means to wave in a vacuum. I don't know what particle wave duality is. Bohr is probably the most deserving single individual of the title father. Yes. To me, Bohr right now is God. I appreciate, you don't know how much I appreciate Bohr. But I wouldn't say, but as long as we agree that quantum mechanics is classical, which is where you're not gonna like that. Quantum mechanics is classical. I'm able to imagine this thing completely classically. Wow, okay, that's interesting. Bohr did have that effect on people. All right, so he had that effect on me. Because this is, we don't, and Bohr didn't either. Well, I do. Well, I completely understand this mechanically. I don't see, there's no issue. There is no quantum mechanics unless quantum mechanics is classical. There's nothing special about quantum mechanics except for the fact that everything is quantized. But everything obeys classical laws, classical logic, classical physics. Bohr did not think that quantum mechanics was classical. Well, I do. So, at the end of the day, I don't care. At the end of the day, I'm only curious to understand the universe. I don't care what Bohr understood or didn't. I understand something from Bohr. And that's it. That's all I need. I don't need him to understand what he said. I understand what he said. That's good enough. It's good enough for me. I make sense of this completely mechanically. This is completely mechanical in my mind. Completely mechanical. I don't have any issues with this. This is simple. I can reproduce this classically. I can build a room size experiment. I can build this experiment in room size and completely reproduce it. Completely reproduce it. Not even how? I can reproduce it in computer animation. You agree with that? I can completely animate this process because I have, right? This is linear. This is basically linear. Let's say this is current. Instead of an accelerating voltage, right? We can reinterpret this as current, right? Right? We can reinterpret this as current or as wattage. Because anyway, the point is I want to have a linear function because I want all the energy of the incoming electrons to be the energy of the outgoing electrons. Why does this effect happen in your model? Yeah, I'll explain it to you. It's really very simple. You totally can reproduce it. Yeah. Can you explain it classically? Of course, completely. No, we can't. I can. It's an elastic potential. Electric potential. So you're saying we cannot. Okay, look, it's not critical. I'm just saying, we are expecting a linear function. Right? We're expecting a linear function. I don't care what is the slope? Some linear function is expected that as we as the incoming energy of the electrons is higher, I expect the outgoing I expect the same energy of the electrons to be maintained. Like I want to measure incoming electron speed. At the end of the day, it's incoming electron velocity before the impact with the mercury, and the outgoing electron velocity with the after impacting the mercury. That's all that I'm measuring. So I'm expecting to see a linear function. Does that look like a straight line to you? No, of course not. Of course not. Wait, hold on. So, but theoretically, there is a straight line. The peaks are the straight line, or something. I expect something here to be a straight line, right? If we were bombarding a stationary object, a non-interacting stationary object, I don't know, something that does not react. Let's say we were bombarding electrons at something that does not react to, I don't know if something like that exists, but let's say some stationary object that does not interact with the electrons, then of course you agree we expect a straight line, right? That's what I'm saying. So, but however, this is Mercury, so it's not the problem that it's stationary. That's fine, but it is reactive. So in this reaction, sometimes it's inelastic. Sometimes the incoming electron voltage. I mean, the fact that you have here 0, so you're increasing. I don't know how you have this at 0, because these electrons have a velocity, but you're not. Oh, but it's not enough. It's not enough to be for the collector, because they're blocking. They're using anti voltage at the end. If they don't react, they won't do anything. I know. Look, we need to talk. Why does it have peaks and dips? Of course. Fine. You're asking great questions, but at the end of the day, I can. This is intuitively. I can give you the answer right now. What's going on? I mean, they told you the answer. This is inelastic. Some of it is inelastic, and some of it is elastic. Inelastic. I mean, I haven't thought through this completely. It's not fair. This is the first time I'm seeing this. It's like you're asking me a lot of questions. This is the first time. Hold on. I don't know if I'll be able. I don't know if I can explain all the 4.9 differences. I don't know what's causing that. Let's see. Anyway, so you're bombarding the mercury. At a certain point, there's enough energy in the incoming electron to get a reaction out of the valence electron, and the valence electron is able to absorb the energy of the incoming electron. So it becomes inelastic. At this velocity, the valence electron is able to absorb the energy. This energy is not enough. It's just not enough. And at this point, the valence electron is able to absorb it, and it's reacting. It's going up and then coming down. When it comes down, it releases the energy, and that's fine. So that's the first valley. Please do. Yeah. It's the first time. Yeah, I don't know if I'll be. Usually, it takes me a couple of hours. I sleep on it. Maybe days, maybe months, maybe years. But at least, certainly, this they explained very well, and they're explaining it. I can just tell you what they're explaining. I don't have to. I'm just trying to understand what they're explaining, but I can make sense of it physically, classically, no problem. So imagine. Right, the valence electron, it has it's waving it's waving right now at a certain frequency, and any amount of energy. So the incoming electron, the energy, it bumps against it. I'm trying to envision this bumping, because I don't know what this incoming electron looks like, but somehow it's able to bump against the valence electron and at this point not do anything. So they're bumping against this valence electron and it's not doing a thing. But then there's more energy and more energy, and then it's starting to become perfect. This is perfection. So it's going down almost to zero. So this is the drop in energy. This is how much energy. I don't know how much energy is being imparted. Weirdly, in this part of the experiment, I don't understand. Based on my 10-second review, I would accept the peaks and valleys to be reversed. I haven't watched even Look, I gotta get through this. I didn't expect to explain it as I'm trying to understand it. This is not the most efficient way. I just realized, I think, why that. Okay. Look, I can just listen to it and they would explain it. I'm just trying to understand mechanically. It's bumping against the more energy it can impart, but it's a very select energy. Then this energy cannot be used. It's good, but it's not using all the energy. But still, and at this point, it's like it's not using any of the energy. So there's too much energy. I don't know how that can be. It's like too much energy, and then again it drops. Why these 4.9? I don't know. I gotta listen to what they say. Okay. Please let them cook. Sorry for derailing. Imagine if you can join the stream. You're welcome to join the stream. Why do you think twice? The link is at the top. If you go all the way to the top, I'll pin. Let me pin it. You can't pin it. Let me try and pin it. Hold on. Let me try and pin it. Oh, it's the first one. Pin message. So it's pinned. That's the link. If you click the link, you can join the stream. I've been online a lot today. I'm trying to. Okay, fine. I'm trying to wind down too. I didn't mean to have this session. Like I was about to go to sleep, and then and then I'm winding down too. It's good. So we should continue this some other time. I want to just listen to them, and and there's a bunch of his videos that I want to listen to, and like I need to sleep on it. And there's this other experiment, like the alpha, the fine structure of the atom. I want to see this. Like he has all these videos, and I need to compare to other creators. There's a lot of information. Okay. I'll see you later. I'm going to continue maybe for a little bit more, and then I'm going. Okay, thank you so much. Okay. Anyway, let's listen to what they say.
That the drops occur at regular intervals of 4.9 volts. To compare, this is a plot reported by Frankenhertz in 1914. When increasing the accelerating voltage from 0 to, say, 4.7 volts, the collisions are elastic, as expected, but something happens around 4.9 volts, when the atoms suddenly accept energy from the electrons. Then when the accelerating voltage keeps increasing, the inelastic collisions disappear. The atom simply refuses to accept more energy until 9.8 volts are reached, and again at 14.7 volts. What's going on here? It is as if the mercury atoms only accept energy from the electrons at multiples of a specific energy. Frankenhertz interpreted the 4.9 electron volts as the energy needed to ionize the mercury atoms and published the result.
What does that mean? Ionize to lose the electron. So the electron is being replaced? It's bumping off one electron and replacing it with the other? The ionizing energy. I don't know.
In April of 1914. However, older measurements had shown the ionization energy of mercury to be over 10 electron volts. Therefore, something was wrong with their interpretation. But
okay, so that's not, yeah. Okay, that doesn't make any sense. Okay.
They did notice something very important. The energy of an electron accelerated by 4.9 volts is 7.8 times 10 to the minus 19 joules. This is the energy that the mercury atom receives. If this energy is then given off by the atom in the form of radiation, we can estimate its wavelength using Einstein's formula, E equals h nu, or hc divided by lambda. Solving for the wavelength, we get lambda equals hc divided by the...
So now we're wondering, that energy, what would its wavelength be in terms of light? So let's convert the energy into a wavelength. Yeah, this is how you convert energy to wavelength. This is straightforward. How else would you convert energy into wavelengths? I don't see any other way. Certainly when the velocity is the speed of light. I'm not leaving. I'm just letting you get... Okay. No, it's being ripped. Oh, it's being ripped off. But they said that an ion is, in this case, an electron with one, an atom with one less electron. Right, but they said they need, it's a different amount of energy, so I don't think it's going to work out to ionize it. No, I think it's just going to give off light. This amount of energy is, they're just going to convert it to light and see the wavelength and look for the streak in the spectral analysis.
The energy. Plug in the values. We get a wavelength of 2536 angstroms, which is exactly the wavelength of a well-known intense ultraviolet line in the mercury spectrum.
So it's some ultraviolet. It's some famous ultraviolet, and that's it. And they see it, apparently.
Though they still didn't know the reason, this observation convinced Frank and Hertz.
And they didn't know about Bohr's model. This is unbelievable. So this is Frank and Hertz?
That the accelerated electrons...
So this is Hertz?
Transferred their kinetic energy to the mercury atoms, which then radiated the energy away in the form of this spectral line. Remember that they still...
But they aren't measuring light, they're measuring current. No. They also, I didn't show you. Yeah, they added also a spectral analyzer or something. Not gonna lie, I didn't know Hertz was still physicizing here. Yeah, I think it's this. Could it be the same Hertz? He should be very old because he's like from Maxwell's days. I don't know what he's doing here. Yeah, it's weird. Okay. I don't know if it's the same guy. I don't know.
Still didn't know about Bohr's atomic model, since their experiment clearly showed that, contrary to what we calculated earlier,
yeah, it's called Frank Hertz, I guess. I don't know.
Energy is being transferred from the electrons to the mercury atoms via inelastic collisions. Frank and Hertz carried out a follow-up experiment. The setup was identical, but they added a spectrograph so they could observe the spectral lines of the mercury gas. In the words of James Frank, if the conjecture conversion of kinetic energy into light on impact should take place, then on bombardment with 4.9 electron-volt electrons, the line 2537 angstrom, and only this line out of the complete spectrum of mercury should appear. This image shows many spectral lines of mercury from the Frank Hertz tube under a high-voltage discharge. On the left, we see the 2537 spectral line. The image below shows the light observed by Frank and Hertz in their new experiment, and as they conjecture, only the 2537.
So this is, in general, the mercury spectrum, and this is their result. So they were able to reproduce this. So all those bumps, it's always this guy.
Line appears. The bright light on the right is just a continuous radiation of the glowing filament.
Yeah, physicists.
So what is really happening in the Frank Hertz experiment? Bohr's atomic model solves the mystery. When the electrons in the tube are accelerated by...
Wait, before we hear the answer. So you're saying, I mean, how many physics with a random physicist with a random last name do you know? No, but they were all German, so it's like, it's basically Germany gave us quantum mechanics. So I don't know, it could be his son, maybe it's his son, I don't know. We'll look into it after.
By less than 4.9 volts, they cannot transfer energy to the atom, and they undergo elastic collisions as expected, reaching the collector as if the mercury atoms were not there. When the accelerating voltage is 4.9 volts, the electrons will have 4.9 electron volts of energy when reaching the accelerating grid. Since 4.9 electron volts is exactly the energy difference between the first two atomic levels in mercury.
Okay, this is what I was looking for. So this is 4.9 electric electron volts. This is so interesting that it's electron times voltage. This is an energy. Wow. Everything fits into place so beautifully. And you're telling me that this is some mathematical function of a wave function of cats and dogs living and dying at the same time? This is so mechanical. Everything here is so mechanical. One second, let me see. Hey, the Dutch too. You know Van de Graaff? No, I barely know Van de Graaff. So getting back, I'm just looking. Suddenly, I realized that the orbits are in terms of electron volt. This is energy. An electron is a charge, and a voltage is the difference between two, right? So an electron times the voltage is energy. This is an energy, and the electron is a constant amount of energy. So just 4.9 steps. Genius, unbelievable. So okay, E1. So n equals 1 is negative 10.4 electron volts, and if you add 4.9, you get 5.5 electron volt. This is n equals 2. So this is lambda equals 2 for the electron. And this is according to Bohr's model, Mercury. Unbelievable. Mercury has E1 and E2. That's it? I mean, such a small number? Isn't Mercury very heavy? How could it be? How could we be talking about E1 and E2? Where's the valence? Isn't the valence like n equals 15? That's a part of the beauty. Oh my god, I wish you could see it. See Van de Graaff? That's a part of the beauty. What beauty? What are we talking about? I'm trying to understand. I don't like. Isn't Mercury really heavy? Why are we in N1, N2? Shouldn't we be in N15? This is weird. We shouldn't have access to these levels. What? Wait, you're talking to me here? Oh, Van de Graaff. Van de Graaff was this guy. It's the metal ball and your hair. Oh, that's Van de Graaff. Okay. Yeah, okay, yeah. I see it all the time these days. Finally, I know how it works. Today I figured out how it works. I never understood how they don't get shocked to death. Okay. So you're saying the math is a part of the beautiful. Of course. What do you mean that your grandfather is Van de Graaff? What? I don't believe it. Robert Jamison Van de Graaff? No way. So you come from a lineage of physicists? A Michael Jamison Van... Jesus Christ. No way. Whoa, wow. So you have a lineage to uphold. Oh my God. How do you survive? That's hard. Wow. Yeah, the math. Thank you. Of course, the math is beautiful. Everything about this is beautiful. The math is unbelievable. Okay, let's hear what they have to say.
Mercury, electrons colliding with mercury atoms in the neighborhood of the grid will transfer this energy and will not pass the stopping potential, creating the drop in the collector's current. When the accelerating voltage is between 4.9 and 9.8 volts, the electrons in the tube will transfer 4.9 electron volts to the mercury atoms and continue to the collector with the energy they have left. Any further collision with mercury will be elastic. At 9.8 volts, electrons have enough energy to transfer their energy in two collisions, and the same occurs at higher accelerating voltage.
Whoa. In two collisions. So we're still doing this. So a single electron can collide twice with two separate mercury atoms? And with three? What? Is this what he means? 2 times 4.9? Because this is what it loses. It gets to here. When it's here, it's able to lose twice? It's that's it can always give 4.9 electron volts. Right, but I think he said 2 collisions and then 3 and 4 collisions, because at every collision it can only impart 4.9. And it has 5 here. This is basically, it has 6. Is this is the electron volt? I think this is the electron volt, right? No, that's just volts. This is just volts. Each mercury can take that much, but not more, not less. The x-axis is the electron volts? It's electron volts? I guess they say volts. Volt is just the potential. Electron volt is energy. I think it's a third, it's another dimension that they're not, we have to do a calculation. It's not but it's V, but the part is sorry, what? Electrons. So they get accelerated, and it's electron volts in that sense. So the number I can read from the x-axis as if it's electron volts, but it's in volts in terms of what the experiment is applying. Yes, you are making an accurate point, but we fundamentally agree here. So the question, my question is, look, this is right. This is my setting. My setting is the voltage. As the voltage is higher, I'm accelerating the electrons more and more and more and more and more. At this point, they have a certain energy. Oh, this is 4.9. Oh, this is exactly 4. They have 4.9 electron volts here. Oh, because it's an electron that got 4.9 volts. So it has 4.9 volts. Okay, so at this point, it's not able to give anything, but if you increase just a little bit more, it's able to give it. It's able to give everything. And okay, allowing for some error, it's giving away all its energy. But it's not. Because, so not all of them, but a lot of them. That's so, this is not a drop, because some of them are missing. No, yes. Yes. All we're seeing is the one that survive with high speed. But those that gave away the energy lost their speed. So all we're seeing is the ones, this is how many survived without imparting any energy that are still fast. So these are just the guys that completely missed the mercury. Okay, so yes, that energy is electron volts. The experimental setting is 4.9. Okay, but they launch an electron. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. The gas has some temperature, so the atoms are moving around, hence one source of broadening. Yeah, but they did a calculation that the mercury is moving at about 230 meters per second, which is basically zero compared to the 600,000 meters per second the electron, and the mass is like 1 to half a million. Anyway, they did the whole calculation and then they showed it's negligible. So they don't. We're completely ignoring the motion of the any energy of the mercury. So I'm trying to visualize what's going on here. So I think this is just the guys that some electrons survive. And then we add more and more energy. I think at this point we're still giving up. And then at this point, it's able to give up twice. So I think what does that mean, twice? But it's the same. It's 4.9. It's so up until here, it's only giving energy to one guy, and that's why a lot of them are surviving with this speed, with this velocity. As we increase now, so let's say at this point almost we're impacting a lot of the mercury, but only one shot. And now we're able to give 2 shots, 2 impacts. I'm trying to think. I don't know. 2 impacts, second impact. Wait, you're writing so much. Okay. Exactly. The gas has some temperature. Okay. Okay, that actually probably makes sense, I think. Okay. The excess electrons are from the mercury that gets I don't think they showed that the mercury is not getting ionized. They show that there's not enough energy to ionize the mercury. To ionize the mercury, they said that there's just not enough energy. Anyway, I don't think you can ionize mercury with an electron because you're bumping with one electron against the other. So one of them is going to fly off. The other will just take its place. Why would it not take its place? You still have a proton attracting it. It's not likely that I don't think you can you can strip an electron using an electron. My intuition says that cannot work in general. The reason the current goes up and not down, the current is from extra mercury being ripped off there. No, there's no ripping off. No, there's photons being given off. There's no ionization. They said there's no ionization, and I don't think there is. I think it's just photons. There's just light. We're just seeing the ultraviolet. They said the 2500 angstrom. We're just getting 2500 angstrom. It's just the electron goes up a notch, comes down crashing, and gives off a photon. and the energy, and there's energy lost in the incoming electron. There's no, there's no electron replacement. There's just an electron velocity being converted to a photon, and there's nothing. There's no ionization taking place. Just ultraviolet light created. But when an electron bumps up against a mercury atom, it can only give off 4.9 EVs in one collision, and then it goes about its merry way. But then it hits another mercury, and it's able to do this again and again loses 4.9. So it loses 4.9 and another 4.9. So it's multiple. I think what they're saying is you're getting multiple collisions. Okay. I think I may be wrong. It's not, but it is, almost is, but it almost is, and other things push it over the edge. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, don't ask me. I'm just trying to imagine. Like, I'm trying to imagine this classically. This is obviously completely classical. So you might as well, like, imagine. I can build a contraption, right? I can build a contraption that imitates this behavior. That, right? Some contraption or a computer simulation would be the easiest. So you would come in. This is 4.9. So I'm assuming I'm coming in. I'm bumping up against this guy, causing it to bounce up, and then come down and boom, release a photon. But as I did that, right, I gave it 4.9 EVs. I'm going about my merry way with less 4.9 than I had coming in. So here I had 4.9 coming in. So these guys, these are the guys that had nothing to do with this collision. But all these guys had a single collision. These guys had a single collision. And then I keep adding velocity, and I'm getting the same amount. A lot of them, it's difficult to know. I could probably extrapolate from this exactly what's going on, But intuitively right now, okay, so here I had, let's say, 49. Let's count them. 49 electrons not giving away energy. And here I had, I don't know, 170, of which, so it's difficult to tell how many had a collision and how many did not. It's difficult, but I would say that it's difficult to tell. I would say as you go up, less and less did not have a collision. Less and less did not have a collision out of... Anyway, I could probably predict this. Okay, I can predict this mechanically. I can build a simulation that predicts this. How about that? Would you like that? That's. I mean, if I could predict this using classical physics, you agree that this is completely classical. That's my question. And this is doable. This is simple. This is completely mechanical. There's nothing multi-universe cats and dogs living together about this. I don't need cats and dogs to be alive and dead at the same time in the multiverse to accomplish this, to simulate this. There's nothing special about this. This is Wednesday. So So anyway, and more, of course, they're faster and faster, faster and faster. Over here, what are we seeing? At this point, we're seeing, like, if I would run a simulation using classical physics, what would I see? I would say all of them are surviving. Same as here, right? All of them are surviving. All of them are being collected. This is a point, all of them are being collected. Here, all of them are being collected. No one is giving away energy. What about this? This, all of them are being collected. They gave away one 4.9, but all of them are being collected. This is the maximum collection current. If you removed, see, what I'd like to see is what this looks like without mercury. That's the calibration. I want to see what this graph looks like without the mercury. Wait, what's going? Did I miss something? Okay. Oh, you left? Okay. Well, thank you for being with me. That was really, really appreciated. Okay. I'm not gonna survive. I want to go maybe grab a snack. This is so incredible. This is so incredible. It's so funny that I have to argue with people that it's simple, and people are like, no, it's impossible to understand. How is this impossible to understand? There's actually difficult things to understand. Tensors are difficult to understand. This is simple. This is so mechanical. Anyway, so at this point, none of them is right. This is the right. I want to see the actual original. Show me the calibrated data. Why don't you show me the calibration of this device before you added mercury, or before you heat up the mercury? Show me what that looks like. Show me the graph before and after. You always show me the graph before, the graph after. So I would say the graph before, the graph after, there would be a straight line through all the bumps, which is impossible. But this point means all of them are being collected because they didn't give off any energy. So all of them are being collected. I think all of them are being collected. But I need to calibrate this device. So without calibration, this is impossible to tell. So, but I think all of them are being collected here. What about here? I think all of them are being collected here. Because they're not able to impart twice. This is before they're able to impart 2 loads of energy. Let's see, I'm getting emails. Somebody in the Pentagon gave Iran. I don't know who he gave. They gave the Israeli plans to attack. The Israeli plans to attack to attack Iran. It's really weird. Why would Israel tell the US about this attack? I mean, this attack, it has to. Of course it has to, because the US might think that this is enemy bogeys and might attack Israel. So Israel has to coordinate with the US. But if the US leaks Israel's attack plans, then then the US is no longer an ally. Then Israel cannot defend itself. What is Israel supposed to do? Nuke the US to be able to attack Iran? How can Israel needs to defend itself. Now Israel cannot, because in order to defend it needs to coordinate. Every time it coordinates, its plans are going to be given to the enemy. That cannot. We can't have that. That's already really dangerous. I don't know. Anyway, I've never looked so deeply into an experiment. Usually I look very quickly and I don't care that much. So let's just continue.
In other words, the periodic drops in current appear because the electrons have enough energy to undergo multiple inelastic collisions with the gas. After the inelastic collisions, the mercury atoms radiate away the exact energy because
So that's what they say.
to undergo multiple.
They say 4.9, 2 times 4.9, 3 times 4.9. Okay. I mean, it's not that this is the 4.9, this is the 4.9. This is the double 4.9. And the next is here, and again it's triple 4.9. So the difference between these is 4.9. So I'm adding another 4.9 so it can give more. I'm adding another 4.9, it can. Oh, that makes sense. Now the difference of the 4.9 makes sense.
After the inelastic collisions, the mercury atoms radiate away the exact energy in the form of light of a very precise wavelength. Unfortunately, the 2537 line for mercury falls outside the visible part of the spectrum, and special equipment is needed. Otherwise, wavelength. Inelastic collisions with the gas. After the inelastic collisions, the mercury atoms radiate away the exact energy in the form of light of a very precise wavelength. Unfortunately, the 2537 line for mercury falls outside the visible part of the spectrum, and special equipment is needed. Otherwise, the tube would exhibit glowing regions as the voltage increases. But fortunately, the same experiment can be done with a gas of a much lower atomic number. Remember that according to Bohr, the radiation frequency is proportional to Z squared. In particular, a widely used version of the Frank-Hertz experiment with neon gas instead of mercury allows visually identifying the regions in the tube where inelastic collisions take place, and the electrons.
What are these lines? What are...
transfer their energy to the
with neon
atoms. This is what we see in this image as the glowing regions. There is also a direct commercial application of the Frank-Hertz experiment that you have probably seen in any old building or films, fluorescent lights. These are mass-produced Frank-Hertz experiments. The tubes are filled with low-pressure mercury vapor, and the interior surface of the tube is covered.
No way.
With a phosphorus coating. When the invisible light of the 2537 line from mercury shines over the internal surface, the fluorescent coating glows. Personally, this is one of my favorite experiments in modern physics. I will never forget the day I did this experiment in the lab when I was an undergraduate student. I knew the result, but I remember that seeing the equally spaced current drops was so impressive that it left a lasting impact. James Franck and Gustav Hertz provided the first experimental validation of Bohr's.
Oh, it's a different Hertz.
Atomic model, and over 10 years later, they were awarded the 1925 Nobel Prize in Physics. But I remember that seeing the equally spaced current drops was so impressive that it left a lasting impact. James Franck and Gustav Hertz provided the first experimental validation of Bohr's atomic model, and over 10 years later, they were awarded the 1925 Nobel Prize in Physics for their discovery of the laws governing the impact of an electron upon an atom. The 30-minute film mentioned earlier is highly recommended. The link is in the description below, and you will enjoy it for sure. Remarkably, the film ends with a nice overview by James Franck himself.
Oh my god. This just sent shivers down my spine. Jesus Christ. This is the first time I see somebody... No, I've seen films of Einstein.
In which he not only describes the experiment, but amusingly explains why they didn't know about Bohr's paper.
An interpretation of the inelastic impact of 4.9 volt electrons.
Oh my god, with the German accent.
with mercury atoms. Indeed, we had a result which was in best agreement with Bohr's theory. The line 2537 is the transition between the first excited state and the ground state. It might interest you that when we made the experiment that we did not know Bohr's theory. We have neither read it nor heard about it. We have not read it because we were negligent to read the literature well enough. And you know how that happens. The experiment gave it to us, and we were surprised about it. But we are not surprised after we read Bohr's paper later after our publication.
No way. Wait, what? Image credits. Oh my God, I'm gonna cry. This is so touching. Oh, Jesus. This is with an epilogue by James Frank. Wow.
It's highly recommended. The link is in the description below, and you will enjoy it for sure. Remarkably, the film ends with a nice overview by James Frank himself, in which he not only describes the experiment, but amusingly explains why they didn't know about Bohr's paper.
An interpretation of the inelastic impact of 4.9 volt electrons with mercury atoms. Indeed, we had a result which was in best agreement with Bohr's theory. The line 2537 is the transition between the first excited state and the ground state. It might interest you that when we made the experiment that we did not know Bohr's theory. We have neither read it nor heard about it. We have not read it because we were negligent to read the literature well enough.
No, because we've been negligent to read the literature.
And you know how that happens. The experiment gave it to us, and we were surprised.
The experiment gave it to us, and we were surprised. Why did you test it? What were you thinking? Just randomly testing?
But we are not surprised after we read Bohr's paper later after our publication.
Oh my God. Okay, that's the Frank Hertz. But what is the fine structure?
When spectral lines were studied with high-precision instruments, very fine transitions were observed, new lines very close to each other. Bohr's atomic model could not explain this fine structure, which requires taking the analogy of the planetary motion of the electron to the next level, plus some relativity. Arnold Sommerfeld is considered a great teacher. He was the mentor of remarkable physicists, including Wolfgang Pauli, Werner Heisenberg, Hans Bethe, and Peter Debye, all Nobel laureates, in addition to Rudolf Peierls, Walter Heitler, Wilhelm Lenz, and a long list of distinguished scientists. Sommerfeld was in Germany, while J.J. Thomson was in England. Thomson was a great experimentalist, Sommerfeld a great theorist. Although most videos about him focus on his 84 nominations to the Nobel Prize, or his introduction of the fine structure constant, which is presented as an almost esoteric topic, in this video I want to show you his most significant contribution to early quantum physics. In July 1913, after publishing the first paper of his trilogy, Bohr got a letter from Sommerfeld, who was very impressed by his atomic model. Just like Rutherford, Sommerfeld was worried about how the mix of quantum ideas and all mechanics seemed to work, but without understanding what the electron was really doing. Sommerfeld was
I think everybody's confused because they didn't have quantum field theory, but now we have quantum field theory and we understand like particle exchange and gauge symmetry. So now it should be straightforward, but people are still carrying over the we can't understand it. But now everything is understandable. Everything is simple.
deeply interested in explaining observations in spectroscopy, so Bohr's model captured his attention. It really looked like a promising path to understanding some unexpected behavior.
Okay, I'm going to go get some gum. Okay, you can listen to it. I'll come back and replay it from start.
1897, the Dutch physicist Peter Zeeman discovered that a magnetic field could affect the spectral lines. He observed that the width of some lines increases proportional to the magnetic field. Better instruments show that some lines in fact split into several lines in the presence of a magnetic field. This phenomenon is known as the Zeeman effect. In a similar manner, in late 1913, Johannes Stark in Germany and Antonio Losurdo in Italy independently discovered a similar effect when using an external electric field instead. This splitting of a spectral lines was mysterious, as if a single line could be pulled apart into several lines by the external fields. Everyone wondered, where do these new lines come from? Are they created by the external field? Are they all superimposed and the external field just separates them? Stark even considered that hydrogen could have several electrons. Another unexpected splitting of spectral lines was discovered by the Americans Albert Michelson and Edward Morley in 1887. In the same year that they did the famous Michelson-Morley experiment to measure the luminiferous ether, they reused the high-precision interferometer to scrutinize the spectral lines of several elements and found sets of lines very close to each other that could not be explained by any of the many empirical formulas proposed since Balmer. This splitting of the spectral lines became known as the fine structure. Oh yes, there are two Michelson-Morley experiments in the same year, even with the same instrument, and both had a significant impact in the development of modern physics, the first for special relativity and the second for atomic physics. For Sommerfeld, all these unexpected lines screamed some sort of fundamental physics happening at the atomic scale. This is why Bohr's atomic model was so attractive. Moreover, during the last peaceful days of 1914, Bohr's model received a strong boost after solving the problem of peculiar stellar spectra and explaining the Frank-Hertz experiment. In the summer of 1914, Sommerfeld wrote a letter to Paul Langevin, the doctoral advisor of the distinguished de Broglie brothers in Paris. Apparently, there is much truth in Bohr's model, and yet I believe that it has to be reinterpreted in a fundamental manner. Sommerfeld imagined hydrogen with its single electron, but with more than one possible state hiding in each of Bohr's orbits, which will reveal their existence only under the presence of an external field. Sommerfeld was a great theorist, and with this insight, he recognized the deep connection between symmetry and degeneracy, which was well known in classical mechanics. In case you're not familiar with the term, degeneracy refers to the idea of two different states having the same energy. If you have ever studied linear algebra, you might remember that for some matrices, two eigenvectors can have the same eigenvalue. This phenomenon is also called degeneracy. Sommerfeld's idea is the same, but instead of eigenvectors with the same eigenvalues, he refers to electron states with the same energy. But why do matrices have anything to do with the energy of the orbiting electrons? That's coming soon. This observation of interpreting the description of a physical system as an eigenvalue problem became one of the fundamental postulates of modern quantum mechanics, something that Sommerfeld doesn't get enough credit for. Back to the degenerate energies, imagine that the energy of the electron is given by this relation, where n1 and n2 are two independent quantum numbers labeling the electron states. Note that the states 2, 0 and 1, 1 have the same energy. This would be a set of two degenerate states. They are different because they have different quantum numbers, but they have exactly the same energy, so they cannot be distinguished. Remember that spectral lines are produced by the gaps between energy levels. An electron transitioning from some initial state to any of these two degenerate states will appear as a single identical spectral line. Sommerfeld imagined that introducing an external field could break some symmetry of the system, which would remove the degeneracy, and the two states would have slightly different energy, producing the observed extra spectral lines. And as I will show you in a minute, Sommerfeld was on the right track. At a time when almost nobody knew about young Niels Bohr, Sommerfeld invited him to give a seminar in his group in Munich in July 1914. In addition to his atomic model, Bohr presented a follow-up paper published early that year in which he describes an electron orbiting the nucleus in a perfectly circular orbit and then turning on a weak electric field. Because of the electrostatic force acting on the electron, the orbit will be deformed. The orbit might at every moment be considered as an ellipse with the nucleus in the focus. I mention this because most textbooks claim that Sommerfeld was the first person to think about elliptical orbits. However, Bohr himself had already suggested this possibility. Nonetheless, he did not solve the problem. As he wrote on the same paper, a detailed investigation of the motion of the electron might be very complicated. Still, under some assumptions, Bohr showed that the electron in this case could have different energy levels in agreement with the Stark-Lasurbel effect. Nevertheless, Bohr's idea had a problem. It only splits the energy levels into two, called a doublet, whereas experiments showed the existence of doublets but also triplets. It is tempting to imagine that this result was Sommerfeld's initial motivation to explore elliptical orbits. However, given his strong mathematical background, my personal interpretation is that these new results by Bohr were just the confirmation of his suspicion on the idea of new electron states hiding under the same energy level. This degeneracy could be a consequence of the symmetric circular orbits. Allowing more general elliptical orbits could break the symmetry, the degeneracy gets removed, and the different states are revealed. But this is just my guess based on what I have read in his papers. In any case, Sommerfeld wanted to understand the fine structured splitting, which doesn't need any external field. During this time, Sommerfeld corresponded regularly with theorists and experimentalists bouncing ideas, mostly the Germans Friedrich Paschen, famous for his law describing the voltage necessary to start a discharge between electrodes, and the set of spectral lines named after him, and Karl Schwarzschild, who would later become famous for finding the first exact solution of Einstein's equations of general relativity describing black holes. But before this work, Schwarzschild made significant contributions to the theory of spectral lines. In 1914, World War I interrupted communications between scientists all over Europe, and many of them were drafted, many to serve as radio operators or to calculate projectile trajectories. Sommerfeld served as a scientific advisor in an artillery unit, but was not sent to the front. He stayed in Munich and continued his work. His assistant, Wilhelm Lenz, was sent to France as a radio operator, but they exchanged letters regularly. With the goal of explaining the fine structural lines, Sommerfeld realized that for extending Bohr's atom to include elliptical orbits, a new quantum number would be required. In fact, he introduced a general quantization rule for periodic systems with any number of independent coordinates, in which the integral of the momentum over the corresponding conjugate variable for a full cycle is an integer times Planck's constant. And this could be applied to every degree of freedom of the system, completely generalizing Bohr's approach. A very similar idea was independently proposed by William Wilson at King's College London in 1815. Today, this is known as the Wilson-Sommerfeld quantization rule. Using this rule, Sommerfeld identified the two relevant degrees of freedom for his system, the angular coordinate phi and the radial coordinate r. With this, the quantization rules become these relations, where n phi and n r are the two quantum numbers parameterizing the allowed states of the electron. The first integral is trivial. It is just Bohr's result. The second is highly non-trivial. I will just outline the setup and you will understand why Bohr stayed away from this. The total energy of the electron orbiting a nucleus of charge z times e is this, where the speed has a radial component and an angular component, and it can be written in terms of the radial and angular momenta pr and l. These relations are easy to prove using Lagrangian mechanics, but if you check any celestial mechanics textbook, you will find an alternative and longer derivation only using Newton's second law. The total energy can be written in this form, from where we can solve for the radial momentum pr. Now, this is what we have to integrate over the full orbit. Just to simplify the notation, I will define these constants a, b, and c to rewrite this ugly expression like this. Solving this integral is a hard and very long exercise that requires extensive knowledge of complex analysis. This is why physics students spend a couple of semesters with courses on mathematical methods for physicists. These courses are like a year-long bootcamp on solving differential equations and evaluating ugly integrals like this. Using this dark mathematics, the integral is given by this. Veterans of complex analysis will recognize Cauchy's residue theorem. In case anybody wants to check the details, in the description you'll find a link with a step-by-step solution. Plugging the definitions of a, b, and c back, we can impose Sommerfeld's quantization and then solve for the energy to find this. Let me bring back the electron's energy in Bohr's model for comparison. Here I have just renamed the combination of constants simply E0. The energy looks almost the same as in Bohr's model. After such hard work, the result seems quite disappointing, because by simply redefining m phi plus nr equals n, we recover Bohr's formula. It appears as if nothing new has been found, but there is more than meets the eye here. With the extra quantum number for elliptical orbits, Sommerfeld confirmed his guess of many other electron states hiding and appearing as identical spectral lines. In his paper, he cheerfully wrote, allowing elliptical orbits has added no lines to the series. We again have the discrete Balmer series, but with numerous possibilities for generating them. Consider a particular spectral line of hydrogen, for example the blue line in the Balmer series, with a wavelength of 434 nanometers or a frequency of 691 terahertz, corresponding to a spectral line with an energy of 2.86 electron volts. In Bohr's atom, this line corresponds to the transition from the level 5 to the level 2. In Sommerfeld's model, there are 5 states in the initial level in which the sum of the quantum numbers is 5, and 2 states in the final level in which the sum of the quantum numbers is 2. With so many states, we find 10 possible transitions that will produce light of the same frequency. In other words, there are now 10 possible ways to generate the same spectral line. Remember that the frequency or wavelength of the emitted radiation that makes a given spectral line is determined by the gap between the energy levels. For this reason, all these 10 transitions generate exactly the same line. This is why Sommerfeld writes that his elliptical orbits added no lines to the series. His model produces the same result as Bohr's model, but proves that degenerate states are possible. Sommerfeld's energies and the corresponding frequencies look almost identical to the energy of Bohr's atomic model, except that the principal quantum number now is the sum of the two independent quantum numbers. Another difference is that now electrons can move in exotic orbits. Using this extended version of the electron energy levels, he presented his generalization of Balmer's formula for the frequency of the spectral lines produced by the electron transitions at the meeting of the Bavarian Academy of Science in December 1915. Sommerfeld was clearly on the right track. All that was needed was an extra contribution to the energy levels that could split the lines to explain the fine structure. He was working on this while at the same time studying what he considered a beautiful distraction from quantum physics and the most important physics publication of the year, Einstein's General Theory of Relativity. Just 1 month earlier, in November 1915, Einstein had finally completed his masterpiece, a new theory of gravitation, 10 years in the making that extended his already remarkable theory of special relativity and Newton's law of gravitation. One of the examples of the success of the new theory was that he could finally explain the odd behavior of planet Mercury, whose elliptical orbit is not fixed. Einstein showed how his equations predict a small relativistic correction to the elliptical motion of the planet closest to the sun that accounted for the mismatch between theory and observation. Could this idea be adapted to the elliptical orbits of the electrons? Of course, the force that keeps the electron in orbit is the Coulomb attraction instead of gravity, but this small relativistic correction to Mercury's orbit might have inspired Sommerfeld to consider the effects of special relativity on the electron's orbit. By the way, I am considering a future video series on relativity. Let me know in the comments if that would be of interest. It took Sommerfeld just 1 month to present a refined version of his elliptical orbits. He realized that an electron in the ground state of Bohr's model would move almost at 1% of the speed of light. This can be directly obtained from Bohr's model. As we proved in an earlier video, the speed of an electron in the ground state is given by this. Like in the formula that we found for the radius and dividing by the speed of light, we get this quantity. Like in the values for hydrogen, this is slightly below 1%. Notice that this quantity has no units, and just like Planck's constant shows up in any quantum calculation, this dimensionless quantity shows up in every quantum calculation involving the interaction of electrons with light. Today, it is known as the fine structure constant and is denoted by alpha. It is usually approximated by 1/137, and it is the topic of many not very scientific discussions. But I am digressing here. Just keep in mind that this is not how the famous constant was introduced. The fine structure constant will come back soon. Sommerfeld realized that for his newly introduced elliptical orbits, the electron could move much faster at the closest point to the nucleus, just like planets move faster at the periastron. Additionally, from the formula above, the speed of the electron also grows with the atomic number. Sommerfeld decided to treat the electron as a particle obeying the rules of special relativity. The phi quantization remains the same, so the result is the same as in Bohr's model. For the R quantization, things are different. The electron's energy now is given by this expression. The first term is Einstein's relativistic energy of a free electron, and the second term is the Coulomb interaction potential. And now we follow the same steps as before. We write the total momentum of the electron as the sum of radial and angular momentum components, solve for PR, and integrate over a full orbit. The result looks just like our previous calculation, but note that the constants A, B, and C are way more complicated this time. Plugging them back into the result of the integration, we get this. Now we impose the radial quantization by setting this equal to nr times Planck's constant. Notice that the overall factor 2 pi on the left-hand side can be taken to the right-hand side, and h becomes h bar. These are the two equations found using the Wilson-Sommerfeld quantization rule. The next step is to find the energy. Combining these two relations, and after some algebra, we find this expression. Now this looks like a completely different relation for the electron's energy levels compared to Bohr's model. If you read Sommerfeld's paper, you will find that he presents a Taylor series instead of this closed form. He thought that all the terms were so complicated that decided to define a dimensionless parameter that he called alpha and use it as a perturbative parameter. I know what you're thinking. This is how Sommerfeld introduced the fine structure constant, but not that fast. He used a slightly different definition for his alpha. Again, this is not the fine structure constant yet. For simplicity, I'm using the true fine structure constant here. Sommerfeld's version makes everything messier. Following Sommerfeld and expanding the energy as a Taylor series in alpha, the energy levels become this sum of terms, where the powers of alpha beyond 4 have been neglected. The first term is just the rest mass of the electron.
Okay, let's restart. But maybe 1 second. Okay, you know what? Hold on. Okay, we'll come back to this test. Let's see what's going on the server.
Right, you don't need one.
Yeah, because in angle measurements there's a purity, because 360 degrees by definition is one circle. On the glass plates internal, there's only 360 marks. Now individually those marks are going to have standard deviation, but on average, by definition, it's perfect. It doesn't have a thermal expansion. You don't have 360.05 something.
Interesting. Okay. I'm so lucky that Tapioca Weasel is so nice. But you see, interesting, if it's related to the fact that he comes from a lineage of scientists. Five. No. shocking universe uploaded 7 minutes ago. Webb telescope revealed first ever real image of Oumuamua.
NASA's James Webb Space Telescope has scarcely awakened, and the universe is, as of now, giving us another mystery. In the immense extent of space, to handle the...
I don't think Webb can give us an image or even any data on Oumuamua. It's not pointed at Oumuamua. What is going on? I keep getting phone calls into my phone. What's going on? What is going on? I've never had so many phone calls all at once. Okay, I don't know what's going on. I keep getting more and more. Another phone call. Okay, I understand. Got it. Okay. Interesting. What's going on? Forget it.
You know, whatever. But there's simply no chance in hell the regime doesn't come to Israel's aid. No chance in hell. And that's why you see the disproportionate reaction, where America keeps telling Zelensky, oh, yeah, we can't help you, we can't do this, we can't do that, you know, we spend all this money. But like Israel, complete blank check. Anything Israel needs, they get. No questions asked. It's like Zelensky's like, hey, what the hell? You know, look, I'm sorry. It's just, I know you're Jewish, but you're not Jewish enough. You're not like, there's like a pecking order of Jews, and Zelensky is not very high on the G totem pole, so he doesn't get priority compared to Israel.
Why not? This is, it's like Zelensky is Jewish, but he's not Jewish enough. It's like this guy, even within his own conspiracy universe, there's no consistency.
So this will be where the American empire, you know, basically goes down. It will be in Israel. Now, according to Halsey's hypothesis, it's all bluff. Iran doesn't.
The American empire is going down. When is it going down? Are you selling? Are you selling your stocks? Are you moving out of the U.S.? Are you moving to the east, to the west? Huh? I mean, okay. So it's going down. What are you doing to? Because you know the future. So how are you preparing to make money from this? Oh, nothing. He's at home eating his. I don't know what he's eating these days.
Have shit. Hezbollah doesn't have shit. Like, it's all a big bluff. Now, to his point, there's evidence for this because Hezbollah, they got their leadership completely taken out. Like, all their leaders got killed in a single day. Now, they reconstituted very quickly, but supposedly they have like 100,000 missiles, and you know there was no big, you know, sky blanketing missile barrage. And you would think that if you know they killed your leaders and just embarrassed you and dealt such a blow to your organization, you would think that would be the time to launch your big, the big one, the big finale, and yet nothing happened. Now, according to the people who are kind of like pro the axis of resistance, they look at it as like, the Hezbollah is still holding on. They're pushing the IDF back. They're hitting all their bases in the north. The loss of their leadership, as emotionally traumatic as that may have been to the Hezbollah, rank and file, as far as the organization is concerned, it was almost a non-event. The organization simply moved forward, and essentially the plan hasn't changed. Everything is going according to plan, as per Hezbollah. Everything's going exactly as intended. Obviously, it would have been better if their leadership weren't killed, but it kind of shows like how these decapitation strikes don't matter. And when you're fighting Israel has a very long history of assassination. So if you decide to go up against Israel, you have to kind of build it into your organization. You have to expect assassinations. You have to expect your leadership to be killed. So like Hamas, Hezbollah, they've all lost their leaders, and yet they just reconstitute because they knew that would happen. They know that Israel goes after the leaders with airstrikes and assassinations, stuff like that. That's part of their MO. So they built that into their organization. So anyway, my point is, nothing's going to happen until after the election, as far as any kind of major shakeups in the Middle East. Because if Israel attacks Iran and Iran destroys all the oil facilities in the region, kicks off a major regional war, gasoline is going to go parabolic. Like it's going to be so fucking explosive, and it's all going to be on the Biden administration's lap right before the election, and they do not want that. So Israel's talking a lot of shit, talking, oh, yeah, we're going to do something. Oh no, our plans were leaked. Who could have done this? So now we have to cancel our big strike. Yeah, it was bullshit. My hunch is Israel leaked the plans themselves. Basically, it's a face-saving measure. They don't want to appear weak. They don't want to appear that they're not going to attack. They want everyone to know that we can attack, we will attack, and they don't want it to be overtly known that they're not going to attack until after the election, because that makes them look weak. It also gives their enemies, confidence that they're safe until after the election, which gives them several weeks to basically just do whatever the fuck they want, knowing nothing's going to happen. So Israel has to pretend they're going to do something, but then not do anything. So that's what's going on with Israel. As far as the markets, because World War III is canceled for the moment, everything's reverting back to the original trade of tech stock and crypto and this and that. It's so retarded. Now look, the Fed has cut rates a little bit. We're still paying over $1 trillion in interest on the national debt, which we cannot afford. But whatever. Apparently, and inflation's going up. I know people are like, oh no, it is. Shut up. It's going up. Definitely going up. And they barely cut rates. They barely cut rates. They cut rates by like 0.5%. It's only going to get worse.
Also, George, you sound really loud. Or maybe it's me.
Well,
I did notice something for the 2 weeks ago on Saturday show, and even Wednesday shows 3 days ago. I saw some people pointing out in the chat that GFN is really quiet compared to.
Yeah, there was a Windows update, and not 4 to 6 months. It'll be like one Windows update that breaks my shit. Fixed now, but let me know if I'm still too quiet. But I'm 99% sure that I figured out what was the problem.
Reminder: I've been using the same mic since I started becoming.
So I don't think.
Yeah, let's wait a second.
Yeah. All right, lay it on me. We got some Chinese breaking news.
Okay, so this is on Chinese news sites, so I can't 100% guarantee whether it's true or not, but they put it on all their big sites like Tencent, all the big news sites, and so far I see nothing, no Western news media reporting on this whatsoever. But about a week ago, on the Day of Redemption, Jewish holiday, right, or they call it Yom Kippur.
Yom Kippur.
Over 40,000 Israelis went to the Ukraine city of Uman, which contains a holy site to Jewish religious practices, and then I saw also in more recent news on Tencent. It says over 40,000 Ukraine men Israel's men went to Ukraine, including a lot of police forces who essentially took over control of the border and control of the city. So a lot of people try speculating is Israel just going to take over Ukraine in a slow and steady process to take over the existing infrastructure, the land, and the fertile farmland and women?
Well, they have no men.
Right, that's what it just the woman. The article says a lot of nature people are outraged about how much they take over, and just even taking down Ukrainian flags and putting Israel flags in place and taking their water for the religious practice and the resources. But the woman can't do anything about it.
Yeah, well, yeah, and obviously Zelensky, he's Jewish, so he's not gonna do shit about it.
Right. So a lot of people now in Asia speculate is this one of many cities that's to come. But I did a general searching on Western sites, and they just zero talk about it. So I didn't hear about it. Well, if over 40,000 Israeli men just went into Ukraine, that's something that you can't really hide from if anybody here gets any observation on it.
What's interesting, I do remember seeing this in the news when the Ukraine war first broke out. All the Jews fled. Like all the Jews got the fuck out of Ukraine as soon as the war broke out. So none of them got drafted. So it's very interesting how when the war breaks out, all the Jews leave, and then as the men are wiped out, the Jews come back to take the land. So yeah. Now, what's another interesting thing? A lot of the Jewish population, like the kind of the Jews that we recognize, the European Ashkenazi Jews, a lot of them come from those former Soviet countries. If you go back a few generations, their families originally came from Poland and Ukraine and like those Eastern European countries. And then a lot of them, they just after World War II, that's when they came to Europe or they went to Israel and so on and so forth.
Right. Also, the article mentioned every year Jewish New Year, which they call Rosh Hashanah or something, which just happened now. It's just many Jewish people will go to Uman for their specific religious site to celebrate. But the article point out a lot this time it's clearly more than just a religious celebration. This says Israel's police force and authority essentially took over all order and law and everything in the city, and the natives, mostly women, just nothing they can do about it.
Right. Well, yeah, no, Ukraine is basically a failed state. It is 100% dependent on endless money flows from NATO. The second the war is over or NATO cuts them off, the state ceases to exist. It has no economy. It has no men. It's just being propped up by these aid packages from the United States and other NATO countries. And a lot of these NATO countries, they're done. They look at this as a failed war. Ukraine lost. They're not going to spend any more money on this. And from what I'm hearing, Trump is going to end the war. When Trump is elected, he's going to end the Ukraine war. He's just going to blame it all on Biden. Be like, yeah, Biden was a retard. The war's over. We're not going to waste any more money on this. That's it for Ukraine.
I'm just speculating. If this is really true and Israel is essentially going to be the new occupant of Western Ukraine or whatever's left that Russia didn't conquer, this may be the way to get Trump to agree to fortify and defend what's left of Ukraine that's still in the Western control, and not just let Russia take more, and also just solidify U.S. and NATO support of the border area against Russia.
So all Russia cares about is that whatever rump state exists after the war's over doesn't join NATO. They don't want missiles on their border pointed at them. And I know they let NATO expand into like smaller countries that share a border with Russia, but Ukraine shares such a wide border with Russia that's just intolerable. They can't allow NATO to control Ukraine and put weapons on their border pointed at them like that much. So it's like how America tolerates Cuba, being off the coast of Florida and all, but America would not tolerate Mexico becoming a communist country. Like imagine during the Cold War, Cuba being communist, whatever, they're small islands off the coast of Florida. Mexico going communist, that would be intolerable because they share such a wide border with the United States that it would be a massive security risk to have their rival have an ally sharing a border right there. So they would not allow that to happen. But they don't care about Cuba, for example. So same thing with Russia.
I don't think they care much about Mexico communists now.
Well, not now. I'm trying to draw a parallel during like the Cold War. Now, what could happen is basically the arrangement is the rump state, the state formerly known as Ukraine, agrees to be neutral and not join NATO, and it's given to the Jews. And that's
right,
the compromise.
Even if there's no immediate threat of any further war, it's still a ripe piece of land just waiting to be taken.
Yeah, it's like the best farmland in Europe.
What are the women they're going to do about it?
Well, they're going to breed with their conquerors like they always do. So
of course.
Yeah. So it's now, was this the plan all along? Just so you know, this was not the plan all along.
This is probably improvised plan.
Yeah, the plan was to defeat Russia and then defeat China and then take over the world. I mean, remember in 2020 with COVID, they were going to push endless variants or keep us locked down forever. They were purging the military. Remember this: they purged everyone in the military who refused to get the vaccine, and then opened up our borders to unvaccinated illegal aliens. To spill over by the millions. So it had nothing to do with the vaccine. It was about compliance. Now there's like war. Now all of a sudden they're like trying to get everyone to come back to the military. This was not expected. So if the Jews get Ukraine because all the native Slavs have been killed off, that's just Jews kind of turning an L into a W, trying to make the most of a bad situation that benefits them.
Right, and it will solidify Trump's support to stand with whatever left of Ukraine if he's the one who would.
Trump is a giant Zionist. So is Vance. I've seen. I'm sorry about my cough. I've seen people try to be like. Easy. Well, unfortunately, I can't not talk during a talk show, so I'm gonna.
Yeah, but Kamala hates Israel, so why don't you vote for Kamala?
I know. Take your time. Talk a little more quietly if you have to.
It's fine. Anyway, my point is that people were trying to make this big deal about Trump as a big Zionist, and you got to vote for Harris. Like that's retarded. Both parties serve Israel. Like there is no non-Israeli Zionist shill candidate. Even RFK Jr. back when he was running, he's a giant Israeli shill Zionist. They all are. You realistically are never going to have a political career in this country if you don't support Israel. Now I know.
Kamala supports Israel.
You could be maybe a local politician if you have maybe no Jewish population per se, but if you want any kind of national recognition or national clout, you're gonna do what Israel wants. You're gonna do what the lobby says. That's just how it is. So there's like if you're thinking about we can't vote for Trump because he's a Zionist, like so's Harris, so's Biden, so's RFK Jr. They're all Zionists. Like which candidate isn't a Zionist? And if you're like but Harris is, I've heard these arguments like Harris is so retarded that she'll fuck it up and like that would help somehow. I don't know. Stupid.
Okay, there's also a part 2 that I also saw on Chinese news sites. It's about the recent development in Korea. Did you hear anything about the recent
I heard here, I'm gonna take some
propaganda flyers being dropped by drones into North Korea from
South
Korea?
I saw that North Korea had blown up the bridges and the roads linking North and South Korea because they're preparing for war.
That's a response to that.
Come with the flyers.
What? So anyway, I said earlier this week, South Korea, probably under the instruction of the U.S., the military flew a bunch of drones, dropped probably hundreds of thousands of flyers to the capital in North Korea, where the people are concentrated and can some people can grab a hold of this flyer and read about it. It's a flyer, a very provocative one, just pointing out how much value Kim Jong-un's watch is worth and his family's jackets and everything. His watch is worth over $10,000. Each one of their jackets over $1,000. That's the equated to how much food the average person can get with that kind of money, and just try to sow dissent or something. And the North Korea's regiment, of course, outraged. Now, but what's interesting is millions of people in South Korea, regular people, protesting such an act because it's an unprovoked act that's intentionally meant to instigate something. And a lot of people in South Korea protesting are saying they do not want their country, South Korea, to become another Ukraine. So the people over there are very well aware what happens if their country being used as a proxy war front against China and North Korea. They saw what happened to Ukraine. And some comments even jokingly said, in China, jokingly said, watch before Jewish settlements start coming in South Korea if the conflict escalates.
Yep, it's kind of funny. Like I saw an article recently talking about how China, quote unquote, burned all their bridges with Israel because they are not holding back. And I think it's because China realizes, China, the West is a giant trading partner for China. They see the writing on the wall.
Most countries outside the Western Empire, their sphere of influence, sees very clearly that America will essentially do anything for Israel.
Based on this, AA was saying that China was never going to do anything if they wouldn't jeopardize these business relationships and all this trade, and that's true in the immediate term. But China, China has a very they think long term. China, they don't just think about the immediate. They have a plan.
So they do with their mustache and everything, but keep in mind that as bad as they speak to their own people for the vision.
Openly talking about war with China within 10 years. Now, what is China doing? Nothing. China's doing nothing that would provoke America to war. It's America provoking China to war. America's building military bases all around China, pouring weapons into Taiwan, and then talking about, we're going to be at war with China in 10 years. So if you're China,
pouring weapons into Taiwan. That's how America is provoking China.
And your economy is dependent on the West. You need to change that. So that's what they're doing. Like, they're not buying American bonds. They are changing it. They're buying lots of gold. They're dumping U.S. bonds, and they're shifting their trading from Western countries to other Asian countries like the Middle East. And so
that's why they're willing to take a hit right now economically, because they know it's better.
Well, this is so annoying too. This has been happening for almost a year. I keep seeing these doom and gloom articles about how the Chinese economy is on the verge of collapse, and it's all bullshit. And then so China announced like last week or so that they were going to do a big stimulus, but they weren't going to print a bunch of money. They're going to like lower interest rates and encourage lending and try to get the economy going, but they're not going to print a shit ton of money. And everyone's like, oh, that's not going to work. They got to print a shit ton of money, because they need China to print a shit ton of money, because one of the reasons why the Chinese economy is doing good is because they have no inflation. In fact, they have, in dollar terms, they have deflation, because everything in the world is priced in dollars, because the dollar is the world's currency, because you have a major economy like China, not the world financial system. And also because all the governments in the world have a lot of free money. Like, if the United States prints $1 trillion.
Hi. Well, hey, how are you?
How's it going?
Fantastic.
Yeah. Well, what's up?
Well, I was doing a lot of physics.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
Always nice.
Mm-hmm.
Working on a gun control paper right now.
Oh, nice. So you're a lefty, so you're against guns, obviously.
Yes, I'm against guns.
I know. You're pro global warming, so I know everything about you. From a single position, I know the rest of your positions.
What do you think my other positions are? Just curious.
You're pro Kamala, anti-Trump. You're pro-abortion. You're leftoid.
No, I'm actually not pro-abortion, surprisingly.
Oh, okay, so you're a Catholic. You're not? You're not Catholic?
No,
What?
I just think that killing human beings is wrong. Like, even if they're in the womb, I think they're still human beings.
But you're not a Catholic?
Nope. I don't have any religious beliefs, surprisingly.
Your parents are not Catholic?
My parents are Protestant.
Are they religious?
Very. My mom is.
Oh, so okay, that explains it.
Like, my mom goes to church like 3 times a week or something.
Okay. So that's probably what's influencing you. But interesting. Okay, you're woke. You're pro gay rights.
Not woke. No, but surprisingly anti-trans. But I'm pro gay rights, yeah.
What do you mean you're anti-trans? You don't believe that the trans should use...
I don't believe in transgenderism.
I don't understand. So, what do you mean you don't, like, you're against transitioning?
Well, I believe that people who transition aren't actually women. Trans women aren't women.
So they shouldn't go into women's sports.
Yes, definitely.
And they shouldn't use women's bathrooms.
For sure. Because they're not even women.
Interesting. Well, you're not from California.
Nope. Texas.
You're from Denver or Dallas.
Correct.
You're from the city? You're from the city.
Sort of. I'm like right outside of Houston.
You're not. You're not suburban. You're influenced by the city.
Correct.
Yeah. Suburban Texans would completely are complete Republicans. You're leftoid.
Oh, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, you're black?
No.
Half?
No, I'm not. Why would you think I'm black?
Wait, blacks are not Protestant?
I mean, I'm not Protestant. My mom is.
I mean, blacks live in the city. Blacks usually don't live in suburbia.
Yeah, true. Hate writing papers.
Who, me?
I do.
Yeah, I'm also writing papers. I'm writing academic papers. What are you writing for? High school?
College.
I thought you were 17.
Yeah, I'm starting PMIC. I'm starting community college early.
Nice. What's your major? Engineering?
Oh, I have no clue yet. I low-key want to do like something with engineering, maybe
How's your math?
something along that lines. Oh, it's pretty okay.
Mhm.
Like it's college level, I guess.
Do you
Because I'm
like
taking a college algebra class
do you like
currently.
do you like math?
I kind of like it. Yeah. Same with physics. It's like I kind of like it, kind of not.
Mm-hmm.
I hate the quantum shit though. That shit boggles my brain.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I hate it. I hate it so much that I'm trying to destroy it from from its foundations. That's all that I'm doing these days.
Yeah.
So I would say at this point I would say get a math major.
I'm not sure if I'm that bright, dude, though.
It's not hard because very few people want to get a math major.
That's true.
And I mean, math is not that hard. I mean, calculus is
I'll agree.
a lot of math is like very intuitive. Like there's abstract math, there's hard. I mean, so you like maybe you find you need to. So why am I suggesting math? Because at the end of the day, whatever you want to do in life, math helps like crazy. You're not gonna be like even if you want to do finance, you gotta know math. Whatever you want to do physics, you gotta know math. You want to do economics, you gotta know math. Whatever you want to do, you gotta know math like inside and out, like really advanced stuff. And then it becomes impossible to study it just in order to comprehend some simple equation. And then you end up just using it like a dummy dum-dum, not understanding its meaning. I would say math is the number one. Number two is like go into finance, banking, economics.
Yeah, I just don't know what I'd get with a math degree. Like
Math with math you can go into finance, or with math you can just go and work in Wall Street in finance.
Yeah.
Or you could just go study
I wonder
finance.
what's that salary for it?
Salary for finance? In the long run, people that deal with finance, I think they do the best. In the long run. In the short run, it might be very competitive and difficult. But in the long run, you're going to be around money.
Jesus Christ, 120,000 a year.
Starting salary?
Starting salary can be in between 73,000 and 125,000. That's not bad.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I don't know if I would go into engineering or computer engineering or software. I don't know if I would do that now because we're very soon gonna drop software engineers because AI is gonna write more and more code, and I don't know if there's gonna be any more jobs for software engineers soon.
Yeah, I wonder what jobs are still going to be left.
I don't know.
I think physical work will still always be available. It's far from making good AI robots.
No, sooner or later those will go away. Driving is going to go away soon.
Yep.
You can just learn AI. Maybe you can major.
Learn AI.
Maybe there's like major like computer. Maybe you can go do computer science, computer programming, and specialize in AI. Just become like an AI guy. Yeah, that's probably the best. Yeah,
might be.
Because I think these days you need very little to go into AI because the AI packages are like so simple to use. You need like basically one semester of programming, and then you can already start programming AI and already get a job for like $250,000 a year.
Yeah.
So that's probably the best. And then community college would be nice. That's what I would do. So software programming or software engineering, one of those, or computer science, but major in AI. Like take as many courses in AI as soon as possible. As soon as possible.
All right.
Do AI, and then get a job, and you can stay in college and keep learning more AI. And I think your first job is going to be $250,000 a year from today.
Is there even a degree dedicated to AI?
What?
Is there a major dedicated to AI or something?
Probably just computer science with a like take as many courses in AI. I don't think there's an AI degree. You don't need that. Look, all you need to do is learn intro to programming and then AI. I think probably computer vision and computer this and AI this, AI that. I think even after one semester of AI, like using Tensor or whatever, TensorFlow, I don't know, all the packages like, look, you need to learn Python, the most important language for
yeah, that's true.
Yeah, so I think make sure that in intro to programming, they teach you Python. Try and try to get as much Python under your belt as soon as possible, and try to do AI as soon as possible, and just and try and get a job in AI programming as soon as possible, because that's what I would do, and then you can make a lot of money. You're gonna have a good life, and save every penny. Don't waste. Don't burn it. You're gonna make a lot, but save a lot. Save. Don't waste it.
Yep.
Don't buy fancy cars. Fancy cars is like, it's not a good idea. Like,
what would classify as a fancy car?
Like, don't buy a new sports or buy, I don't know. And look, if you make $250,000 a year, then you can spend. Let's say you lease a car. I don't know the prices now, but I don't know what are the prices. I don't know. Don't buy.
Not even
Just
sure.
lease. You can lease. We'll get to that. But first, I wouldn't worry about that now. Right now, I would start concentrating on programming. And you don't have to be a whiz kid. You just have to have a good tushy, sit, study, figure it out. Maybe make sure you always have someone to study with. That's really powerful. If you can find someone to study with, that could change your life. There's research about study partners and work partners that is unbelievable. Like it motivates you, and forces you to sit at a certain time that you set to do the studying, and you always study before the exam and not just the night before the exam. Anyway, look into that. That's what I would look into.
Yeah.
If yeah, that's what I would do. So you're gonna write the paper now?
Yeah, I'm writing the paper currently.
So you're
To
against
research like this.
So there's a correlation that the town in the U.S. with the most guns per population has the lowest violence.
Yeah, which town is that?
It's some suburb in Texas. It's like every citizen in that town has, like, on average, I don't know, 10 guns. And obviously no criminal wants to come close to that town. Anyway, you want to talk or you want to get back to work?
I can do both at the same time.
No
That's the
way.
reason I joined, because this paper is so fucking boring to do.
You can write a paper while talking?
Yeah, this is pretty easy if you think about it. So what's your position on free will?
There isn't. There's will. I mean, we don't have any free will, but we don't know the future. So for all intents and purposes, it looks like we have free will. It's like the future is predetermined, but we don't know what it is. So what's the difference if it's predetermined or not? If you don't know what it is, it looks to you like it's free. It looks to you like you can like you have free will. I don't see the difference. There is no free will. Everything is predetermined. You're nothing but a pile of rocks rolling down a hill since the Big Bang.
Well, how would it be predetermined? Like, what would be the criteria that would have to be met in order for it to be considered predetermined?
Well, the universe is mechanical. The universe is determinate. It's mechanical. There's laws of nature. Every elementary particle is basically like a billiard ball, and all the elementary particles are banging against each other like billiard balls with known laws of physics. So everything is predetermined. Whatever was decided in the Big Bang, that's what's going to be. So we don't have free will. We're just robots. We're not even robots. We're just pebbles rolling down the hill. Do pebbles rolling down the hill have any free will in your imagination?
I'm trying to think of an excuse. Like, I don't think they can control themselves. Like, if it were to be squirrels rolling down a hill, yes, some of them will be able to try to fight back or do something else.
But think of your brain. Your brain in itself is just a bunch of atoms rolling down the hill. Like everything is just a chemical reaction. Everything is just a chain reaction. Everything that transpires in this universe is just a chain reaction that started at the Big Bang. No?
I mean, I guess, but
I mean, what was?
I don't see the chain reaction. Like,
when you think about it, if you think about what, right, your brain is just a bunch of neurons, just about a bunch of cells, a bunch of
Yep.
what do you call those? Nerve cells. And each nerve cell, just a bunch of chemicals, and it's atoms. And each atom is just a bunch of electrons and protons and neutrons. And each electron is just a wave waving around like a dummy dum dum. So you're just composed of dummy dum dums. You're just many, many trillions of dummy dum dum things interacting according to very dummy dum dum laws. It looks like you're very
Yeah.
you look smart because it's such a complex interaction. But you're composed of each particle that makes you up is really dumb.
Mm-hmm.
Each one is just a pebble rolling down a hill, bumping against this, bumping against that, bouncing here, bouncing there. Each electron in your body doesn't have any free will. All the electrons are identical. They're just waves. So
if I were to like punch someone in the face, it would not be my responsibility, or it wouldn't be under my control, right?
It is. Why not? How is it not?
Because I don't have free will. If my electrons are just controlling every single impulse that I do, it wouldn't be my responsibility specifically, right? Because I'm not acting out freely to punch an old woman in the face.
But if you do it, they execute you. Whether you have or not,
Exactly.
they're going to kill you. Yeah. So, okay, I agree that you don't, but they don't care. They're going to chop your head off.
Yeah.
They don't have any free will, but they're still going to chop your head off. Your head doesn't have a free will, and you don't have a free will, but your head is going to be, you're going to be losing a head. You're going to be you minus your head.
Yeah.
So that's, I don't know if that's what exactly you had in mind. So I don't know. But yeah, you don't have free will. But if you kill someone, they'll kill you. Whether you have free will or not, they're not going to care.
You just fuck up the entire moral system then. Like if everyone knew, wait a minute, it's not my fault I didn't do anything, so I can practically do anything. Like it would rid people of moral integrity, I guess.
But no one, but it's not relevant. I don't care about moral. If you come to hurt me, I chop your head off. I don't care if you have agency or not. Let's say a robot that has no soul and no morality is approaching me and it's going to kill me. So you think because it's innocent, I'm not going to stop it? And if I have to kill it, I'm not going to kill it in order to stop it from killing me? I don't care that it has or doesn't have morality, freedom of choice. I don't care. If you're a dysfunctional member of society, we chop your head off. We don't care if you have agency, don't have agency. It's irrelevant. Agency has nothing to do with the story. You're either going to be a fully functional member of society or we're going to chop your head off. It's got nothing to do with freedom of choice or morality.
Mm-hmm.
Like, do you want to live or do you want to, like, if you want to live, behave. You don't want to live, find out and fuck around and we'll teach you. They'll teach you.
I mean, that's one way to keep people moral.
It's nothing to do with morality. It's like we have laws on the books. You either go by the laws or we dispose of you. It's really very straightforward. Unless you're a hot chick, then you can do whatever you want.
That's true.
Like hot chicks, it's a different universe for them. But as long as you're a dude, your society doesn't, society disposes of dudes whether they're good or bad. So you just need to give society an excuse to dispose of you, and that's the end of that. It's going to be a short trip.
Yep.
So yeah, it's got nothing to do with freedom schmeedom. Like hot chicks don't have freedom of choice. That's for sure. I mean, they don't need
Oh
the.
yeah, that's true.
They don't care about the universe. Everything they're taken care of. Like the fact that they breathe. That's it. Society salutes them for breathing. Oh, you're alive. Let us salute you. So yeah, freedom of choice has nothing to do with anything. But no, there isn't any freedom of choice. You're just a pile of rocks on a good day.
Yeah. God. I just typed another thing, like ANOTHING, cement another thing.
You typed another thing with a D? What?
Yeah.
That's good.
Dude.
Always a good
Like
thing.
I can write papers at the same time, but I just mess up the words sometimes. Like I'll combine 2 words into 1 word.
That's
It's
incredible.
annoying.
So you should be able. So you're smart. So you should be able to find a job for $500,000 first year.
$500,000. That's a lot.
In AI, it's possible. Just make
Yeah,
sure.
true.
Just make sure you know your AI. Make sure you understand. You understand every step. Like really invest yourself. Like really invest. Like don't let somebody else do your homework. Do everything. Figure it out slowly. Take your time. Don't waste your time. Don't watch TV. Dedicate yourself to this. To at least I would say the first year and a half, 2 years. There's forget about life. No more life. You're fully dedicated to studying and getting and finding a job. And then once you have a job, you can switch gears and study less, like take less courses and be more dedicated to work, but finish your degree, then go for your master's, slowly, no pressure. Then get your PhD slowly, no pressure.
PhD.
Yeah, you should get a PhD, definitely.
Man, that's gonna be hell expensive.
No, when you work, nothing is expensive. It doesn't matter.
True.
If your community college gives PhDs, get a PhD at the community college. It's like basically free.
I think they only offer associates though.
Okay, so as soon as
So I'd probably have to transfer to university. Like
okay,
once I get all my gen eds, I'm going to transfer to university. That's the
fine.
plan.
But when you transfer to a local, like to a state university, to a local state university, so it's like basically free.
Mm-hmm.
Like, is it you have University of Texas? Is that state school?
Yes.
Well, it's a good school. So it's free. It's basically free. I don't know, like tuition
basically
is
free as in like $10,000 a year.
That's nothing. Are you kidding? People pay like $1 million at this point. What are you talking about?
I mean, it's like I can get a lot of stuff with $10,000.
Fine, but you're gonna get a job that pays you $100,000 a year, a month.
True.
Like 5 years from now, you should be making $1 million a year. That should not,
$1 million a year.
$1 million
Damn.
a year in 5 years. That sounds about right. Anyway, let me get back to my watching nonsense. Unless you want to talk about something like full power. Okay,
That's fine.
So you finish your paper and then contact me. We can talk.
Yeah, I might just go to bed when I finish my paper because it's like almost 1 o'clock.
All right, I'm here for now. I just want to watch.
All right, see ya.
I'll see you later. Bye.
That means you have basically political cover to print $1 trillion from nothing and spend it on whatever you want, just like a little gift from Uncle Sam. And if anybody complains about the inflation, you say, oh, we had to maintain parity with the dollar. They'll say, oh, I guess we did. And they'll shut up and go away. And then you got $1 trillion to blow whatever the hell you want. What a great trick. China's not playing that game anymore. They're not printing a shit ton of money. And they have quote unquote deflation. Oh my God, deflation, that means recession. No, it doesn't. The Chinese economy is growing at, I think, a little bit over 4%. Now it's below, like China wants over 5%, and it's only growing a little bit over 4%. So they want to get it back to 5%. But it's like they're not in a recession if they're growing at 4%. America's only growing at 2%, and that's with all the market manipulation and all the bullshit statistics the government keeps revising. Even with all that bullshit, we're only growing at 2%. and China's growing over 4%. And everyone's like, oh, the Chinese economy's collapsing. And there's two things happening. Number one, you have retards who don't understand that just because China has deflation in dollar terms, that doesn't mean jack fucking shit because China isn't using dollars. You idiot. And then two, you have a lot of Western banks and institutions pulling their money out of China because they're being told to by the government as a way to punish China for not buying U.S. bonds. There's like basically a soft economic war against the Chinese markets by Western players. And in the long run, this is a good thing for China. China needs to retool their economy to no longer be dependent on the West because as the West is telling them to their face, they're going to be at war in less than 10 years. Not because China wants a war, because America wants a war. America sees China, and this is what the war in Ukraine is always about.
No, there's China started punishing bankers and investors for. I mean, they started investigating why bankers and investors are making so much money, and they started arresting them. So yeah, I think you're gonna. Yeah, the Chinese economy is gonna. Anyway, you can move to China. It's fine.
America sees China as the ascendant empire. Ray Dalio did a 30-minute video about this. So China is the ascendant empire. America is the.
Ray Dalio is an idiot, is a moron. I don't know. Okay, Ray Dalio, the genius.
Empire in decline. The declining empire always picks a fight with the ascendant empire and always loses, by the way. So that's all that's happening. The war in Ukraine was basically America trying to take out Russia early. They wanted to take out Russia quickly and then focus on China. They vastly underestimated Russia. So womp womp. But China's fine. The economy's fine. It's growing over 4%. The markets are shit because you have Western companies and banks pulling their money out and then shorting it and everything. But yeah, this is honestly healthy for the Chinese market in the long run. If the Western banks and institutions pull their money out in order to try to crash the Chinese markets, that just means you have good companies in China that are very attractively priced because there's nothing wrong with the Chinese economy.
So far I see from WeChat and social media, people in China are definitely taking a hit on their standard living right now, but it kind of have to go through that. It's have to take a temporary dive something before they reshape everything.
Well, they just had a real estate bubble pop, so the real estate bubble popping was real, but the economy as a whole is fine. It's just that like when you have a big speculative mania and you have an overpriced asset that everybody was investing in, and it crashes, and all those people get wiped out. That's a bad day for a lot of people. That's why you don't go. Like that. That's that song from the '90s. Don't go chasing waterfalls by I think TLC. It's like don't chase investment bubbles. Everyone around you is making money. Everybody's talking about how it's easy money and you're stupid for not investing. They're gonna be broke when it all pops. Now I don't know. It could be 6 months, it could be 12 months, it could be 18 months. I don't know. But every bubble pops. It's based on a greater fool theory. Like in the real estate market, what happened was you had crack houses going for $1 million. And people were like, this is not $1 million home.
Every bubble pops. Yeah, that's a very good economic theory. Very deep economic theory with many parameters in the equation.
And that was the end of the bubble. There's like these kind of psychological limits for even what the normies of normies are willing to accept. Like in the dot-com bubble, what caused the bubble to pop was when these tech companies, their share prices was higher than their annual income.
Okay.
So there's like certain psychological limits for even what the normies will accept. And then people realize this is insane. This is like price so high.
Financial genius.
It's not even realistic. That's when
everything is a bubble genius.
The bubble pops. And everybody starts rushing for the door and everybody loses their money.
A bubble. Maybe
like I expected them to, because now it's too late. Now, shit about those. It's going to take everything down. We're going to have an energy crisis, a dollar crisis, a debt crisis. Like all the markets are going to crash. The bond market's going to crash. The stock market's going to crash. Everything's going to crash. And then we're going to have massive inflation on top of it. And if the government tries to...
When? He keeps predicting and predicting. Since the day I've known him, he keeps predicting and predicting and predicting. When? I've been listening to you for 10 years. When is... You're like Peter Schiff, always predicting and predicting and predicting. And it never comes true.
Print their way out. They're just going to create more inflation.
You just listen to me. You're going to die and nothing have happened.
And so we're going to have a stagflationary depression.
We're going to have when? When are we going to have? When? Could you please give me a deadline by which, if it doesn't happen, you put something between your, when? You keep predicting and predicting and predicting. You're never going to stop with all the predictions? Nothing but predictions.
That people are not even remotely prepared for. And unfortunately, there's no way to prepare for it because the government is manipulating the shit out of the futures market in order to buy them.
Manipulating. Everyone is manipulating. What's your evidence for all these manipulations? What's your evidence? Manipulating. Who's manipulating? Who is running the world? According to you, somebody's running the world. Could you point to the person that runs the world? There's somebody running the world from behind the shades, from behind the scenes. Oh, he's running the world. Who is that person?
Themselves time to manipulate energy markets. So what we could realistically do to prepare for the stagflationary depression is precious metals. It's like the only commodity you can feasibly own. Like you can't buy a barrel of oil. I mean, you could. Where are you gonna put it? Do you have a warehouse? You can just keep barrels of oil. Can you take cubic meters of natural gas and store it up your ass? Probably not. So most people don't have the actual physical storage to hold on to commodities. You need some type of, but that's why people use futures contracts. They just trade the contracts. They don't actually want possession of the commodity. Precious metals are the one commodity that people can realistically hold. You can hold an ounce of gold. It's a coin. Put it in a safe, easy peasy. And it's not perishable. It's not gonna go bad. It's not gonna expire. You hold on to it for years.
They're gonna steal it. They're gonna enter your house and steal it. What are you gonna do then? They're gonna come kill you, take the safe, and leave.
Years and years. The only risk of precious metals is the government might do what they did in 1933 and order everybody to turn in their gold for cash under penalty of law. If they do that, you have a choice to make. You can obey the law or you cannot obey the law, but the choice is yours. It's like if the government ever says everybody turn their guns, you can turn your gun or you can not. You can decide which end of the gun to give them. It's up to you. But that could happen. Now, this is why I recommend silver over gold, because silver is only about, I mean, I think it's like 30 an ounce now, but back in a few years ago, I used to use this example. I talked about how it was like $20 an ounce, give or take. Like silver was like a $20 bill in your wallet. Most people keep a $20 bill in their wallet for an emergency, just in case you got to pay a toll or you go to somewhere where they don't have.
530 viewers. Jesus, people listen to this buffoon. Jesus.
They can't swipe your card. You got a 20 in your wallet to pay for whatever. It's like an emergency 20.
I mean, he used to be so funny, but now he's just a buffoon.
That's what your silver is. Your silver is a $20 bill in your pocket.
Or maybe I outgrew him. I don't know.
And gold is like, well, it was $2,000 an ounce. I don't even know what it's up now. I think it's over $3,000 an ounce and going higher. It's going to go a lot higher. The problem is gold is just like, who carries around thousands of dollars in their wallet? Nobody. So gold is probably, if a precious metal is going to be confiscated by the government, it's going to be gold. Silver, probably not, because silver simply isn't valuable enough for the government to worry about. So what's probably going to happen is the government will basically take the gold, but the silver will remain in like the hands of the people. That will be the barter metal. So that's why I recommend holding most of your precious metals in silver, like about 80%. So 80% in silver, the last 20%, some combination of gold and copper. You want some, like copper is like your dollar bills. If you want some singles, you got some copper bullion. If you want a $20 bill, you got your silver bullion. If you want like fucking thousands of dollars, you have your gold bullion. And that's how you do barter. I've gone over this in the past. That's realistically the only kind of commodity you can keep, because there's no contracts. You can hold it forever. It doesn't expire or go bad, and you just kind of wait to see what happens. Now, the downside of precious metals is they don't generate interest. They don't pay cash flows. They don't, there's no dividends. It's not really an investment. It's more like an insurance policy, which is why I don't consider precious metals an investment. I don't consider them part of my portfolio. You should own about 6 months of precious metals and expenses, and then just hang on to it, and you're done. Don't buy any more. Don't convert your portfolio from stocks to gold. Don't do that shit. Just keep right now, money markets are paying over 5%. Just keep your stuff in cash. If you want to chase the tech stock, AI bullshit, you're free to. It's your money. But it is a bubble. There's nothing there. It will pop. I don't know when, but when it does, you're never getting your money back. So I wouldn't do it if I were you, but I'm not you. So you're free to make some money in the meantime. Just so you know, like you don't know when the timer goes off. Like it's like Warren Buffett has this analogy about Cinderella, where you're dancing at the ball and you need to get out of there before midnight. Before midnight, the strike of midnight, where your character becomes a pumpkin and your beautiful dress turns. But then you get out before midnight. You have no idea when midnight's going to be. Or dances in before midnight, but struck midnight and you're still at the ball. Pattern until after the election. I do believe Trump will win. I strongly believe Trump will win. All the indicators are backing me on this, and it's mostly for two reasons. Number one, Trump is going to deliver white America back to the system. There's a lot of people who are losing faith in the system. And so when Trump wins, their faith will be restored in the voting process. Like, oh, they tried to steal the election, but we won. That means, the elections do work. We can trust the system, you guys. But then most importantly, Trump.
So someone is running the world. There's somebody running the world, and that somebody decided to put Trump back in. Could you please point to who is running the world? Could you please point? Who's running the world? Who is that?
Trump is expected to bring.
It's so easy for him. They're running the world. Trust me, they're running the world. This is like you believe in God. It's like there's a God that runs the world, and according to you, God has plans. It's according to his plans.
Middle white America back to the army recruitment centers. Because nobody's joining the military. People do not feel like their country gets like this.
So because they need people to join the military, they can just raise the salary, and
white people feel like their country hates them. Then they're not wrong. And before all these wars broke out, that was intentional. But now that the Jews need you.
That was intentional, but the Jews need you. Oh my God. This guy's, what is he talking? Oh my God.
They need you to go die for them and go fight their wars for them.
What are you talking about? Who asked for what? Somebody needs Americans to come and die? There's barely Jews dying. Hardly any Jews are dying right now. What are you talking about? Why do you need Americans to come and die in the Middle East? Who asked for that? Right now, the U.S. is preventing Israel from defending itself. Israel can do the job. Israel doesn't need the U.S.
So they'll,
and the same goes to the Ukraine. When the Ukraine, if the U.S. gave the Ukraine equipment and armaments and munitions, whatever, guns and planes, and permission to use the weapons, the Ukraine can wipe out Russia. But according to this guy, that's not even happening. It's like something. He's like in a different universe. What a waste of time. It's such a waste of time. Oh my god. Let's listen to this guy.
Examples that I would cite as indicating the abandonment of underlying causes would be the abandonment of the ether. Who's heard of the ether? So to specifically, I'll talk about what I take to be the ether, just in case there's any, just so you know what I mean, because it might mean different things in different people's vernacular. So my common way of explaining this is if you suck the air out of a jar, and you have a bell inside the jar. Once the air is out of the jar, you can't hear it anymore. Why? Well, because there's no air, and so the sound cannot transfer through the jar into your ears, right? But here's something kind of cool to think about. You can still see the bell, right? And light's a wave. So that means waves are still propagating from the bell through the jar into your eyeball, even though there's nothing in the jar. Or there's apparently nothing in the jar. You suck the air out, so there's apparently nothing in it, but these waves are crossing through the jar. So what that means is there's still something left in the jar. There's still something left in the jar that's waving, that constitutes, that is carrying those light waves. And whatever this something is, it
No, but you have to prove that light is a wave.
must be in the vacuum or the apparent vacuum of space. There must be this stuff everywhere which is able to carry light. And the ether was abandoned by physicists about 100 years ago now. People stopped thinking about the ether. And it was specifically because of experiments such as the Michelson-Morley experiment, which you can make a note to yourself to talk about that in the question period. But the Michelson-Morley experiment did not, in fact, disprove the ether. And we can talk about that. But this was a disaster for finding underlying causes in physics because the ether, because in physics, we are now aware of all kinds of waves that propagate through space. We're aware of gravitational waves. We're aware of waves of light, of course. And what we found in quantum phenomena is that when we zoom in, when we look at the inner nature of matter, we find that it too has a wave-type property. What are these waves waves of? Is the question that would have been obvious to Enlightenment scientists, to scientists.
I've written a bunch of papers about the ether based, all inspired by you. You might want to take a look at them. I'll email you the links. Inductica. Let's see. We had a back and forth. I hope I didn't miss an email from him. He can help me publish these papers. Let's see. Let's look for Inductica. Inductica. There's no Inductica. Maybe there's just James. James Elias. Let's take a bunch of links. So this is my drive. This is the ready papers. Can I just share the ready papers? Proof, gravitational lensing from Galileo. Okay, so we need a separate folder just because this has nothing to do with the ether. But you know what? I can just a new theory of everything, quantum gravity, gravitational lensing, proof, black hole formation analysis. So I think I can just share the ready papers. Let's share. Anyone with a link can view. Copy link. Where's his Gmail? Hi, James. I've written a bunch of papers inspired by your ether. Here is a link to my Google Drive folder. Let me know what you think. Let me know if you want me to give you or anyone else a presentation. Okay. Let's see what he says. Okay, hi James. I've written a bunch of papers inspired by your ether. Here's a link to my Google Drive folder. Let me know what you think. Let me know if you want me to give you or anyone else a presentation. All right, let's see what he says. Let's get back to his presentation.
Like Copernicus and Kepler, were trying to find underlying causes. Physicists like Newton, who were able to discover the underlying cause of planetary motion. What was the underlying cause of planetary motion? It's that the sun is pulling the planets in, causing them to go in a circle. He found that underlying cause. What's the underlying cause of these waves? Well, something must be waving. What's the nature of this stuff, whatever it is? These questions are no longer asked. So as this first point of what's really taking modern physics off track, it's that physicists have lost sight of the fundamental goal of science, which is to find underlying natures. And one way of describing that mistake is this attitude that all models are wrong, all explanations, they don't really matter, you can never really prove them. Just they're useful. They're useful mental images to help us reproduce the observations. That is and in my view, that's the death of deeper science. Science that seeks underlying causes. Second, in physics, we are now saddled another problem that has caused this stagnation. In physics, we're saddled with a lot of philosophically flawed theories. I'll brush through this briefly, and I'm very open to questions on this. General relativity is philosophically flawed because it is a subjectivist theory. So here's what I mean: is it talks about the observations of a given observer. It does not describe what is actually going on. It is agnostic about what is actually going on. I mean, again, it doesn't seek to find underlying natures. Instead, what we're given in general relativity and special relativity is an account of how the events will appear to different observers. Okay, now in physics, it's actually important to give accounts of why different observers see different things or observe different things. So, for example, there's a common illusion where, let's say both of us are looking at a fish inside of water. Because light bends when it goes from water into the air, if you and I, if I'm tall and you're short, you and I will have different guesses, we'll have different estimates of how deep underwater the fish is. The reason for this is basically, long story short, is because light bends when it goes from water into air. And so we will observe, if you will, the fish to be at different depths. Now, in the modern day, we have a theory that completely accounts for this difference of observation. It does not, but it doesn't simply tell us that we're going to observe different things and then mathematically account for those differences in observation. It tells us why we observe different things. It tells us the physical cause of that difference. Namely, it's because the light is bending. Now, in general relativity, we do not have an account of why different observers observe things differently. Now, to put this briefly, one reasonable hypothesis is that motion through the ether and gravitational forces cause deformations in measurement instruments. It causes rulers to get shorter, and it causes clocks to tick slower. And as a result of these changes, people using rulers and clocks to make observations are going to make observations that are different because of these deformations caused by the ether, these deformations and these slowing of clocks caused by the ether. Now, I'm not saying that we know that that's the cause, but this is what it would look like to actually understand the cause. Instead, what we're given with general relativity is an agnosticism at best, an agnosticism with respect to causes. It doesn't really matter what the cause is. We're just supposed to write down the equations that describe the differences between the different observers. So that's the second flaw.
This is brilliant. This is just brilliant stuff.
In physics, we have the second thing that got us into this problem, which is that we have philosophically flawed theories. There are also flaws with quantum mechanics, the other major pillar of our physical theories. But I don't have time to get into that right now. You can ask me in the question period what I think the flaws with quantum mechanics are. Now, thirdly, we are confused about the nature of the abstractions that we're using. Physics has now gotten to a point where the concepts are so abstract that fully connecting them to observation, continuing to hold them in a truly scientific way, in a way that is based on observation, not just free, whimsy of the human mind, it's starting to become harder and harder to do that. And we are not meeting that challenge in the modern day. And I could give a lot of examples, but I'm just going to give one, and that's fields. We've heard of gravitational fields, electric fields, magnetic fields. People will talk about these fields without talking about the entity that causes them. They will be confused about the nature of fields and what they actually mean. So what they'll say is they'll say, another example, they'll say, in quantum mechanics, they'll say, the vacuum contains fields. Well, if you're serious about what a vacuum means nothing. You're telling me that nothing is doing a thing. Well, if it's doing a thing, it's not nothing. It's something. Now, it's the ether. The thing carrying these fields is the ether. We know that. I can give arguments for that later if you want. But whatever you want to call it, nothing cannot be the cause of fields. And we have to get clear on what fields actually mean. We have to understand what it is. And I think there's a distinction between the fields, which are just mathematical abstractions which capture action. So, for example, a gravitational field tells you how much gravitational pull will exist at a certain location. That's separate, that field, that abstraction telling you about the action. That abstraction is separate from whatever it is the ether is doing at that location to cause that action. We don't know what the ether is doing at that location to cause the action, but that's exactly where we need to turn our scientific eye, our scientific inference towards finding out. So the third problem is being unclear on abstractions. Okay? Now, the fourth thing that has led to the stagnation is that in the modern day, all physicists stand atop an enormous, unthinkable skyscraper of prior ideas. To summarize the skyscraper briefly, the ideas of the ancient Greeks who first understood astronomy form the foundation. Atop that lies a theory of planetary motion and a theory of how all bodies move, and that was invented by Copernicus, Kepler, and Galileo. Atop that is a theory of gravity and mechanics come up with by Newton. Atop that is an understanding of electricity and magnetism, which was only made possible through an understanding of forces. Atop that is a theory of the inner nature of matter, which could have only been discovered with the help of understanding electricity and magnetism. I could continue to elaborate on the levels, but basically imagine about 50 more stories to that story, 50 more levels to this skyscraper, and what you have is this enormous pile. Now, physicists work and think at the top levels, but those top levels only have meaning if all of the earlier levels are fully understood, because it is those earlier levels that provide the proof of the later levels. And
I'm blown away that Tapioca Weasel doesn't know this experiment. Like, this is like, how do you know Bohr is correct? Like, he doesn't know Bohr's model. Like, to him, Bohr is prehistory. They don't know the evolution of science. They don't know what experiment, how we know things. They don't know how we know things. Like, if you ask them to prove to me something, they cannot prove it.
Because this long chain of inference is so long, it's so abstract, and so complicated, we now have a situation where the experts in the field are taking on faith the conclusions of those who come before them. Now, you might say that there's nothing wrong with
Exactly. So they live in they don't have any width to their knowledge.
taking the earlier physicists on faith, so long as those earlier physicists did in fact use the science.
I mean, he's spending so much time studying math that there's no time to study the physics. And they stop studying physics. All they're doing is speculation.
Method and did in fact prove their conclusions. Now, in many cases, that is true. It's not true for quantum mechanics and relativity, but in many cases, it is. After all, these theories at least get correct results. Our technologies work on the basis of these theories, and that's kind of all the proof anyone needs to know that they're successful, at least. But here's the problem: you can't really think and innovate in a field where you don't understand the ideas yourself. And so the final thing that has caused the stagnation in physics is that physicists do not fully understand physics, in my opinion. Not in the way that they should. Not in the way where they can really tell you all the observations and reasoning stuff that allow you to understand that. Now, as a layman, of course, you don't need to understand the proof of everything. But for those who wish to innovate, for those who wish to discover new scientific principles, this kind of first-hand understanding of the proof of physical principles is going to be an enormous asset. And I would argue you can't really make significant fundamental progress without it. Now, let me briefly indicate what Inductica is going to do to implement a solution to this roadblock. The solution, in my view, is to go back to observations. We have flawed theories. We need to go back to the observations. That's what you do. We had a flawed theory of the solar system when we thought it was a geocentric theory. What did Kepler do? He made a bunch of what did Kepler, Galileo, Copernicus do? They went back to the observations. It's no longer that simple, unfortunately. That's part of it. We have to do that, but it is insufficient. Here's why. In the modern day, the observations which constitute the evidence of these modern abstract theory, these observations are themselves the result of inference from prior theories. Inference from theories which I've already shown to be flawed. Inferences from quantum mechanics and general relativity. Going back.
Yeah, so I talked to someone and he says, I ran an experiment and we were able to have superposition and we threw a single atom into two slits, half a meter apart. Okay, so do you do it a single atom at a time? No, we don't know what was going on in there. Like, how do you know what you did? Like everything, it's vector space and state space and configuration space, and like, so how do you know what you did? I mean, how do you know? So you don't know anything. So your entire experiment is garbage. You didn't do anything. You didn't do anything. Your experiment is garbage. They're assuming well they got this result and they're assuming interpretation, and they all have consensus.
Back to the observations, if we really want to do that, will require a fundamental overhaul of our entire scientific corpus, of our entire physics corpus. We will have to go back and reprove everything from the beginning. Only then will we be able to return to the observations and reasoning steps which first proved quantum mechanics and general relativity and reconsider them truly with unbiased eyes. Because right now, we look at these phenomena through the lenses of prior theories, which we as physicists learned in school, and we don't really know the evidence for. We know that it's consistent with observation on some level, but we don't know how it was actually proven. And so Inductica's mission is to reprove all of these physical principles from the beginning. My YouTube channel has already started this process of reproof by starting with cavemen counting rocks. And the reason I started so early, my intention is to go from cavemen counting rocks to all of basic math, to basic Greek astronomy, from there to reprove mechanics, from there to reprove electromagnetism, thermodynamics, quantum mechanics, etc., all the way up to quantum and relativistic phenomena, to build this perspective that will allow us to look upon quantum and relativistic phenomena with fresh eyes, without the biases of the prior theories we were.
I wouldn't do that. That is possible, but so the way I work is I go to bottlenecks. Right? In any system, you look for the bugs. You look for where the bug is. A bug in a system tells you where the bug is. It tells you that there is a bug. Like, you can tell where a bug is. So you don't need to go fix something that isn't broken. You might have to if you find that a bug drags you into a rabbit hole, then you might have to, but you really shouldn't, just because you're spreading yourself thin. You want to be efficient, so you want to be greedy in your algorithm. The best way is to stress test a system, and when you stress test it, it starts falling apart, and then you see, okay, how does it fall apart? How does it fall apart? And then you find what's causing it to fall apart. If it's something simple, then you fix it. If it's not simple, it could drag you all the way to something really, really, really deep. But then you're following a bug down a rabbit hole. You're not nilly-willy fixing a caveman counting of rocks. There doesn't seem to be an issue with our counting methods. There is an issue when you talk to people and they explain to you quantum mechanics and you cannot understand it after you heard it for the 1000th time. You still can't understand what the heck they're talking about. Then you know there is a bug. Because when they talk about the mass of the electron, that's very simple. When they talk about the experiment that they figured out, the mass of the electron, that's very simple. The charge of the electron, that's very simple. But when they talk about the two-slit experiment with the electron, I don't understand it. When they talk about, like, many things make a lot of sense. When they talk about two electrons exchanging a photon, makes sense. The gluons and everything makes sense. Everything makes sense. As long as it makes sense, I wouldn't touch it. But when they talk about nonsense, that's when you have to check. Right? They have they have an atomic bomb. An atomic bomb, it's where something must be working. I mean, something. There must be neutrons. There must be plutonium or whatever fissile material they're using. Whatever they're using, I mean, there's a whole bunch of steps. Everything needs to work according to plan. And there is nuclear technologies. X-rays work, and muons and particle accelerators and particle chambers. What do you call cloud chambers? We see things. So a lot of things seem like, and you can look at the experiments. There's plenty of experiments. You can see the experiment and you can follow every step, and everything makes sense, except for this tiny thing. Okay, figure that out. Why does that make no sense? Wherever you have something, maybe I should go to sleep, that is making no sense, that's where you have to stop and start digging. You have to be a good archaeologist. You don't just start digging anywhere. You could, but if you go somewhere and you see something strange, that's where you start digging. You dig where you see an issue. Anyway.
We're already taught in college. And to aid in this process, I have Greek astronomy, from there to reprove mechanics, from there to reprove electromagnetism, thermodynamics, quantum mechanics, etc., all the way up to quantum and relativistic phenomena, to build this perspective that will allow us to look upon quantum and relativistic phenomena.
The only issues we're having is we know exactly where. We know that the foundation of special relativity is problematic. We know GR. We know we don't have quantum gravity. And that's basically it. But I think if you look at my papers, I think it's going to resolve a lot of issues. And I've done it with very little energy, very little time, because I'm focused on fixing bugs. Show me the bug. Show me the most critical bug. I would say show me the easiest bug first. Always go to the easiest bugs. You know, in general, you don't want to deal with the most difficult bugs. You leave those to the very, very, very last. You always go to the easiest bugs. So whatever your intuition is, I can fix that. That's what you should try and fix. And if you can't fix it, leave it alone. Go to the next easy step. Always go to easy steps. Don't spread yourself thin. And don't kill yourself. You need to enjoy what you're doing. You need to see positive feedback. You need to clear your desk from clear your desk. Let me see this. You need anyway. There must be a mathematical proof why it's the best thing to just always go for the easiest bugs
with fresh eyes, without the biases of the prior theories we were already taught in college.
Like if you have an intuition how to come up with a new theory to explain some phenomenon, do that first. Whatever you have, whatever you feel like doing, whatever people are curious and you have available. Because you can probably I can write right now probably 10, 20 papers to explain completely unexplained phenomenon. So that's what I should concentrate on, not wasting my time with things I have no idea. Like I would say most of my time should be just churning out simple papers. For me, they're simple and that no one else can understand.
In this process, I have written an entire theory of induction. specifically a theory of the scientific method. I think part of what's gotten us into this problem is a faulty theory of what it means to actually prove a scientific theory, and you can ask me more about that in the question period. But I've written an entire book, which is right now available on my Patreon. I've written a book. You can see an advanced copy of it. It's not published yet. You can see an advanced copy of the book, which details my theory of the scientific method. And part of what this reproof is going to do, part of starting from caveman mathematics, is to show how this theory of the scientific method can indeed be used to prove observational science with certainty. And so through that process, this process of reproving, I'm hoping that physicists of the future will be able to look at physical phenomena with...
No, it just needs to be mechanical. Everything is fine with the scientific method. You just need to make sure every theory is mechanical, quantum mechanical at this point.
Completely fresh eyes and to discover the true causes of all of these wonderful phenomena that we're seeing in the physical world. So with that, thank you for your attention, and I'll open it up to questions.
Thanks, James. I don't know if we're here. Can you hear?
Who are these people? Who is he presenting to?
Just speak up and I should be able to hear you.
So are there observations we're making today and conclusions we're reaching today that you believe are inaccurate as a consequence of...
And why are they in one room and not just each in front of their computer? What's the point in showing up to this room where there's such a distance from where he's presenting? This is so inconvenient.
Meeting on past field.
Yeah, so let's see. So first of all, what I'll say is that from my own perspective, the majority of cutting edge physics is something that I am not equipped to evaluate. So for example, they recently took a photo of a black hole. Is it an actual black hole? I personally do not know. Now, like, this isn't to cast doubt on anything. I'm not trying to cast doubt on anything, but I'm just telling you my attitude. I don't accept a physical conclusion until I understand the observations and reasoning steps which prove
Correct. Very good. You have to be skeptical.
it. And from my perspective, I can't speak to whether or not that's a real black hole or not. I don't have the prior knowledge required to evaluate the evidence that has been presented. Similarly, the Big Bang. I could say that I'm skeptical of the Big Bang, but it would be more accurate for me to just say I don't have the prior knowledge, even as a physicist, of how long now? Depending on how you count it, like 14 years. A physicist, let's say 14 years. Even after all of that experience, I don't have the prior knowledge required to evaluate the claims of the Big Bang. I find it a little bit dubious because I don't think the universe can have a beginning. But was there some kind of explosion? Yeah, maybe.
Oh my God. No, oh my God, he's casting doubt on the Big Bang. Jesus, he doesn't think there can be a beginning. Oh my God, we're in trouble.
Like I'm not gonna say that it's wrong, but so it's not that I'm even skeptical. It's that using my method, I would have to reprove all of the physics that was required to infer the possibility of the Big Bang before I could say one way or another. Now there are other...
No, you know, this is not good. I need to talk to him. He's gonna lose. People are gonna hear this. I mean, besides the fact that it's wrong, but you're gonna turn off people. But it doesn't matter. I mean, the more important thing is that you're wrong. I mean, we have evidence. The evidence is pretty straightforward. We've known that the universe is Hubble discovered the expansion of the universe. So if you just roll back the tape, you get a Big Bang. It's really straightforward. I don't see what when he discovered the expansion through the Hubble constant, because he saw the shift, the red shift in all the spectral lines of all the galaxies. So I think all the stars are basically hydrogen. So you're looking at the hydrogen spectrum, and then you see a red shift that is linearly related to the distance, and that's all you need. I don't know what else. What else do you want? Then you assume that the Copernican principle, that we're not special, therefore anyone would see this same data. So this must be true for everywhere all at once. Well, that makes the most sense. It's just an expansion. And based on the ether predicts dark energy. So it predicts this inflation. The ether demands inflation at a constant rate. So everything fits.
Other places where I do think, based on my current knowledge, that we've gone very, very wrong. So so one example would actually be the many universes interpretation of quantum mechanics. I think many universes makes for very interesting sci-fi, but it has no evidence as a physical theory. The reason it is taken to have evidence is because in quantum mechanics, we aren't given specific outcomes as we are in Newtonian physics. In Newtonian physics, it's straightforward. A certain thing happens, and as a result of that, another thing will happen. It's a deterministic system. In quantum mechanics, as it stands, we do not have a theory of that nature. We only have a probabilistic theory. And one way of explaining this is that all of the possibilities given in quantum mechanics actually happen, and that they happen in different branches of a multiverse. And now, that's, again, it makes for good sci-fi, but in my view, it is not enough to say that my theory is consistent with the observations. Therefore, my theory is proven. That's not how it works. First of all, any conspiracy theorist, all conspiracy theorists basically appeal to this logic. They'll point to a bunch of facts that are consistent with their claims, and then that lends plausibility to their claims. I mean, not all conspiracy theorists, because obviously it doesn't take that long to end up finding some evidence that completely goes against their claims. They can't integrate all the evidence. But here's the thing: even if they could, that would not prove their claims. Even if all the evidence failed to contradict their claim, that would not prove what they're saying. That's not enough. And in the past, that is not the method that physicists use to prove the physical principles that our technological society stands on, that our technological society functions on. Our electrical current, our power grid system, these are based on physical principles that were proven through a fundamentally different method of science. It wasn't proven by guessing and checking. Guessing and then, oh, hey, it seems to keep being right for some reason. No, physicists didn't get lucky over and over again. So the reason why we're coming up with so many theories that really aren't proven is because we have a wrong view of what it looks like to prove something. And as I said, some examples, like one example I would definitely point to within my own breadth of knowledge would be the many universes interpretation of quantum mechanics.
I had a question.
Yeah.
So you've been talking about, there's been basically a fundamental overhaul of physics, where people are building on that tower or house of cards. At a certain level, like you were saying with electrical grid, like that foundation is stable. What is the impact if for the next 50, 100 years there is no fundamental overhaul and we keep building? What actually will that impact?
Oh, that's a good question. I don't think the impact is going to be like some kind of disaster or anything. It will just be a very sad. It will be a kind of sad state that maybe a lot of people aren't even going to notice. What's going to happen is we will miss out on all the discoveries that would have been possible. Like I said, I pointed to the first 300 years of physics, the 1600s through 1800s. This was a period of linear progression, or actually, I should say, really, it's been linear pretty much until 1950, 1970, something like that. The problem is from 1900 to 1950, progress was being made, but it was being made using faulty theories that undermined future progress. You could say that it was linear up until that point, and then we're experiencing the drop-off now. So what's going to happen without the overhaul? Physics is going to just kind of continue to stagnate.
No, it's all of science. It's infected all of science and all of not just science, all of philosophy and all walks of life. It's basically the gods have snuck back into our lives. So atheists today basically live again among the gods. The atheists today again are religious. They believe that this universe is weird and God behaves in mysterious ways. So God has snuck back into civilization. So this is terrible. So you cannot talk to people. When you talk to people, they say, yeah, quantum mechanics already proved that we cannot know anything. And stuff. This is maybe at the heart of our societal collapse, that we cannot convince people of truth. People believe whatever they want to believe, and they can always point at quantum mechanics. Yeah, quantum mechanics already said that anything can happen and anything goes, and there are no rules and there is no logic, and cats and dogs are alive and dead at the same time, and multiverse.
And what's interesting is because physicists don't even have the right view of what science is supposed to do, they don't think that science is fundamentally supposed to find underlying causes. Physicists don't even really notice the stagnation. You'll see a few physicists talking about it, but they won't really identify it very strongly.
Even the stagnation is insignificant compared to the actual problem, or the complete disaster that we're experiencing.
Physicists will say, like, well, what the hell are you talking about? We're making so much progress. And those physicists are right. We are still making a lot of progress. We're just not making it in fundamentals. When I say that physics is stagnated, I'm not saying like all technology, all applications of physics are stronger and more abundant than they've ever been because of the wealth and freedom that we now have in our modern day that's unprecedented in history. What's stagnated is something that no amount of money can buy, which is fundamental investigation into the deeper and deeper levels of these causes. That's the subtle, specific way in which it's stagnating. And we're just going to continue to miss out without some kind of fundamental overhaul to our knowledge state and to our philosophy that we use to approach physics.
I guess it would be the correction between classical mechanics and quantum mechanics. So Einstein's correction to Newtonian gravity. It's Newton's gravity would get us a certain way there, but then we had to do more refinement. Einstein's gravitational theory was more refinement to that, like GPS and things that relative speeds, velocities.
All of that is true, but what I would emphasize is I would not emphasize the immediate predictive power and applications of these theories. That is not what I would emphasize right off the bat. Now, that's the payoff. That's why we're doing all of this, is to have prediction and control over nature. But what makes prediction and control over nature possible? First, it's knowledge of the phenomena. And how did Einstein contribute? Well, he understood, on some level, he understood phenomena which are deeper than the phenomena understood by Newton. He went one level deeper. Now, he explained that level in a way that was flawed, but he still went one level deeper. But now, because of those flaws in Einstein's theory and in quantum theory, we are now unable to go any deeper because of the mistakes made in the lower levels of the skyscraper. Those floors are going to need to be remodeled so that there are actual stairs to the next story instead of simply a dead end and unable to build that next story.
But it does seem to me that those lower levels in different branches of physics are constantly being broken. That is, you've got a way of viewing the world. You have observation that reinforces a theory, and then every once in a while, an observation will come along and say, you know what, that theory is no longer accurate. So we looked at some of the recent observations of the James Webb Space Telescope with regard to universe. I'll use the word creation, which is a kind of a funny word, but creation. There was a model as to how stars and galaxies form. Well, contemporary observations break that. So what you get a bunch of physicists who are scratching their head, new conferences, new books.
Oh, he had a fan on something. Oh my God, that's the reason we couldn't hear anything.
Theory a day on what actually is going on. So the idea that physics has just stopped and you have to go backwards, I think you sort of have to look at the branches
And he has a fan because he's dressed for winter.
that you're observing. Some branches are more dynamic. Some branches are making progress at the margin, as you suggest. And perhaps there'll be a future break.
So what I'm hearing from you is the view that physics isn't always a linear progression. That sometimes it's a process of realizing that in the past you were actually wrong and that you need to fundamentally rethink your theory. Is that what I'm hearing from you?
Yeah.
That's part of what you're saying.
It's lumpy. Progress is more lumpy. You make marginal. Something profound happens.
Yeah, that's certainly true. But what I'm specifically asking is are you saying that it's not linear? That sometimes you have to go back and realize in order to come to new theories, you have to throw out old theories. Is that part of what you're saying?
I'm saying that a new observation that is not consistent with theory will break that.
Yeah, now I disagree. I actually disagree with that commonly held perspective about science. I think science, when properly conducted, is a linear cumulative process. Now, it does come in lumps, like you said. There's certain times when some new insight happens, and then, so I guess I shouldn't say linear, but it is a cumulative process. So an oft-cited example of science being non-cumulative is a citation of Einstein's theories as overruling Newton's theories. Newton had a mechanics, he had a theory of gravity, and what we find with Einstein's theories is that when an object moves nearly the speed of light, or when an object is in a strong gravitational field, we find that Newton's laws are not exactly correct. Okay, and so as a result, what people often say is we had to throw Newton away and accept Einstein instead. That is not, in my view, an accurate portrayal of what's going on. So first of all, it's worth noting that the only way Einstein discovered the things that he discovered was by using Newton's theories. Okay? Now, second of all, it's true that the laws of gravitation and motion were refined, were altered by Einstein's discoveries, and really it was Lorentz's discoveries to a great extent. Einstein kind of gets too much credit. Einstein deserves some credit, but like Lorentz deserves a lot of credit too. It's worth noting, so I should mention his name just out of justice. So,
Why is Lorentz? How is Lorentz? What? Why is Lorentz relevant to what?
once Einstein and Lorentz discovered these additional factors, that doesn't invalidate the factors which were discovered by Newton. It's simply additional factors. It's simply additional cause and effect relationships which apply.
So he thinks Einstein built on Lorentz?
To matter in motion and to matter inside of a gravitational field. When someone discovered zebras, we didn't say, oh, horses are wrong or horses have been overruled. It's just no. And like obviously when you put it that way, it's like, okay, obviously that's just a different animal. And the discoverer of horses, that was a real, horses are real still. And then zebras are just this new thing also. That's the way we should think about it, is that simply new cause and effect relationships were discovered by these new scientists. The old cause and effect relationships discovered by Newton are still completely valid. We need to think of it that way. Otherwise, we're blowing up our foundation each time as we try to progress. But like Einstein relies on Newton as part of his foundation. So I think science should be thought of as cumulative when done properly. Sometimes science is not done properly, like in the case of special relativity, general relativity, and quantum mechanics. And those theories will have to be altered. Those floors will have to be remodeled, essentially. It's not that they're completely wrong and just need to be blown up, but they will need to be significantly remodeled. That is, and to continue that cumulative progression.
Anybody online have a question? Defend or Gary? I have a, can you all hear me? Yes. I have a question. I don't have a physics background, but I have a math degree. Well, so just generically, where does very advanced math that doesn't have like a physical equivalent come into play in future physics?
Good question. Let's see. You may have heard. I don't think you were here for this part, but maybe I'll repeat it just in case you weren't. I made the claim earlier that math is a empirical science, just like physics is, in my view. I do believe math has.
Oh, good, like me.
Certain aspects which are drastically different from physics, yes, but being non-observational is not one of the features of mathematics, in my view.
Correct. 1 + 1 = 2 is observational.
As a result of this, I believe that math, proper math, must be motivated by observation. It must be an answer to some question that arises in
Very good.
In reality. Now, that doesn't have to be a physical reality. That could be a reality of it could be a reality. It could be some facts about biology. It could be some facts about sociology. It can be some facts about finance. We're trying to figure out how much someone owes on a loan. We're trying to figure out what is proper to compensate the loaner for his time away from his money. All of these are mathematical problems that people observed. They observed that they were loaning money, so to speak, and they thought, well, how do I calculate this in a way that's fair to me as the loaner and fair to the debtor? What kind of interest would be justified based on the fact that I'm giving this person a value. I'm letting them use my money for a certain amount of time, and I'd like to be paid for that. I'd like to be paid for that value that
Okay, too much finance. Let's go.
I've given away. So it doesn't have to be physical. But math, to be valid, in my view, requires some kind of observation, some real phenomenon. And I don't follow modern math too much, but from what I understand, mathematicians basically see math as a free creation of the human mind. I've heard mathematicians describe their field as similar to art, and I repudiate that. Math that has no application to reality is an abomination. It's not art. It's like a Pollock painting. It's a disgrace. It is a repudiation of its purpose. Just as, for those of you who may not have heard it, like Pollock paintings are these paintings with like splatters all over them. That's a repudiation of beauty. It's a repudiation of the purpose of art. So, and in like form, I think calling mathematics art is a repudiation of the true purpose of mathematics, which is to identify quantitative relationships in the real world and come to conclusions about those relationships. And calling it art turns math into a stupid, useless game. So that's my uncontroversial opinion on all of that.
Well, there are other views.
Yes. Yes, I'm aware there's other views. And please do, challenge me on any of these because, I welcome the opportunity to explain myself further.
Well, I think you categorize abominations as a little rich. By that logic, you might categorize all of art as being abomination.
Well, no, I mean, there's plenty of art that's real art. Like, take any legitimate piece of art. Any movie that really inspires you, any song that really makes you feel deep emotions, any painting like, painting or statue. My favorite.
No, so saying that math is like art, but art is okay. So now I'm confused.
Sculpture is Bernini's David. So like the guy who's about to throw a rock with his sling.
But you don't have to compare it to art because there's nothing wrong with art. There's good art and bad art.
Like, and his face captures this incredible.
You could say that math is empirical and math should be, I would say, practical, and that's it.
Like focus and concentration on a goal. Like that really inspires us. Whereas like splattering paint, that has no meaning. That has no meaning whatsoever. It's repudiation of the purpose of art. And in like form, I think mathematics, which is just form without function, rules for no reason, rules that you just follow. And, oh, hey, I added a bunch of columns of numbers. Like, well, what do they mean? Well, I don't know what it means, but it's just like, isn't it beautiful? No, it's not beautiful. It's useless. You've done something that is a waste of everyone's time, most especially yours, and you should respect yourself more than to spend your time doing something that has no purpose. So I mean, I feel strongly about this because mathematics, it's something I dedicated my life to. If I were an artist, I would have a lot more vitriol for someone like Pollock. I'm not an artist. I'm a physicist. Yeah.
If you were an artist, for you to say that if you were an artist, a true artist, that you would hold vitriol for Pollock, it seems an extraordinarily subjective
What is a Pollock?
position that you take to be objectively true. And with regard to your observations related to math, to call it something abomination and a waste of time for folks to find beauty in it, or you do not, I think that's a little out of bounds.
I see what you're saying, but I think these claims can be evaluated objectively. So with regard to Pollock, yeah.
I was just going to say, I think the beauty of art is that it is so subjective, where we all find meaning in different ways of expression. And just like with science, when you see something, we'll get that joy out of discovery. That's like, what happens if I put this under there, or put this, not about person, put it there. Versus other people really get joy out of practical applications. What is the impact of that work? I was really curious, like, Gary, you said your background is in math, so what is your take on the future of advanced math physics? Gary, you're on mute if you're speaking.
I wasn't, sorry. Did you get a question? I'm sorry, when did you ask? Sorry, I had some background noise, that's why I had to mute myself. What was the question again? Sorry.
I was just curious on your thoughts to your question about the future of mathematics, advanced mathematics.
Well, I mean, my only follow-up, I guess, is that some things can be so advanced that we don't understand the physical equivalent yet. That's my only.
Yeah, there's a common view that mathematicians can go out on their own whimsy and freely invent like these new systems of rules that are basically arbitrary and have no evidence, and then later we find that these arbitrary musings ended up having applications to physics later. I would have to study. So I have to be honest with what I know and what I don't know. I would have to study the history in order to really make this claim, but I find it highly unlikely that has ever happened. I find it much more likely that these things have been invented and then like theories of modeling were like kind of used after the fact, but they weren't actually used to describe the true cause and effect relationships. To think otherwise would be to hold the view that somehow these mathematicians got wildly lucky in their arbitrary, unmotivated musings about how to combine numbers together, somehow ended up describing reality. That sounds very unlikely to me.
I think the only example I might have is cryptography was for years advanced mathematics that then finally had an application that was worthy and useful.
Interesting. Yeah, I should think about that as an example because like in an application like that, like the complexity itself is the thing that has application. Are you thinking primarily of number theory, kind of like applications in number theory? I'm sorry, like random musings, as I would call them in number theory, ending up having application to cryptography? Is that the example you're thinking of?
Well, I'm a computer scientist and programming for years and just been around systems. So programming often uses a lot of techniques in that, and you come up with new things. And what you come out with, something like cryptography, you're using techniques from that are out there, that are common, that are published, that are built upon tool sets after tool sets after tool sets. I'm just thinking about it in that way. I'm very far removed from any advanced math. It's been 40 years since I've been in school, so I'm not really that up on. I mean, number theory, when I took it, was I don't remember much of it, but just in general, something like cryptography being very complex, and I know it's there wasn't a lot of use cases for it for many years until software development came along.
Yeah. Now, something I'll add to this is it's worth noting that all of these cryptographic concepts and rules, they probably were invented with a real application in mind. This is not arbitrary musing. Like, cryptography as a science has been around for at least hundreds of years, if not thousands, if not, maybe a couple thousand. So like these methods, they're not arbitrary. They come from people really trying to actually encode messages. And maybe you can use these tools towards new applications, but like that doesn't mean that. And then now here's another thing to think about. Finally, let's say you did come up with a couple examples of random musings ending up being useful later. Wouldn't it be more productive to only focus our energies towards those projects which are known to have application? So it's not that you can't do something useful through random musing. It's that you're much more likely to do something useful if you are disciplined and you don't just follow your intellectual whimsies, but rather you identify why you find something interesting and justify that feeling of interest. Justify that feeling of interest, saying like, okay, well, this is interesting because it can lead to this positive outcome.
Okay.
Wasn't done, say, for instance,
choose how high you want to fly, from 9 feet or 0.3 meters to 33 feet or 10 meters. As you fly up gentle slopes, the Mavic will adjust the altitude automatically.
and of course they all land with pinpoint precision on autopilot, because GPS. But of course, landing a rocket upright is completely new and wasn't done, say, for instance, 30 years ago by the Delta Clipper.
The DCXA performs its most remarkable maneuver.
That would be 1993.
It lands in its original takeoff position on its tail.
Now, if you're impressed by things that are just bigger, then fine. But basically, the whole landing rockets with pinpoint accuracy on their tail is something that was done some 30 years ago.
Watch this, Lise. You can actually pinpoint the second when his heart rates in half.
What SpaceX has been very successful at is taking basically off-the-shelf technology, stuff that was developed by NASA 50 years ago, and streamlining it.
And now.
And lands rockets on drone ships.
No one ever believed that was possible.
Sure, everyone thought it was impossible, apart from the people who weren't asleep for the last 30 years. Now, the simple version of this video is to remember the fully, rapidly reusable Falcon 9 that Musk was building over a decade ago.
What a waste of time. What a waste of time. This is really a waste of time to listen to this guy. What an idiot. What a loser.
In this video, we look at the energy levels and allowed transitions of the hydrogen atom, taking into account the spin-orbit coupling and an external magnetic field. First, let's neglect spin-orbit coupling. The energy level diagram of a hydrogen atom then looks like this. The 1s level is lowest energy. The 2s level and the 2p levels lie higher in energy, but they both are degenerate. This is a simple model.
I don't know what that means.
Good morning. Today's lecture will deal with the Zeeman effect, and then we'll get started with a semi-classical approximation. So Zeeman effect is the last topic we do with respect to the hydrogen atom and the corrections of perturbation theory. And with WKB, or the semi-classical approximation, we'll begin a new chapter in 806. Zeeman effect. So this is an effect having to do with an atom in a magnetic field. It was discovered by a Dutch physicist, Peter Zeeman, who lived from 1865 to 1943. He was a Dutch. And the work was actually done in 1896, at a time where there was very little idea of quantum mechanics to be. And he got a Nobel Prize for it in the year 1902. So what he discovered was that spectral lines seem to split in the presence of a magnetic field. It's an old result, therefore 100 years old. Its explanation and understanding took about a couple of decades because you couldn't do it without quantum mechanics. So nobody could quite figure out what had happened, but was very, very important in its time. It still remains very important. People use the Zeeman effect all the time. In fact, it's used nowadays in studies of astrophysics, the studies of the sunspots. There are places in the sun where the temperature is a little lower, and that's places where the magnetic field lines in the sun sort of break out from the interior to the exterior. And it's interesting because the sun produces this cycle of solar spots, and it happens because the sun doesn't rotate uniformly, has a different rotation speed in the equator, faster than in the poles. So the magnetic field lines that go from north to south in the sun get tangled up, and they start breaking up and doing all these things. So people want to know what is the magnetic field in the solar sunspot, and in fact, they observe that weak magnetic fields away from the solar sunspots, and then they see the spectrum of an atom, and suddenly, as you move inside the spot, the field, the spectrum, the lines split, and they can measure the magnetic fields very accurately. They're of the order of 3,000 Gauss, 2,000, 3,000 Gauss, and it's pretty interesting work. So, this Zeeman effect remains very important. So, what is the Zeeman effect? We have a Zeeman effect here. Zeeman effect. We have the magnetic field interacting with the electron, and the electron now has two magnetic moments: a magnetic moment associated with the orbital motion. This looks completely like the classical formula of the magnetic moment due to a particle that goes in circles. It produces a current, and that current is proportional to the angular momentum of the rotating particle. And of course, there's the magnetic moment due to the spin that has a factor of 2 here. This G.
Is it 2mc? E over 2mc times L. So you have the angular momentum. Okay, so you take the charge and the mass. C? Did he say? When he wrote it, did he say?
The electron now has 2 magnetic moments, a magnetic moment associated with the orbital motion. This looks completely like the classical formula of the magnetic moment due to a particle that goes in circles. It produces a current, and that current is proportional to the angular momentum of the rotating particle. And of course, there's the magnetic moment due to the spin that has a factor of 2 here, this G factor we've discussed before, S. So H Zeeman, you put an external magnetic field into the atom.
I need to learn about this spin. Like, what is the evidence for this spin?
Today's topic is the fine structure of the hydrogen atom. So, fine structure. Hydrogen fine structure. Last time, we discussed spin-orbit coupling and the Thomas precession. And to get the correct value, we needed a factor of 1/2. Thomas factor, we talked about it in the last video. And this was a purely relativistic kinematic.
Yeah, we have to go step by step.
Hey everyone, let's talk about the fine structure constant, often given the label alpha. This is a dimensionless constant, roughly equal to 1 divided by 137, that appears all over the place in the most fundamental theories of physics. It's called the fine structure constant for the following reason. Many of you might know that electrons in atoms can orbit the nuclei of these atoms in several different energy levels or shells. But if we look much more closely at some of these energy levels, we find that they're split into much finer ones. And these energy levels are actually much closer to each other in terms of energy. What we're looking at is a fine structure of energy levels. Now, it turns out that these gaps between the fine structure energy levels are directly proportional to the square of the number of protons in the nucleus multiplied by our fine structure constant. And this is where our constant gets its name from. So that's a very brief overview of the fine structure constant. Please do subscribe for more fun physics content. Hey everyone, let's talk about the fine structure constant, often given the label alpha. This is a dimension.
Well, at least she's happy living with rats, I guess. That's him. That is Sinwar, idiot. And that's her. What a bunch of idiots. What a bunch of losers. So they put the cameras there? This is the guy that he's trying to take down a country like an idiot. His life could have been perfect. Perfect. Could have lived like a king. Could have lived like a king. What an idiot. So he gave her tunnel rat coward since the night before October. This is Islam sacrificing their children all because they hate their neighbor more than they love their children. What a bunch of idiots. Gaza was starving because Sinwar's wife ate all the food. Sinwar meets 72 angels. Bravo, Israel. Rats will be rats. No. Too filthy to meet 72 goats. Fleeing with his tall tail, I guess, tucked between his legs, scared dog. What an idiot. You had everything, you idiot. What a loser. What a pathetic loser. All right, I gotta go.
Cope. Whatever. I've got my coffee. It's early morning in Florida. Bit of a lean on that. Huh. Oh, yeah, the liquid oxygen is significantly lower than the... Yeah. I'm not so sure I like the green hues. This doesn't look right. Didn't look like that last time. I don't greatly keep up to speed with details of this. Oh, something's fallen off.
He waited for Starship to blow up. He wanted it to blow up, and then it didn't blow up. So he's gonna go. They're not doing everything on time. They're not doing everything on time. HSR jettison left him dumbfounded again. At least he didn't call it a reaction control thruster this time.
Like I was saying, the actual burn, yeah, this will be probably, I don't know, I'm making this up.
I don't know, I'm making this up.
Oh, those are flames. Something there?
What flames, Thunderfoot? I don't see any flames.
I don't know, I'm making this up. Okay, we're good on all of the relays. Bits flying off. Okay, not bad.
Oh, not bad. Warning, lethal levels of cope incoming.
Yeah, works, I guess. Oh, and finally, they're actually cheering it, something is not blowing up.
That line doesn't really work when you say it during every flight.
Yeah, so now all you've got to do is work out how to get out to fly again within a few hours. Yeah, now is the tricky bit, is you've got to get all of the fuel out of this.
See Spacex engineers celebrating.
Yeah, your mind's blown. Yeah.
Laughing away the pain. What a complete loser. What a loser. Seath, Thunderfoot, Cope, let me drink your tears, Muppet.
I'm still kind of perplexed at the chat.
What a communist. Cope.
Yeah, I've got a lot of crow to eat. Here's...
Eat crow. Back to the basement.
You know,
I can't see the last one.
Musk is the one who...
You can't, but Elon Musk, you're way out of every time you embarrass yourself. Next time, just turn off the stream instead. We talked about Tesla for the next half hour, so let's skip the re-entry. Watch how he copes with a nearly perfect performance.
There we go, pink glow. So it's going straight, and it's looks fine. This looks much better than last time. Much better.
Time to cope by pointing out imaginary problems.
I like the periodic way that it keeps venting gas. Why does it keep venting like that? Oh, that doesn't look good. That doesn't. It is burning. Yeah. The front wing is on fire. Yeah. This doesn't look right. Okay. The camera's rather synced. It's on fire. Burning's not good. So it looks like it might survive re-entry, but it's. Did you really achieve anything? It's going to survive, but it's not survived. Okay. That's because your engine's lighting up at 0 kilometers, and that's the end of the feed. That's presumably when it blows up. Yes. Okay. So, partial success, I guess.
Imagine being this miserable. What a miserable idiot.
Thundercope, successful.
Thundercope, successful catch and on target soft splashdown.
Catch and target splashdown on site. Yeah. So?
Yeah. Nothing. Yeah. So, I told you it's going to be a complete flop. Yeah. So they succeeded completely. What? What's the contradiction? What? You don't see the contradiction? You don't see that my prediction was true? I said it's going to be a complete flop, and they succeeded. So I was right. Perturbation.
Quantum mechanics is hard, at least mathematically speaking. In fact, most of the real-world problems in quantum mechanics rarely have an exact solution. So many of these problems require us to use approximative methods to estimate how the system would behave. The fundamental idea behind perturbation theory is exactly this: to give an approximate solution to an otherwise unsolvable problem. In this video, we try to understand how perturbation theory works. Specifically, we will be covering time-independent non-degenerate perturbation theory.
Okay, I don't understand what he's saying.
A number of years ago, I'm not sure exactly how long ago it was, we began to recognize that there was a special kind of duality. This kind of duality replaced, or that it was a duality between very strongly coupled, highly quantum mechanical systems of many, many degrees of freedom on the one hand, on the other hand, a system described by gravity. That sounds crazy, and did seem crazy, but it appears to be true. And when I say gravity, I mean quantum gravity. This connection has really been at the heart of an explosion in theoretical physics, and it's an explosion in theoretical physics which is not just about quantum gravity. It seems to be infecting just about every area of theoretical physics. Today we're going to talk about a subject, quantum gravity, which is so remote, the scales of distance so infinitesimal, the energy so enormous, that direct experiment is entirely out of the question, at least for now. The phenomena which are at the intersection of quantum mechanics and gravity. Quantum gravity, to give it a name. So we theorists are on our own. Can we make progress? Well, it seems that we have made serious progress over the last 2 decades, maybe even revolutionary progress. Okay, as I said, the phenomena are so remote that the possibility of experiments is out of the question, and it means we're really on our own. We have made progress, and I'm going to tell you some of the little pieces. I'm not going to give you the whole story, I couldn't possibly, but I'm going to try to give you some feel for what some of the pieces have been that I think are adding up to a revolution. Okay, so where are we? The whole subject of quantum gravity probably goes back to the first day that anybody thought about quantum mechanics and thought about gravity. But the modern era of it, I think, started in 1958 or sometime around then, when theoretical physicists asked the question, should we quantize gravity? Now, what does quantize mean? Quantize was an expression which meant a procedure that you do on a classical system. The classical system could be a harmonic oscillator, it could be an atom, it could be electrodynamics, ordinary electrodynamics. A procedure which, if you know about that procedure, you recognize the equations. If not, it doesn't matter, there are equations. And the founders of the subject, called Dirac, Feynman, DeWitt, Weinberg, Wheeler, Hawking, their attempts were organized around trying to describe scattering processes where particles come in and particles go out. They interact under the influence of gravity, and here and there they may emit some gravitational waves, gravitons. They invented Feynman diagrams for gravitation. Well, it was a disaster. It was a disaster. Everything they tried to compute came out infinite, or came out meaningless, came out nonsensical. And that led to what I would call an era of angst and confusion, a time when it just did not look as if quantum mechanics and gravity were compatible. Now, how could they not be compatible? They have to be compatible. The world has both, and we can't live in a world of inconsistency. And that was then. How do you fit them together? Can you fit them together? It looked impossible. Today, the situation is different. Today, as far as we can tell, not only can gravity and quantum mechanics fit together, but it's almost as if they were the same thing, or two sides of a coin, a single coin. I'm going to tell you a little bit about some of the things that went into that. All right, I always start with digressions. I'm a great digresser. I digress all the time. I'm going to digress about something you've all seen, holograms. What is a hologram? You've probably all seen them. The first holograms were something like this. You had a region inside a cavity of some sort, and the cavity was not a cavity, just a round region. And the cavity, the surface of the cavity was a film, a photographic film. And if you looked carefully at that film, even through a microscope, all you would see was little scratchy, meaningless rubbish, noise. It seemed to encode nothing recognizable. On the other hand, if you shined a light on it of the right kind, it was called coherent light, all of a sudden, voila, an image would form, but a three-dimensional image, right in the middle of this cavity, a three-dimensional image of whatever it was that had been photographed. What is a hologram? From an abstract point of view, a hologram is a two-dimensional mathematical representation of a three-dimensional portion of the world. Now, how do you manage to take a three-dimensional thing and map it into 2 dimensions? Well, it's possible, but it's always at the cost of the two-dimensional image looking like a random hash. How you put it back together again, that maybe just shining light on it, or maybe some much more complicated mathematical procedure. But that's what a hologram is. And what you can say about a hologram is that things are not what you think they are in the hologram. The information, let's call it the information of what is in the hologram is in the film. The image is in the bulk, what we today call the bulk. Things, or the information encoding things, are not where you think they are. I want you to keep that in mind. Now let's come back to quantum gravity. In the 1990s, this was the period when Stephen Hawking and I were having our fun debating, and Raphael was a student. Thought experiments, principally initiated by Stephen himself, about black holes led to something called the holographic principle. What was the holographic principle, and what is the holographic principle today? It's the idea that a region of space with everything in it, it could be astronomical space, it could just be this room, or even the whole universe, that the information encoding everything taking place in this three-dimensional world is encoded on the boundary of that region as a kind of quantum hologram. It's of course impossible for me to describe the mathematics of a quantum hologram here, and we'll try, but that's the message. And again, things are not where you think they are, or at least things are not where the information which is encoding them would lead you to believe they are. Okay, let's come back now to this idea that gravity and quantum mechanics may be so closely related that they really are just two sides of the same coin. The evidence for that is a whole bunch of parallels between gravitational phenomena, we'll talk about what that means in a moment, and quantum phenomena, things that we had no idea were connected. Things from two radically different fields of physics are turning out to be parallel to each other and perhaps even not just related to each other, but the same thing. The connection is through this holographic principle. The gravitational phenomena are the phenomena which are like the image, the three-dimensional image. The encoding of that three-dimensional world is in the form...
It's a complete waste of time. Wait.
Unbelievable. The person.
I'm going to show you how to boil water.
Here I'm filming at 20,000 frames a second with a Mac.
If you've ever wondered how lost landmines were deactivated, this is the vehicle response.
I'm gonna have to take care of them.
The ocean's most formidable.
When you look at the front of a fighter jet, you'll notice a long pointed needle protruding. You might think it's designed to cut through the air for faster flight, but the hole at the end suggests otherwise. So, is it meant to pierce enemy aircraft, or is it just for show? This sharp, small, hollow part consists of two tubes that use the pressure difference between them to calculate speed. Unlike cars that have built-in speedometers, aircraft must be equipped with this essential piece of equipment called a pitot tube. It's a crucial component in fighter jets, and because it can freeze at high altitudes, it's equipped with a heating element, making even mechanics cautious when handling it after a flight. While most other aircraft have pitot tubes on the wings or side of the fuselage, the high-speed nature of fighter jets requires the pitot tube to be needle-shaped and positioned at the very front to reduce air interference. When you look at the front of a fighter jet, you'll notice
When a guy saw this otter following him,
B-2 stealth bombers dropped bunker busters on the Houthis last night. They were reportedly dropped on underground missile storage sites. And this is the first time the B-2 has been used since 2017. And this is the first time this bunker buster has ever been dropped. Weighing 30,000 pounds, it's 20 feet long, and it penetrates 100 feet into the ground.
So bunker buster is actually a cannon. It's just a cannon, and you drop the cannon on the target, and then the cannon fires. The cannon first penetrates the target, and then when it comes to a complete stop, or basically, then it fires, and then it blows everything up at the maximum depth.
The MiG-29's engine failed.
No problem. I'll do an extra hour to make up.
Unbelievable.
And if you ask me, they convinced their teammate from Mexico that.
If you've ever.
In 1993, 6 guys flew a helicopter north of the Arctic Circle to locate a B-29 bomber that crashed nearly 50 years earlier. Their goal? See if it will still run.
I'm going to show you how to boil water.
If you have a hard time picking a lock, you can.
What would happen if a modern fighter jet kamikazed into an aircraft carrier?
If you type in London on Google.
Why does it only show 4? And why not fill the whole space? I don't get it. Okay. All right. I think we've done some progress, especially the conversation with Tapioca Weasel was good. Okay, we covered some experiments. We taught some stuff. Okay, pretty good. Okay, I'll take a break and we'll see you later. Bye.